I'm going to start with HB 2 by Speaker Scheck-Snyder, if he'd like to come to the table. Mr. Speaker, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members, for being here today. I want to thank you all for being here today, and I understand how difficult this task is before you. I know that the tensions are high. Just look on Facebook, look on social media. I'm asking each one of you to look past all of that. I'm asking each one of you to listen intently, and as you make your decisions, remember why you are elected. You were each elected to represent the people of your district. That's your job. Your decisions and your vote is yours alone to make. Members, I'm asking that you continue to do what you have always done, and that is to listen. That is to let the democratic process work out and allow any person who wishes to speak have a voice. At the end of the day, if you do that, you vote your conscience, you vote your district, you have no one to apologize to, and nothing to apologize for. I filed this bill as a placeholder bill, as an instrument to be used if needed, just like we do in any other session. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I don't plan to move this bill today.
Okay. The Speaker doesn't plan to move this, members, so what I'm going to do is I am going to read the cards, though, because if people came here to testify, I want to give everyone an opportunity to have a say. That was the point of giving us extra time. So the first card I have in support is Mitchell Marinato. More. Come on, man. It's a home name. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, Tanner should have let you read it. But I didn't recognize Tanner, so I would have known it was him anyway. But Mitchell, if you'd like to come down. Yes, sir. You have a point of order? Hold on. State your point. Oh.
It's not being moved. Why are we taking testimony on it?
Because I want to give the public an opportunity to if they came here and if they came here for this bill, I want to be transparent and give them an opportunity to talk. And that includes all the cards, green, red, white, anything we have.
All right. That would also mean we can ask questions of the people that's testifying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All right. Yes, sir, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here just as a representative of my Bayou region. I'm from Houma, Louisiana. I own a civil engineering firm in Houma, Louisiana. My main focus of work is managing the Morganza to the Gulf Hurricane Protection System. I've done that for 15 years for the Terrebonne Levee and Conservation District. I also serve as president of the South Central Industrial Association, which represents about 200 member companies throughout the Bayou region. In addition to that, I serve on the board of a community bank. And what I just want a voice heard. 10 years ago, we were up here, members of Chamber of Commerce and SCIA, when redistricting was occurring, and our main goal was to keep the communities of Terrebonne and Lafourche together because we felt we had similar interests and we needed the same voice in Congress. And we fought, and obviously it didn't turn out that way. We ended up with 3 representatives across the coast of Louisiana. But it ended up being one of the biggest blessings that we could imagine. Unfortunately, since 2010, we have been impacted by Hurricanes Delta, Isaac, Ida, Laura, Zeta, Barry, and probably a few that I'm leaving off. And my principal responsibility is that hurricane recovery effort for the Levee District. I cannot emphasize enough how important it's been having 3 representatives in Congress for us. I don't believe our communities could have recovered as well as we are recovering without that voice. It seems to me like the coastal legislators do not look at district lines, and we suffer the same perils. The west part of the state was impacted a few years ago by Laura and Delta, and last year Ida was devastating to our particular region. So, the coastal economy that we work to protect is important for the entire state. I think in the last few years it's remarkable to see what type of federal investment that we've had imparted upon us. I know for my project, Morganza, which has been principally funded entirely by the state and the local government for the last 15 years, for the first time in our history, we received $400 million of federal money. And this is a massive system, over a 98-mile levee and floodgate system that protects Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. So I would urge you to support House Bill 2. I know that there's no action on it today, but we have been truly blessed by our representation across the state in the last 10 years. And it's just so, we have such a unique area with fisheries, with the industry that we have in our area. It is so important to the economy of the entire state. And I think, the districts as they have been or in House Bill 2 protects that way for all of the people of South Louisiana. So I would urge that support.
Thank you. We do have a question, Ms. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Mr. Mormon. I think one of the regrettable things is when we did redistricting the first time, we didn't get a lot of coastal voices here. I'm glad you're here to kind of tell our story. You work on Morganza to the Gulf as your primary purpose is civil engineering. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And where's Morganza at?
Morganza is, I think, in Point Capee Parish.
Okay, it's in Point Capee Parish, so it's somewhat in the interior, but our alignment system goes all the way from Morganza.
Right, and Morganza is confusing in its name in that it actually entitles the whole basin from the West Guide levees to the Chafalaya River from Morganza all the way to the Gulf.
So there's a community of interest there between Morganza and coastal Louisiana. Is that fair to say?
Well, absolutely. I think what we're doing on the southern end actually protects the economy of the whole state, not just our area. It's protecting our lives and property directly, but it's protecting much more than that.
And realistically speaking, Congressional District 6 and 1 under this map have sitting congressmen. Have you had the opportunity to communicate with those congressmen? Have you found that they have been responsive to all the needs of coastal Louisiana?
So in my job, I have direct contact with them. In fact, I'm just getting back from Washington this past week. So, but yes, I can pick up the phone and call, and we don't have to call them after a storm. They're calling us to see what we need, which is a pretty amazing thing to happen. And there's no learning curve. Of course, representatives change, but that tie to the coast, I think, is is the most important thing.
And in the 6 years I've been elected, I know you and I have talked a lot, and I think you would agree with me that my main focus here at the legislature has always been about coastal protection, levees. That's been the reason why I ran. I talked to you when I first ran for office. That was the whole reason why I was running. So it's a pretty big deal in Terrebonne Parish and Lafourche Parish, coastal protection. Is that correct?
I think it's the number one issue in our area.
Yeah.
Certainly after Ida, it's even more to the forefront.
Thank you.
Mr. Pro Tem, for a question, Representative Lacombe.
I just wanted to, so in the maps that I'm looking at on the district as we're talking, we talked about Point Capee, and I think the Speaker Pro Tem raised out the issue that, there's a community interest between the Gulf and the flood zones, and I'm very familiar with the Morganza structure because I live there,
right,
and I represent Point Capee Parish. But in this map, Point Capee Parish is not based in the community interest with the zone. It's actually based in the Monroe District. So, that's something that we had talked about through redistricting, because currently we are represented by a congressman out of the Capital Region area, but under this map, on some of the other proposed maps that have passed, Point Capee was taken out. So basically the top part of your structure where the levee systems begin at the old river control structure, both levees on the Mississippi River side and the Atchafalaya side, where the actual structure starts and the Corps of Engineers maintains, that entire structure now is not in the congressional district of the coastal zone. Is that correct?
I don't believe that it is, but I'm not certain about that. Now, that structure is not a part of the Morganza to the Gulf system, per se. That is a core.
That's a core structure.
A core structure.
But the levees start right
But
there.
the levees, yeah, you're right.
Protection levees that sit on both sides are
That's
there.
the edge of our boundary.
Yeah, so that's where it starts, and that whole entire structure, and I say structure, but let's go the entire levee system on both sides, the Mississippi side and the Atchafalaya side, come to a parallel. From you, it feeds up to like a bottleneck, correct?
That's true.
And so both levees are right there in Point Capee. But that Point Capee is not in the coastal zone congressional district, correct?
It is not.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Desdale.
So, to the same question, I'm looking at all four maps, and I don't see Point Capee in the coastal zone in any of the maps. Have you reviewed any of these maps?
I have not reviewed them since yesterday, so I'm just going off of memory. But I do not believe they are.
Okay, I'm just curious where the question was going, because I don't see them in any of the maps. Thank you.
He asked this question. You made your point. We're good. All right, that clears all the questions. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you for your time.
Wait, Representative Jenkins, I'm sorry. Representative Jenkins. I apologize. Didn't see you. Popped up late.
Not a problem, Mr. Chairman. So, and I do understand you have a focus about the recovery on storms, and that's an important issue to you. Is that right?
Absolutely.
But don't you think all of the citizens of this state should have their voices heard in Congress?
Absolutely.
And do you think that this particular map is allowing all of our citizens to have their voices heard in Louisiana, or have you given any thought to that?
So I'm certainly looking at it from my point of view, which is what's better for my community, and all the people in my community. And so I feel that that's the best thing for our region.
Yeah, so you just pick, when you look at this map and your support of this map is really just focus on your region. That's basically what your testimony is.
I'm here on behalf of my community.
All right, and you do understand that this particular map has been reviewed by a federal court and found not to meet the requirements of the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer and an attorney, nor do I ever want to be. I just want to engineer flood protection for my community.
Yeah, but you're a citizen, and
I'm a citizen,
and you care about the other citizens of the state of Louisiana.
I'd like to think that I care about everyone in this state,
and I believe you do.
Yeah.
I'm not challenging you on that. I'm just simply saying, just as you are concerned about those particular concerns about your particular area, you do understand we got citizens throughout this state that can say the same thing. We've got issues that we do not feel our voice is being heard in Congress. Would you agree with that?
I certainly understand that.
And I think you would want all of our citizens to have their concerns just as yours and their voice heard in Congress. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Jenkins, for a question. Representative Horton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here today. It's important that our citizens weigh in on what we're doing and what we have done, and because it's you that we serve. Let me ask you, do you live in a diverse community?
I would say Cajun people are extremely diverse. So yes, we do live in a diverse community. I don't know the demographics particularly, but absolutely. I mean, I think Terrebonne and Lafourche are two of the most diverse places in the whole state of Louisiana.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Representative Horton. All right, now the board is clear. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your testimony here
Thank you
today.
all.
Also filling out a green card in support, Mary Susie Labrie, and then also Jennifer Carrigan, filling out both green cards in support, not wishing to speak. Thank you much. Thank you both there, ladies, for coming today. Filling out a red card in opposition, not wishing to speak, Jared Evans with the Legal Defense Fund, Terry Landry Jr. with SPLC Action Fund, and Chandra Shea Foster with SPLC Action Fund. All red cards in opposition, not wishing to speak. That clears the cards. The speaker has given me his indication. Oh, yeah, an email testimony. Let me read the email testimony. Apologize. There are 19 emails in support for HB2 and none in opposition, so 19 in support. Additionally, the speaker has indicated to me he would like to voluntarily defer this, so we're going to leave this bill in committee. And with that said, I'm going to move that HB2 be voluntarily deferred without objection. Next, we're going to go to HB1 by my Vice Chair Duplessis. Mr. Harrington, you want to go ahead and bring up the map just real quick while he's introducing? Good. Everybody's got a chance to look at it. Good deal. We can take it down and focus on Mr. Duplessis whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee. I think I would like to start out by pointing out that when I drove up to the Capitol this morning, it was a little different. I think we all noticed a lot of people were off work today. This was our first celebrated work holiday of Juneteenth on this Friday, and just wanted to just acknowledge that point as we talk about this congressional map and as we try to move forward as a state in terms of how we go forward. I think we all know why we're here. We're all here because this matter is currently in litigation. We met as a committee starting in the fall, going across this state, going on a road show, hearing from the various constituents throughout the state. We started a redistricting process in February. This body voted on a maps, I should say, and then this body then voted to override a gubernatorial veto, which was then followed by immediate litigation that ensued. And currently, the Middle District Court of Louisiana, Federal District Court, has held the current map that we passed as a body to not be compliant with the Voting Rights Act. House Bill 1 is an opportunity for us to be in compliance with the order of the court. Just to begin my presentation, what I'd like to do, just to be as clear and as succinct as possible, is I'm just going to read directly from the order what the judge said in the order. Number one, I just want to point out at the outset of the order, it reads that the plaintiffs who brought this action are likely to succeed, to prevail on the merits of their claims brought under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. This was followed by granting a preliminary injunction, followed by stating that the appropriate remedy in this context is a remedial congressional redistricting plan that includes an additional majority black congressional district. Therefore, the court orders, didn't ask, didn't suggest, it orders the Louisiana legislature to enact a remedial plan on or before June 20th. The legislative leadership, Speaker Schexnayder and Senate President Cortez, sought an extension of time, and that request was denied on yesterday. Therefore, we are under a court order right now to adopt a remedial plan by the 20th of this month, and today is the 17th. And House Bill 1 is that remedial plan. Members, black voters in Louisiana have less an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice under the current congressional map. Because of the way the district lines are drawn, candidates preferred by black voters only have a chance in District 2. That's the district in which I reside. One minority district. And you've heard time and time again the math equation that the people of this state, black people of this state, make up a third of this state. Yet we only have one voice in Congress. This map is responsive to everything that I heard on the road show and everything that this committee heard on the road show. I heard so many people talk about the need to have a congressional district where they have an opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice. However, the current map only provides that opportunity to voters that reside within the boundaries of District 2. District 2, in its current configuration and in the map that the governor vetoed, is one of the most gerrymandered districts in the country. It lumps black neighborhoods in New Orleans with black neighborhoods in North Baton Rouge, while picking up black areas in the middle along the way. In this map, the minority community is sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in District 2 and in District 5. And when I say map, I mean the map that I'm proposing today. The map that I'm proposing is more compact than the current congressional map and the Speaker's map. Black voters have less an opportunity than other members of the electorate to participate in the political process and elect candidates of their choice to Congress. This map preserves communities of interest to the extent practical, and it breaks fewer parishes than the current Speaker's map. Excuse me. This map complies with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. It allows voters of colors in District 2 and 5 to elect their candidate of choice. It meets the requirements of this session as called by the governor, and most importantly, it meets the standards set forth by the Middle District. I'm happy to go through the map if you like, in terms of the configurations and the numerical breakdowns, but I'm also happy to take any questions that you might have.
Okay. Who, Representative Duplessis, I'm not assuming that you drew this map physically, and so I don't want to ask you questions about the specific drawing of it. Is there someone here who drew the map that could answer those questions?
Yeah, sitting with me is a familiar face that you've all seen, Jared Evans, who is a lawyer with the Legal Defense Fund. I'll let him introduce himself and speak.
Absolutely.
To that.
And we do have a card in support wishing to speak by Jared Evans with Legal Defense Fund.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jared
Morning.
Evans, Legal Defense Fund.
Okay. Anything you'd like to say before I ask you some questions? Because I know you fill out the card. You're just here to talk. Gotcha.
Please
Awesome.
proceed.
So I'm looking at the map, and geographically, it's a pretty and specifically, I want to talk about District 5, which would be the new majority minority district. Okay. Geographically, it's a pretty long district. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Not much longer than the current District 5.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, and which I don't disagree with. I'm just trying to kind of figure out. So, what was the primary motivation for drawing District 5?
Mr. Chairman, when we drew this map, we looked at all of the testimony that we received from the roadshow. The number one thing that they said in Monroe is to please give us an opportunity to elect our candidate of choice to Congress. The number one thing we heard in Alexandria was please give us an opportunity to elect our candidate of choice to Congress. The number one thing we heard here in Baton Rouge was please give us an opportunity to elect our candidate of choice to Congress. And so what this map does is takes many of those communities of interest, puts them together in a district, and gives those voters an opportunity to elect the candidate of choice to Congress. Because I never had that before.
Okay, so again, what was the primary motivation in drawing District 5?
Mr. Chairman, there was no primary motivation in drawing any of these districts. We took several factors into consideration. Population deviation, one. All the districts had to be equal in population, lowest deviation as possible. We also took compactness into consideration. This map is the most compact map that's been considered by this legislature this session. We also took communities of interest into consideration. This district is united by a very large agricultural industry. You also had many universities that people from Monroe and Alexandria attend Southern University. So I could keep going, Mr. Chairman, but there's many communities of interest in this district that we took into consideration.
Gotcha. So I guess what you're telling me is that there was no motivation, primary motivation, in drawing this, because that was the question.
There was no one primary motivation in drawing any district.
Got it,
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I want to look at a couple things, and I'm going to ask Mr. Harrington to pull up a couple areas. In your map, it goes all the way from Washita Parish to Tangipahoa Parish, correct?
Yes, sir.
In District 5. And again, like I'm saying, all of these questions are going to be about District 5 for the time. Mm-hmm. And so if we focus in on Washita in particular, mm-hmm. My question would really be why did you pick Precinct 62?
Right there. Mm-hmm.
And it's hard. I know it's hard to see the precincts on that one. That's actually why I have this map up, because I think it's a little bit easier if we can focus in on the precincts.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in trying to get any district to match to get it under a population deviation, it's all about precincts.
Okay.
Anytime you add one precinct, you got to lose another one somewhere.
I get it. I drew a bunch of maps. I get it.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. So
100%.
So any specific precinct you asked me about, the answer is it was to make sure that the deviation was within as close to zero as possible.
Okay. Why didn't you pick Precinct 61?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot tell you anything about which specific precincts. I don't have the numbers in front
But
of me.
didn't you draw this map?
I'm not a map drawer. I'm an attorney. I'm not a demographer.
Well, my question was specifically to Mr. Plessis, is there someone here who can answer questions about why the map was drawn and how it was drawn? And he said, absolutely. I have Mr. Evans who's ready to answer these questions.
So if I could, Mr.
Yeah, of course you can.
Mr. Chair, while I do understand the question, and it's a fair question, I think the level of specificity when we're talking about, I don't know was it like 4,000 precincts we may have across the state?
It's actually 3,400 and change. Yes.
Okay, but to ask the question as to why one precinct in Washita was chosen over another precinct in Washita, I would think it would be hard pressed for anyone, unless they were a demographer, to answer that question. So there is no demographer here who drew a map. So Mr. Evans can speak.
Who was the demographer that drew the map?
I don't know their name, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we don't know the demographer who drew the map, and there's no one here who can answer questions about why specific precincts were chosen. And let me frame it this way, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm framing it this way because I didn't pick Washita out of the blue. I look at your map, I go, there's some looks like fingers going into Washita, and I say, why did they do it that way? Because I'm just curious. If you had used the whole parish of Washita, I wouldn't ask you this question. I'd be like, they chose Washita. It is what it is, But I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing specific directions in a parish. And so that just leads me to the question of why some and not others.
Well, I think we could go across the state and find split parishes. I think we could look at.
Well, they're not split parishes, yeah.
We could look at Congressional District 2 and ask why the current one, and ask why it's drawn the way that it's drawn. Why is Orleans split? Why, as you go up the river parishes, why are those parishes split? Why is East Baton Rouge split pretty much in half? Why, we could,
Mr. Vice Chair.
It's really challenging to meet the deviation criteria
and
requirement without splitting parishes. So this is a natural result of the criteria in which we have to operate. And again, that's just my knowledge, just as being a member of this committee. I'm not a demographer.
I understand, and
I don't know who
we could ask all those questions, Mr. Vice Chair, but we're on your bill.
That's right.
That you're asking us to pass, and that we have to do our duty to our constituents to deliberate. And so I have to ask these questions about your map, because people are going to ask me, if you're asking me to support this bill, I'm going to be asked, why did they do that to Washita? I'm going to be asked that question, especially when I go up to Ouachita. And so it would be logical that I would ask you that question about why.
I don't say it's not logical.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so let me throw something out there. So what I was going to ask you is why not 61, 78, 34, 77, or 76? As you can see on the board behind me, those are all neighboring precincts, all very close to the 162 that was chosen. And when I look at those precincts, what I see is that in precinct 62, there's a 60% black population, but in 61 right next to it, there's a 7. And so I'd like to know why one was chosen over the other. But unfortunately, it sounds like no one here can tell me that. Is that right?
I can't tell you why that specific precinct was chosen over another specific precinct.
Would it surprise you to know that that precinct has a higher population of African Americans than the ones that are around it?
No, it would not.
Okay, let's go to Alexandria. Okay, so in Rapides Parish around Alexandria, it appears precinct C13 was selected. And again, why are we here in Rapides? We're here in Rapides because I look at your map and I go, that's odd. Why are they dipping into a parish like that? It doesn't make a lot of geographic sense to me. So I have to dig down and go, let's figure out why the map drawer chose these. And so again, Mr. Evans, why was C13 selected rather than the neighboring precincts that are not in it?
So what I can say to your question, Mr. Chairman, is that when we are looking, again, this map is responsive to what we heard from the roadshow, and the voters who lived in the city of Alexandria said they wanted to be in a majority-minority district. They said that their rural neighbors who live outside of the city limits vote differently from them. So what we did, so in drawing this map, that's one of the things that we tried to do. We took the communities that voted alike and tried to put them in a district, in this district.
So it was a city and kind of rural issue, is that what you're saying in this particular case?
You can put it that way, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so C13, if you look at it, looks like it has some pretty rural areas next to it, right? But if I look at C13, I say, why not N21, S6B, or S6A? And when I look at those precincts, I go, C13 has a 65% black population. C37 has 16. C6A has 23. C6B has 36. And N21 has 10. And so I can draw my own conclusion about why that precinct, but you've given testimony, and I'm not gonna say that it's wrong. It is surprising. So then I look around and I go, well, he's made, that is a logical argument, Mr. Evans, about rural versus city. Okay, I can't terribly disagree that I can see the map maker may have done that. But if you look just south in some city areas, because I've been around Alexandria and I've seen the city a little bit, there's precincts such as C36, C31, C32, C33, and C36. Do you know what kind of precincts those are?
I do not, Mr. Chairman, but what I can tell you is that our goal was to have these districts as equal in population as possible.
Certainly.
And it is very, very hard to get as close to zero as possible.
I agree with you. But if this area was chosen because it was rural versus city, those precincts that I have listed in the 30s are in the municipality. So that argument doesn't seem like it would stand up. Would you agree with me?
When I said city limits, Mr. Chairman, that doesn't necessarily specifically mean voters actually live within the city limits.
What does it mean then?
It means voters who live around that area. The city limits, that is a political subdivision, yes, but voters don't necessarily have to live in a city to vote a certain way. Just because you live in the city of Alexandria doesn't mean you vote as the same way as everybody else. You live outside those city limits, there's voting patterns back and forth.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. The people that live outside the city limits versus the people that live in. Look, I'm from a rural area. There is nothing but countryside around where I live. I get it. People in the country on a big piece of land vote differently than somebody who has to live in the center of the city. I agree with you on that. But that's not what I'm pointing out. I'm actually pointing out precincts that are in the municipality of Alexandria and right next to the ones you selected. But you didn't select those. And so you can't say we chose these because they're in the city and these because they're not, when 36, 31, 32, 33, and 36 are all surrounding those. And so what is the motivation for selecting the precincts that have been selected other than making sure that the population is exact? Because that's the overriding factor, right? When we're redistricting, we have to make sure that number is as close to zero as possible, especially for Congress. But there's several other redistricting factors. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what other redistricting factors chose you to select C13 versus all of the other ones that I've listed? Just next to it, right there, right next to those.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I can only tell you what I've already said about us drawing these districts.
Let me speak to that, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman, if you don't mind. I think it's important that we just kind of cut right to it. And we want to talk about pointing out what the other factors are and all the various criteria were. Let's be very clear that race is a factor. Race is a clear factor. So much so that the judge made it a part of her order in saying that a second majority minority.
She didn't say majority minority, did she?
She said majority black, right? Okay. However,
would you agree with me there's a difference between majority minority and majority black?
not necessarily. No, I wouldn't.
Can you be a minority and not be black?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah. But let me get back to a conversation that you and I had very early on in this process.
Sure.
And we talked about the challenge of balancing 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause versus that of what we're required to do under the Voting Rights Act and the tests that exist under Jingles. How do you go in one direction by saying that you have to consider race, but then you have to go in another direction by saying you're not supposed to consider race?
Extremely difficult.
Very difficult, right? So I'm not going to sit at this table and say that, oh, these precincts were just randomly selected because we were just trying to meet a deviation standard, because that would be false. Race absolutely has a lot to do with this. If it didn't, we wouldn't even be here right now. This entire redistricting process and everyone that's come to this table throughout this process, this whole thing has boiled down to race. However, there's much more than race, Chairman Stefanski. And what I want to do is just read to you, if you don't mind.
And I just want to comment on what you said. I don't disagree with anything that you said. I don't.
So,
I don't. And Mr. Vice Chair, what I'm trying to get is, again, I go back to why I was elected and why people sent me here. And they asked me to be deliberate, and they asked me to ask questions, and they don't ask me to just take people's word for it. And so this, and by no means, hey, but if I had asked you that question about these precincts and you had gone, we chose those because of race, Mr. Chairman, that's why we chose them, my line of questioning is going to stop. But that's not the answer I got immediately. And you have clarified that it is a point. And I'm going to come back to this after I let you finish your statement. But I mean, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking why in a parish that gets split and the geography looks odd to me. It just does. And when I go home, people are going to ask me, why is that the map? And I have to answer why these areas look like that. I have to be able to articulate why they do. And so the line of questioning is specific on that. I'm trying to figure out why they look like they do. And
I welcome the questions.
And we will, but I'm going to go ahead and let you read what you need to read.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
I just want to just point this out. And these are not my words. These are words from the court, that to harmonize the conflicting demands of 14th Amendment and that of the Voting Rights Act, the Supreme Court has assumed that compliance with the Voting Rights Act is a compelling state interest for 14th Amendment purposes, and a state's consideration of race in making a districting decision is narrowly tailored if the state has good reasons for believing that its decision is necessary in order to comply with the Voting Rights Act. So it's a balance that we have to strike. And again, I wasn't here in 2010 when Congressional District 2 was drawn. I don't think any of us were. Maybe a few people in this body were here. But if you look at Congressional District 2 as it's drawn right now, I think those questions could be raised. And that is the same district that this body voted overwhelmingly to pass out of this body right now. So, I mean, if you look at the way that that district is drawn, as I pointed out, it's one of the most gerrymandered districts in the country. Okay, so I think this map puts us more on a path to balancing race as a factor, but also communities of interest, and also all of the other criteria around deviations, fewer split parishes, fewer split precincts, etc. All of the goals that we have to try to achieve in this redistricting balance.
I respect that. Good deal. Again, on in Rapides, so these specific precincts. Again, I'll go back to like my original question: why these precincts versus the ones that are immediately bordering around it?
What I will say, and again, I'm not trying to get into the head of the map drawer here because I
and it would be nice if we had him here. And I'm not going to look. I didn't necessarily. On the maps that I presented, I know I didn't need the map drawer because I sat there and I drew everything that I did. And I'm not saying everyone else has to do that, but you know, it's tough for us as a committee to evaluate everything. You know, especially whether we have a court order saying you have to. Okay, it's very difficult for me to be able to do my due diligence, and I can't talk to the person who sat there and selected these. And I think you can respect that. And so, I mean, it's frustrating not to have someone who can tell me why these precincts were picked and and ask me to vote on something for the way our state's going to look for the next 10 years. It's frustrating, but I'm not going to put you in a position to where you have to answer a question that you can't. And I understand that. And so I don't want you to answer anything you can't answer, and I'm not going to ask you to.
Well, I do have a 152-page order before me right here, and I do know that the demographer did testify in court. If you like, I can probably find his testimony in the order, and we can speak to his motivations. But what I do know is
we can. But I read this order yesterday too. I spent a considerable amount of time reading the entire order, which is rather voluminous. I believe around 140 pages.
52.
152. Okay, so I read it too, and the questions I'm asking were not immediately addressed in the record as it was transcribed. It's possible in the order, rather. It's possible if we pulled the transcripts from the court hearing, all of my questions might have been answered. But unfortunately, I had to try to either work or be here doing legislative business, so I couldn't be in court those days.
Again, we may not be able to answer why a specific precinct was chosen over another, but I do think that the intent was clear, is that it was to try to achieve the requirements under the Voting Rights Act, that if you have an opportunity to draw a district where voters of color, black voters in particular, are compact enough, you have to draw it that way. That's what the law tells us to do. And I believe that the demographer's efforts were done in doing that. So that would explain the justification as to why every precinct was chosen. Because if you can draw a map where that voters, black voters in particular, minority voters, can be drawn in a way where the district is compact, that's what we're required to do.
Would it shock you to know that all of the precincts that I have listed, especially around Rapides, are all majority white?
In terms of being included in Congressional District 5?
No, that are not included. All the border precincts around what I've just talked around are all majority white.
It would not shock me. But one of the pieces that go along with that, Chairman, when you break down the race component, is you have to also look at communities of interest. And while those precincts might be majority white, you have to look at voting patterns and how those voters vote, and whether or not those precincts that are made up of majority white voters would actually vote for somebody black.
I agree, but what jumps off the page is that some precincts were selected just because they're majority black versus the ones that are neighboring that are majority.
No, it's not just because they're majority black or because they're majority white. It's because we have a history in this nation that led to a Voting Rights Act, because people vote certain ways.
Do you have the voting analysis for the precincts that I've listed?
I will let Mr. Evans speak to that.
Stefanski, that was submitted to the court for trial, And we encourage the legislature very early on in the process to get your own racially polarized voting analysis done.
Yes, you did, and we had that conversation. And I asked you, for months now, it must be, if you would provide me the detailed voting analysis.
And for months, I've encouraged the legislature to do their own analysis.
Have you ever given me that?
Ours to the court.
But has that ever been
Our
provided?
racially polarized voting analysis is all through these 152 pages.
Yes, but it has never been provided to this committee, and you still to this day, this committee has never been privy on any of the maps that have been submitted, either filed by members or ones that were submitted by the public, of the full detailed voting analysis. That in my opinion we needed to fully evaluate those plans. And as I sit here today on this map, do you have the full analysis to provide to this committee?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
your lawyers in the suit that you enjoyed in have the analysis.
Me, my lawyers? Who's my lawyer?
The case we keep beating y'all in, Mr. Chairman.
I think you're mistaken on who hired who, okay? I think you're mistaken. And secondly, the answer to that question, of course, is no. You have never provided me that analysis. And if you, in my opinion, if this committee is going to do a full breakdown and thought process and evaluation of these plans, that's something that would be very beneficial, as I've continued to say. All right, let's go to another area of the state. I want to go to the whole other end. I want to go down to Tangipahoa.
That was it.
So in Tangipahoa, again, I've selected this area because it seems like we're again picking and choosing on the fringes of a district. Now this one isn't so egregious as the others, I would have to agree. And this one, you know, I can see some geographic breakdowns, but again, my question is going to be, why were 115B and 26, those two precincts around the Hammond area, why were those selected?
Mr. Chairman, we can look at any single map and any single parish that is split, and we're going to have the same issues. Again, we go back to population deviation.
Okay.
There is no way to have every parish whole in this state and have a map that has zero deviation or as close to zero deviation as possible. So again, we took all the factors that I've already listed into drawing this map and into particular this district.
Okay, so there is, I guess, what is your testimony to my question on why these two specific precincts were selected? You gave me a very holistic answer just now, but these two, 115B and 26, why were those two selected?
I will give the same answer that's been given with respect to Ouachita Parish and Rapides Parish. Those two particular precincts. If a demographer were here, sitting here right now, he or she would be better situated to answer that question. But I believe that it was in an effort to be in compliance with the Voting Rights Act.
Okay. I can accept that answer. And the reason I'm pointing out those two is you have neighboring precincts, precinct 27, 28, 117, and 119. And I'm curious why those two were chosen in conjunction with those. But I know what my answer is going to be. I appreciate your answer, Mr. Duplessis. We can take down the map now, Mr. Harrington. And so I respect the effort that goes into drawing a map, and I appreciate both of you answering my questions. But again, when I have to go home to my constituents and I have to answer why I voted for a map, these are the things I need. I need to know why geographically it looks that way and why specifically these precincts were chosen. I have to be able to articulate those reasons to the people that elected me and sent me here. And so in comparison, and also this question, the conversation you, Mr. Evans, you and I just had, I have to be able to say why it's necessary to do that from a voting analysis standpoint. And when I don't have all the information, it is incredibly hard to do that. And I'm not sitting here, and I'm not gonna blame my vice chair, and I'm not gonna blame you, Mr. Evans. I'm not blaming y'all for anything. I'm saying, in order, in my opinion, for this committee and as chairman, for us to have a full, robust, analyzation of a map, not a debate. We can have a debate and we can talk about legal, we can talk about court cases, we could talk about jingles, we could talk about the 14th Amendment, we could talk about all that. But in order for us to have a full analyzation of your map and the geography that is contained within it, these are some of the questions that I have to ask because my constituents are asking me. And that's it. But I'll let you respond, Mr. Evans.
No, Mr. Chairman, I fully understand your question, and that's an issue that we currently have all across this state. When I do voter protection work and get out the vote efforts in St. Landry Parish, I have to explain to voters why their grandmother who lives 2 blocks over is in a different congressional district than them. When we had the special election for Congressional District 2 last year, people were literally across the street from each other asking me why their neighbor is voting and they aren't voting. So I understand your question, Mr. Chairman, but it's any kind of map you draw, you're going to have that issue, and you're picking out specific areas to ask us questions about. But we could do the same thing on any map, even in the current map. It's just an overall issue in drawing a map in a state as diverse with as many parishes as possible to try to get to zero deviation.
But I'm asking you these specific questions because I have pointed out in the map geographic concerns of mine. Additionally, this is the new district, right? I mean, let's just put it out there. This would be the new majority black district that would be in compliance with the judge's order. You're maintaining the one that currently exists. This would be the new majority black district, like it says in the judge's order that she's ordering us to do. And so I have to hyper focus on this. I have to pick this one apart and ask you these questions because it's what I'm going to be asked if this map would get implemented in the state of Louisiana. With that said, I'm going to move on. I've taken my extensive bite at the apple. I'd appreciate both of your answers. And Mr. Desertel, Mr. Carter is the next question. Robbie Carter. Wolford Carter. Sorry.
Thank you,
Losing
Mr.
my
Chairman.
train of thought.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We got here because we had a special session dealing with reapportionment because of the census. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I don't remember anybody bringing in the demographers to testify during a special session. We had the speaker's bill, and I asked the speaker, if you might recall, I asked the speaker, what efforts did you make in order to comply with the Voters' Right Act? And he said, this is my map. This is just my map. He didn't make no effort based on his testimony. I also asked the speaker, did he recall that the prior session we passed a law setting forth the criteria we would use to draw maps? And the speaker said, I asked, did you do that? Did you follow that criteria? He said he liked to think he did, but this is his map. This is a reputation from him of what the districts ought to look like, okay? There was no argument at the time about what precincts were white, what precincts were black, okay? So all along the way, I reminded at every opportunity, I reminded the author, the speaker, I don't know if he wrote the map himself. I would imagine a demographer was involved. Do you think the state hired demographers? Have demographers on payroll, either the Republican Party or the state of Louisiana, or somebody have demographers on board? Would you imagine they have those people?
Yes.
So if the chairman wanted to talk to a demographer, he could talk to one. Would you think?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I did not talk to, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm in favor of the bill. So I kind of got the impression from the chairman he's against the bill. He might not be. That's just my impression I got. But I'm being upfront that I'm in favor of the bill, and I want to ask you some questions to explain why I'm in favor of the bill. I more importantly want the people of Louisiana to know why we're here and why we're doing this, why this bill is here. So you recall the bill we passed, we set criteria. The criteria was, as I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll try to keep community interests together as much as we can. Mm-hmm. Try to keep parish together as much as we can. Okay, we will comply. We say we will comply with the Voters' Right Act, Section 2 of the Voters' Right Act. Mm-hmm. Now we know we had a Section 4 that the Supreme Court threw out. And basically, Section 4 required that the state present its map to the Justice Department for pre-clearance. And now, had that been done, we know this map would not have been cleared because the judge just said it was illegal, right? So we got away from the pre-clearance. Now we only dealing with Section 2. Now, could you tell us what does Section 2 require? We understand about communities of interest, and we understand about parishes as keep as whole as possible. We shouldn't split precincts, okay? So we try not to. In fact, I don't think this map splits precincts. So that's almost illegal to split a precinct unless you got some very depth and boundary grounds like a lake or a pond or a canal. So what does Section 2 require? Could somebody tell me that?
Requires that if the minority population is sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a single-member district, and racially polarized voting is present, then you are required to draw that district.
Okay, so first of all, the challenge is to try to see if you can come up with such a district. Now, I asked the speaker, and I asked all along during the process, during the special session, what efforts been made? Nobody made any efforts. So one of the problems that the state had when they had this map that went before the judge, they never had any evidence that they tried to do anything.
Representative Carter, are we going to talk about HB2 or HB1?
HB2, I'm talking about HB1, just like you did. I'm talking about HB1.
I didn't talk
HB2.
about any bill yet, Representative Carter, but I'd ask you we have a stack of cards. Can we please get to questions
I've been
on this
talking
bill?
5 minutes. The chairman talked over 35 minutes. He had his side. I'm saying my side.
Right.
It just takes. If you would not interrupt me, I'm gonna move on. But it's important to see these
I'm not
maps.
trying to interrupt you. We keep talking about the speaker's bill. We're not on the speaker's bill. I'm asking you to.
I'm telling you why
questions.
this bill is here. I start out by saying this is why this bill is here. The speaker bill was illegal. That's why the bill is here.
And I'm asking you to move on to this bill. Thank you.
So, isn't this bill far less gerrymandered than the bill we passed?
Yes.
In other words, it's more compact.
Correct.
That's one of the requirements to be compact.
Yes, sir.
Is there something illegal about seeking out black precincts or population to try to get a district?
If that's the sole reason for drawing a district, yes.
So the chairman kept on saying about race. Is he trying to say race was the only reason we did this, and that would be something they can use in their case? They're trying to build a record for the case, which is completely incorrect because race can be used if you're trying to achieve a state interest. Is that right?
It must be used.
That's right. It must. So in order to achieve the interest of the Section 2 of the Voters' Right Act, you have to consider race, because that's what the Act says.
Right.
Now, how many races? How many? We talk about. The judge said black population. Why you think she said black population, not Latino population or Asian American population? Why did she say black population?
Because we have already shown a multiple ways that there are enough black people in our proposed map, Representative Duplessis' map, to constitute a majority in a district.
So you don't have enough Oriental Asian Americans. You don't have enough Latino Americans, Louisianians, in order to make a map that come up with 700,000 people thereabouts.
As we've shown, Representative Carter, black people do constitute a majority in both District 2 and District 5 in Representative Duplessis' map.
Now I happen to live in Lake Charles, Louisiana. I don't live in one of these areas. Either one of these two predominant black districts going to be created if we're successful at some point, or the court is successful. But I support it because I have a community of interest. Okay, so when you talk about community interest, you're not talking about just the few people in that district. Okay, I have interests that I don't think my congressman from my district even address or care about. Okay, but I do find that Congressman Troy in New Orleans, Carter, does address my concerns. Okay, and so community of interest does not have to be one particular geographic area. It's what your concern is about what you would like the Congress to address. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Representative Carter,
Okay.
and I cannot tell you how many of your constituents have called me and my colleagues and want to know why they couldn't be in a district where they had the opportunity to elect a minority person to Congress.
And when we went to Lake Charles, we had a lot of people from Lake Charles asking for another black congressional district.
That's absolutely.
Okay, and they knew they wasn't going to be included more than likely, but their interest would be served. So first of all, it's nothing wrong with dealing with race, so that's what we're supposed to be doing, trying to find if we got enough black population to create a district. And we got that. It's obvious. We got over 33% of the state, so we got that. The next question is, can this group vote compact? It's compact. Is small enough a group? Is not so gerrymandered to be snake-like, to be outrageous, to offend the geographic layout of the state. And this map is the most compact map that we've come up with.
Yes, it's more compact. It's more compact than the one that this body has already.
Okay, it's certainly more compact than the one that already passed.
And Representative Carter, those are not my words. Federal courts have found that racially polarized voting pervades statewide elections.
So the only reason why another thing you have to show, if I'm correct, that the only reason why you don't have a black congressman, based upon the compactness you have, based on the fact they tend to vote the same, is because polarized voting, non-black voting, will prevent that black from getting elected.
Correct.
You've proven that.
You have to show that. If you don't show that, you don't win. Okay. So this federal judge said it is obvious from the pleadings and the record that the plaintiffs will win if they go to trial. So that's the judge's basis of stopping, issuing the stay, and ordering the state to do it again.
And if I may add, Judge, just to add to that, the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, in their ruling, pointed out that the defendants did not make a strong showing that they would succeed on the merits with respect to the map.
Before I got here, I was made aware, and I looked at maps that was efforts was made congressional reapportionment and passed. There was a slash that was not accepted by the Fifth Circuit. There was a Z with dashes, I think, at one time that was not accepted. Okay, this is neither a slash or Z. This is as compacted as all the other areas of the other districts in the state. So this is quite an accomplishment. And whoever the demographer is, he done a tremendous job, and I see why the judge did what she did. But now, if we don't do this, so basically what the judge is saying, he gives us time to do it. Now we already know what the process is. If we don't do it, then the judge is going to do it.
That's correct.
So I'd like to see us do it if we can. Now, this map will result in at least half the black population, almost half the black population, because in Caddo Parish, the large black population, Lafayette Parish, up in Calcasieu Parish, and all over the state, it's a large black population, but it's dispersed.
Yeah.
And you really cannot get a compact district. So this is the only one we can. So these folks in this District 5 and District 2, they will be speaking for all blacks throughout the state, that have the same interest.
Just as our current congressman speaks for all black interests.
Just as the congressmen from other areas, just like the gentleman testified earlier, he have 2 congressmen, at least 2, and they do well, or 3. So this was give me, who have a community interest with the people in Baton Rouge and New Orleans, or somebody speaking for me.
Yeah, that means you may have 2 congresspeople voting for the John
That's right.
Lewis vote.
And if I can elect a congressman that listen to some of the things I want to do, I might have this congressman in Section 5 and Section 2, and maybe 3 too, someday. So it's not always, I'm just trying to point out that it's not always that easy to do. This is hard work. And this was an effort made to do this. And this took time and it costs money. Now, really, we're spending a lot of money here in this session to do nothing. We spent a lot of money in February knowing we were doing nothing. Everybody was saying we were doing the wrong thing, and they didn't care. The majority didn't care. So we're hoping the majority cares enough not to continue to spend money. What about this district? Have you heard that you would criticize this plan, this House Bill 1? What does it do? What have you heard to been the biggest argument against it? Has it been it split up too many parishes?
Well, it splits fewer parishes than the map that we're currently under, that was voted out of this body.
Okay, so does it's compact. Now the problem, the issue about the precincts in North Louisiana that's predominantly white, and next to a precinct that's predominantly black that's in the district, and the predominantly white ones are not in that seemed to be the biggest argument. We spent 30 minutes talking about that. That is done. That happened because communities of interest.
Communities of interest.
It's the primary reason why that happened.
Yes, sir.
And basically what you're saying is, though people may live next to each other, a short distance from each other, they have a different way of looking at things. They tend to vote a different way.
Right.
And they vote, the people of similar interest should have, and those people have somebody to represent them with that interest. With a sufficient amount of people, their community interest are present and representing them right now. It is the other people, the predominant black precincts, that don't have anybody representing them. And that's what you're trying to resolve. That's what the court is trying to resolve.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Representative Carter. For a question, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was, and I appreciate the chairman asking questions about Rapides Parish. And I got to say, as a comment, somewhat I'm offended that you indicated one of the reasons why you split Rapides Parish in the manner that you did is that at the road show, you only heard testimony that said that they wanted a second minority district, that they were unsatisfied with having the parish whole. That's just incorrect. And if you're making a record by saying that, that's just false. It's false from the testimony that was given. Testimony that was given that was contrary to that wasn't from people that lived in Rapides Parish. It was the group of people that followed us to each one of the roadshow events that had nothing to do with the area that they necessarily were testifying in. So I just want that to be clear, because I'm offended by the fact that it implies that Rapides Parish falls into this idea that you have to create a district with minorities for a minority to be elected. Because let me tell you about Rapides Parish. Maybe we're advanced. I guess we're going to be penalized for being advanced. Parish-wide and in areas where a majority of whites were registered, we've elected 2 black mayors, a judge, a marshal, multiple police jurors. So it's insulting that we're doing this under the guise that, and it's almost insulting to you too, to say that the only way an African American can be elected is if you make it a district where only African Americans can vote. That's just, that may be what the law is interpreted, but in real life, that's not the case in Rapides Parish. And so I am offended that that was said, and I don't think that's factual. I know we had plenty of people testifying that they were concerned about keeping Rapides Parish whole. And the map, as I understand, the map is designed to primarily comply with the judge, what the appointed federal judge in the district court ordered. Is that correct?
That's why we're here today.
Okay.
Because a judge ordered us to do this.
And do you have any problem with that from the concept of separation of powers?
No.
You don't?
Why would I?
I don't know. I'm not able to rule on court cases, and I can understand she could send it back and give us an opportunity, but I mean, she also has the ability to draw the maps herself, does she not?
Well, it looks like that's what this body is trying to do. We're trying to empower her to do that. She, in her duty and authority as a judge, made a ruling under the law.
Okay. In that
And
case,
we're not in compliance with the law.
and she is not the final word on the outcome of the
As of right
litigation.
now, she is, because no other court has ruled on this.
But it
So
is
as of
still
now, she
pending.
is.
There are appeals that are pending.
There are always appeals. You can appeal until eternity. But as of now, we are under a
So
court
if
order.
we were to vote your map in, and I guess that's the way you say, I don't know, vote your map in, but your plan in, if we all approve it, and the Fifth Circuit comes in and says, no, that's not good, so we're going to be back here again in 2 months to do another map?
Quite possibly. But again, I think it's just interesting how we tend to pick and choose when we think that something should or be final or something isn't final, because my guess, and maybe I'm wrong, Representative Johnson, but my guess is that if this district court judge that we say this not final step in the process had upheld the speaker's map, I think the sentiment from this body might be a little different. It wouldn't be such that, the process isn't over yet. It wouldn't be, there's still more time to see how the courts are going to rule. It would be, the judge has decided. The judge has made a ruling, and we need to respect the law.
Yes, sir, and that's your opinion. I don't necessarily agree with that speculation.
Okay, I have another opinion.
Okay.
With respect to your initial comments around
Rapides Parish.
Rapides Parish. Now, you and I have had a lot of good conversations around Pineville, and I respect the fact that you all are an outlier. You all have elected a black man.
72% white population.
I understand that, and you all are an outlier. So I know you get very passionate on this issue.
I do.
But to suggest that a black person, not just a black person, this is race is a component, but it's much bigger than race. It's about communities of interest.
Mm-hmm.
That someone who shares my interests and the interests of my community could run in Congressional District 5 and have a legitimate chance of winning. That's not being fair. That's not being honest. And that's insulting.
What are your interests? How are your interests different than my interests?
My interests would be voting for an infrastructure bill. My interest would be voting for the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. My interest would be voting for the George Floyd Justice Act. I don't think those votes are coming out of Washington.
Is that racial or political? I mean, because
those
you
are my
can
interests.
be a,
That's what I'm saying. It's
I
more
mean,
than
I'm
just
sitting
race.
next to Jeremy Lacombe right here, who is clearly a Caucasian, and he agrees with those same things.
I
So
wouldn't
does he
put
have
those-
to be
I-
black
let's
to be?
let's not pull him into this.
Well, I like
you
him.
Asked
I
me
wanna
what my
bring him in
interests
here.
were. You asked me what my interests were,
Right.
and I'm telling you right now what my interests are, and it's more than just race. Okay, so if Jeremy Lacombe, sorry, Jeremy pulled you into this. If those are his interests, thanks for making my point. If those are his interests, give me the opportunity to vote for those interests.
You don't have the opportunity?
Well, no, I'm saying me. I'm speaking on behalf of black people in this
Black
state.
people don't have the opportunity?
Not in your district.
Would I have an opportunity in your district?
Well, I've said what I had to say. on
Okay,
that
but
point.
well, let me go down the list of questions. But I did want to
Representative
correct
Johnson-
the Rapides. I have questions.
Well, yeah,
that I
we're
wanna ask.
going to ask and answer. Okay, if
I have
you would,
questions.
if he's asking the questions, if there's and again, if we need to direct to who you're asking the question, either the Vice Chair Duplessis or Mr. Evans, and I would ask that when the question is directed to you, y'all answer the question that's directed. Representative Johnson.
So, my friend, Rep. Duplessis, you agree that racial gerrymandering is illegal?
Yes.
Can you tell me, I was looking at numbers in your map. Ouachita Parish, 30,169 registered black voters are removed. That's 73% of the registered voters were removed to the district, 5th Congressional District. East Baton Rouge Parish, 84,165 were removed. Evangeline, 3,473 black voters were moved to accommodate. Lafayette, 23,802 registered black voters. Tangipahoa Parish, 6,410 African American black voters St. Martin, 3,549. All are large percentages of the registered voters of those parishes. The previous map only split 2 parishes. I think yours splits 8. Isn't that the definition, based upon the race, of racial gerrymandering?
No, sir.
Why? Why is that acceptable to remove those, particularly from one race, to accomplish this map?
Well, again, as we've talked about it, this is your question is very similar to the question that Chairman Stefanski asked.
I didn't understand his question, so it wasn't on
well,
purpose.
I gathered from his questioning he wanted to better understand why certain precincts were included versus other precincts not being included. Your questions were more to the point of why were this number of black voters take it, as we've pointed out repeatedly. If you look at the analysis in which we have to undertake for the Voting Rights Act, if the map can be drawn in such a way where minority voters, black voters in particular, make up a large enough population and the district can be drawn in a compact fashion, we have a requirement to do that. So it's not just race.
You could have taken those 30,000 black voters in Ouachita Parish, keep that parish whole, and have taken them from East Baton Rouge Parish.
I'm not saying it couldn't have been done. Again, I'm not the demographer here, but there are a multitude of factors: compactness, split parishes, split precincts, overall deviation, how a precinct is drawn, how that might throw off another district. You know, this is like a puzzle piece. You make one change in one district and it has a ripple effect.
You and I laughed when we first got our book. We got our yellow highlighters, and I said, I feel like we're back in law school.
That's right.
Well, one of the things I highlighted was where it talks about the Voting Rights Act under Section 2, and it says clearly, I got it highlighted, nothing in this section establishes a right to have members of a protected class elected in numbers equal to their proportion in the population.
You are correct, Representative Johnson, but in the court opinion, and the Supreme Court has said, proportionality can be a factor that a court can use in striking down a map.
Okay, so I shouldn't have highlighted that portion, is what you're telling me.
No, I think he's just saying there's just more to it. That's one piece. That's not the final piece.
All right.
Like the court process.
Representative Johnson, may I address your first question?
Well, my first question, I think, was more of a comment to your comment.
Okay. All right.
But yes, certainly, go right ahead.
You listed a lot of local offices.
That's
you
right.
listed mayor and judge and city council. With all due respect, Representative Johnson, we're talking about Congress here. And in these 152 pages, when the court looked at whether there is racially polarized voting in Congress, the court struck down that map.
But
if you look at the racial numbers of every district except District 2, the share that the minority choice candidate got in those races aligns very closely with the minority population in those districts. Those aren't my words, Representative Johnson. State and federal courts, judges appointed by Democrat and Republican presidents, have found that racially polarized voting pervades state and regional elections in the state.
And my response was an immediate response to any implication that the people in Rapides Parish are too racist to elect a black candidate. And I showed you examples where that absolutely is not true. So I wanted to clear that up. And you can say what you want. They can only vote as they can.
At the local level, yes, Representative.
Where they are the majority population, they are willing to vote for minorities to be elected.
At the local level, yes, Representative Johnson.
Well, I don't know that we've had a significant number of African Americans even attempt to run for Congress in that district in the past. So it may be the right person with the proper qualifications. My parish apparently is willing to vote for that. So I guess I'm just offended by the fact that it's as though we're painted with a broad brush, and that they're willing to vote for the person based upon the content of the character and not the pigmentation of their skin.
Well, just to again further, I think it's important to point out, Rep. Johnson, that just because you are a person of color, and just because you are a minority that's been, whatever the case might be, I can't speak to how things are in your hometown because I'm not from there. We've talked about that, but a person of color, a black candidate is not always the candidate of choice for black voters. And that needs to be made very, very clear. You can be a candidate, you can be black, but that doesn't make you necessarily a candidate of choice for certain communities of interest.
Okay, I thought that's what you were saying earlier, that you had to draw a black district because only blacks. I mean, it's almost preposterous that you can only be elected if you're black by a black district. That's degrading to the blacks.
We agree with you, Representative Johnson. That's why we're here.
By splitting Rapides Parish in half, what do you do to the community interest of my parish?
I'm sorry?
By splitting the community of interest in Rapides Parish, what do you do to my parish?
Well, East Baton Rouge is split right now.
Rapides Parish.
Well, I mean, we have to look. We have 6 congressional districts across this state, 6, and we have to do this in a way where deviation is as low as possible, and we have to get as close to 0 as possible. So, you know, I mean, we are where we are, and we are under a court order right now by a federal district court to draw a map that has a second black congressional district.
Do you agree that the map does split the community of interest of Rapides Parish?
I'm not in a position to agree or disagree with that.
You can't disagree that it splits the political subdivisions.
Political subdivision is not a community. Doesn't mean that it's a community of interest.
No, separate question though. You don't deny that it splits the political subdivisions.
I don't deny that. No, but a political subdivision does not mean it's a community of interest.
Because I mean, our police juries, our school boards, everything will have 2 congressmen, diminished influence with those for one parish.
You know, it's funny you say that because the first testimony in support of a bill earlier today said that they had 3 congressmen along the coast and talked about how great it was.
I'm not that person.
I'm just saying. I heard some testimony earlier that talked about how great it was having 3 congresspeople representing them on coastal issues. So we had the same debate around the Bessie maps and people saying, well, we didn't have, you know, having more than one Bessie rep was a bad thing. I don't see how having more representation is a bad thing.
Well, we have 6 senators now in Rapides Parish. 6. That's on the state level. Do you honestly want to tell me that that's best for the parish to have a small percentage of the population of each elected official? It hasn't worked that way thus far.
Strengthens your delegation.
Unless you have very little. It doesn't work that way. Hasn't worked that way in Rapides Parish. I don't think it's worked that. Rapides Parish has been split before. It's not been a helpful or hadn't been a benefit to our influence in Congress.
Yeah.
That's why we're a whole parish right now. Splitting us hurts the people of Rapides Parish. I understand that's not your purpose. Your purpose is to comply with a federal court judge. But I'm elected in that parish. I'm elected in the state. I care about both. But splitting my parish to make the numbers fit when it can be done differently, perhaps. And my opposition is not to a second minority district. It's to having my parish split in half and diminish the people, black and white, of Rapides Parish. Voting power is a concern and a problem. And we could spend days on that, and I know that probably needs to be moved on. But
I would just add, Rep. Johnson. I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of parishes being split, but you know, as I look at my friend and roommate, Rep. Larverdane over there, who's from Rapides Parish, I would be willing to bet and argue that the people there are people in Rapides Parish who don't feel represented right now in Congress. So if it requires splitting that parish to give those people a voice in Congress, I don't know that diminishes the blacks, as you said. I don't know that diminishes them at all. I think it strengthens them.
And you know, if I said the blacks, I hate talking in terms like that. I just like to talk in terms of people. But those are the terms we're given. I'm not always sure whether I'm supposed to say minority black, you know, you have to, it's a real, when it's not your nature to separate you out, it becomes a language I'm not comfortable to know exactly how to say it.
I understand that, but I think it's important for us to acknowledge race. And I think it's important, given the history of this country and given current state of affairs right now, that we do see race and that we acknowledge it, and that we don't try to paint everybody with a broad brush and say, oh, I don't see color. We need to see color, and we need to recognize color.
So the whole dream of judging people on the content
I
of
didn't
their
say
character,
judge people
no,
by their
or
color.
to deal with people
No.
based upon the content of their
No.
character rather
I
than
didn't say to judge people based on color. I said to see color and to acknowledge the differences in experiences that people have based on color.
I don't disagree that it's important. I would much rather vote for a person based upon the content of their character, regardless of their color, than based upon whether they're black, white, or.
Again, we can go back and forth, but I just said that you could put a black person up, but that doesn't mean he's the black person's community of choice. I mean, candidate of choice. So we're gonna make decisions based on content of character, but we cannot ignore race.
With that way of thinking, we're never going to be
Well, I disagree.
one society, are we?
But we can,
I sure wish we could. I sure wish that for my children and my grandchildren. And I appreciate your passion. I appreciate what you're doing. Appreciate the hard work you've put into this.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Next, we have Representative Jenkins.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I came into the redistricting session in February and in this session with a mindset that we need to do what was right for our state. I didn't come with any bitterness or anger. I wanted to see if we as a legislative body could come together and do what was right for our state based upon the information from the census, based upon the criteria that we had to follow to redistrict, and to sit down and try to come up with and do the right thing. And I just hope that as we go through this process, that all of us will just keep that in mind. We're trying to do what is right for the state of Louisiana. And I want to kind of bring this back around as to why we're here now in this, I call it a second redistricting session. Our body passed instrument, which is now, I think, HB2 by the Speaker, out of the February session. Isn't that right, Mr. Vice Chairman?
That's correct.
And that instrument, of course, was filed. It came through this committee. I don't think there's too many people that changed on this committee. It went to the floor. It went through both chambers. It went in. It was vetoed. The veto was overwritten, and it went in to law. And at some point, it was challenged in court, and a federal judge took a look at that in federal court. Is that right, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was a process that instrument went through, and it made no difference which side of the instrument you was on. That instrument had a fair chance to go through the process, and that's one of the things I'm trying to find out and hope that will happen in this process. If we have an instrument, let's give it a fair chance to go through the process. What I think I saw in the February session is a lot of bills just did not make it out. They did not have they did not have an equal chance to go through the process. But at this particular point, we know that a federal judge has taken a look at the instrument that we passed. And Mr. Evans, the attorney, understand that both sides in court had an opportunity to present their case. Isn't that right?
we had a week-long trial the second week in May, Representative Jenkins.
And Mr. Evans, all of the evidence was put before the judge. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And we understand that the judge has reviewed and based on that evidence issued a ruling. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, Representative Jenkins.
And in essence, the judge felt that the instrument we passed did not meet the requirements of the Voting Rights Act. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. An instrument that had an opportunity to go through the legislative process, all the way through the executive branch's objections, and to court, had a fair chance in court to try to see if it would stand. And the judge has looked at that and has indicated that that particular instrument does not stand. We need to go back and take another look at the process and try to come up with a new map. Isn't that right, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes, sir.
And if I understand the reading of the ruling correctly, the district court specifically said Louisiana can and should create a second majority black seat.
Yes.
So we're not just talking about the voices of the people on the road show, and I know that many of us was involved in the road show, and what those desires were. We're talking about now a ruling based on evidence that has been reviewed by an unbiased judge. Isn't that correct, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yeah, and not just a judge. You also had the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals that said in their ruling that the defendants did not make a strong showing that they would succeed on the merits. So we're talking about the one judge order right now.
Correct.
You are correct.
Right, and I was going to get to that, and I'm glad that you brought that up. Not only was that particular judge, an unbiased judge, took a look at it. Motions was filed because of a stay, if I understand it correctly, with the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. I understand a panel of judges that had been appointed by a variety of presidents, both Democrat and Republican, if I recall it, took a look at it, vacated a stay, and also denied a stay and said, legislature, go back and do your job,
Right.
and try to come up with a map that should meet the requirements of the Voting Rights Act. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I I'm bringing this up so we won't lose sight as to why we're here. None of us ran back here to this particular session voluntarily. We've had a court intervention, both at the district court level and the Court of Appeals level, that said we need to come back and try to create a map that meets the requirements of the Voting Rights Act. And that's what our job here is today. I come from a different area, other members come from a different area, but we can't lose sight of the fact, regardless of what area you came from, you're being requested to produce a map that creates a second majority black district. Is that correct, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yeah, I would just say we're not being requested. We've been ordered to do it.
We've been ordered to do so. And so let's talk about the map here with HB1. First of all, if I recall, HB1 was filed the first day of this second special session. Am I correct?
It was pre-filed a day prior.
Pre-filed a day, and so it was there on the first day.
Yes, sir. It was read in on the first day.
Had anyone in the committee reached out to you to talk about a lot of the particulars of the map?
No.
And this body did not work at all on yesterday, which was Thursday. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And I think there was ample opportunity that if there were some concerns about the geography of the map or how the map was created, or reaching out to someone who may have been a demographer involved with the map, we had at least a whole day yesterday to try to go into some of those issues. Am I right?
That's correct.
Well, not just that, Representative Jenkins. The map being considered HB1, it is virtually identical to a similar bill that was heard by this committee during the redistricting session. The changes that were made were so incremental, primarily just taking a few precincts and making them whole. But all of the other substantive considerations, communities of interest, parish splits, compactness, they're all the same.
That's correct, Attorney. I believe that would have been HB 8 out of the February redistricting session that we had.
You're correct, Representative Jenkins.
Right.
Yes.
I think it may have been Gaines. Representative Gaines. But I looked at a previous map in the February session that looks virtually identical to the map we're talking about, and I believe that map came before the committee, if I recall. It was vetted, questions were asked, testimony was given, and information was shared at that particular time. So there's very little difference between what we looked at back in February and what we're looking at now. Am I correct in that statement? And if I'm not, then help me with it.
Yeah, I think this map does have some differences, but yes, a similar version of this has been presented.
Right, and a lot of information that we might need to know about HB1. A lot of that information was discussed when we looked at all of this back in the February session. Would I be correct in saying that?
Again, I can't speak on behalf of what anyone else has filed down to the particular details, but yes, we've seen a similar version of this. during the redistricting session.
Well, we agree that it's just not all brand new. We're not just starting from scratch on HB1 in this session.
That's correct.
Okay. I looked at the numbers on HB1. It looks like in District 2 it's 54% black population, and in District 5 it's 54% black population. Am I right or wrong on that?
52.
What is the numbers on it?
Pull them up for you now. Pulling them up now for you, Rep. Jenkins. Okay.
I may round them up or down one way or the other.
Okay.
I'm talking about the overall population. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about.
now the overall total population.
Yeah, I'm talking about the overall population.
54.4 of District 2, 54 in District 5.
Right. I know the voting age
Voting age
population
population is
maybe
slightly lower.
Slightly
with
lower.
52.
Like I said, 52 and close to 51.
Yes, sir.
So I guess one of the questions I'm asking is, do we feel that those numbers are effective districts?
I'll let Mr. Evans speak to that. I do, but I'll let Mr. Evans speak to that because I know that there's been analysis that have been performed on that.
Yes, Representative Jenkins, the minority choice candidate would be successful, or at least have the opportunity to be successful in both Districts 2 and 5.
Okay. And then HB1, once again, as far as complying with the order from the court, is it your opinion that HB1 complies with the court order?
Yes.
And not just the court order, the call of the session. We're here because the governor called us here, and this map is complying with the governor's call.
Right. It would make no sense to try to pass another instrument out of this body with just one black congressional district. Am I correct with that?
Yeah. It would not be in compliance with the court.
And as far as HB1, is it your opinion that it complies with the Voting Rights Act?
Yes.
It's not just our, yes.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I'm going to let
I'd like to have answer from both of you. We got a great author and we got a great legal mind sitting at the table. And I'm just really trying to get down to the real points of what we are trying to do. And that's making sure that we are here to follow what the court has asked us to do. After we've already given an instrument a chance, a majority has given an instrument a chance to go through the entire process. And it brings us back here again. So there's no reason for anybody to be upset, anybody to be angry. The instrument that the majority of this body wanted to move forward with went completely through the process. And it came back. And we're here now to try to come up with a new instrument. So we need to start focusing on that and seeing how we're going to get an instrument out here that meets the call and meets what the judge wants to see. We can't get another instrument out here with just one black congressional district in it. Now, our task as a legislative body is subject to a timeline by the federal court order. Is that correct, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes, we've been given until June 20th.
And this body did no work at all on yesterday, Thursday, in this effort. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I recall also, the district court, I believe there was a request for extensions, but the district court has not given us any kind of extension on this case. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to go back to something I was hearing you say a little bit earlier, Mr. Vice Chairman. You know, we got 6 congressional districts in this state. Is that right?
Yes.
And only one of those districts are now being represented by someone who's black. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. And we went through the population. That we all on this committee know what that is. But 1/3 of the population of this state is black. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we have 6 congressional districts, it would just seem that only fair that 2 of those districts would be created in a way where a black person would have an opportunity to be elected. Would that be a fair statement for me to make?
I wouldn't say a black person. I would say the candidate of choice for black voters.
Okay. All right. And HB1, the bill that you have filed, Mr. Vice Chairman. When I looked at the bill, I see it as co-authored by every member of the Black Caucus in the House. Am I correct?
Yes.
And the Louisiana Legislative Black Caucus mission is to represent the interests of blacks throughout this state. Am I correct?
Yes.
We have members of the Louisiana Legislative Black Caucus that represent people from the North, the South, the East, and the West in our House districts. Am I right?
Yes.
And every member of the Louisiana Legislative Black Caucus has co-authored this HB1 bill. Am I right?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, do you think having a diverse delegation in Washington would be helpful to the state of Louisiana?
Yes.
And I know it's not based upon any kind of partisan situations, but you have Democrats and you have Republicans. So no matter who's in the what party's in the White House, you'll have members of our delegation that would be a member of that party, of that president, he or she, whoever he or she may be. Am I right? Yes. Okay. And you made mention of, and I talked a little earlier about, every citizen of our state wants to feel that their voices are being heard. And that's the way I feel about it. I really do. If you're black, you're white, Latino, if you're male or female, I think that every citizen of this state should have some fair representation in Congress. You made mention of issues of interest, especially to black people. I'm gonna just put it out there. You talked about the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Do you feel like the delegation that we have there now is really supportive of an interest like that?
Go ahead. When it came up for a vote in Congress, we did not have a single member of our congressional delegation to support it.
Okay. And what about the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act?
When it came up for a vote in Congress, we did not have a single member of our congressional delegation to support it. And I will say that was after both of those bills came up after Congressman Richmond had resigned and before Congressman Troy had been elected. Congressman Carter had been elected.
Okay. We could go on with issues like equal pay and raising the minimum wage. And we can also go on to like the Infrastructure and Job Act. I mean, we have a lot of citizens in this state who would like their voices heard on issues like that, our delegation, or the majority of the delegation, does not support. And I get it. I mean, I understand why they may not want to do it. We always want to, we hear a lot from people saying, well, I got to vote my district, vote my district, vote my district, vote my district.
Representative Jenkins, I don't want to cut you off, but can we bring it back to the map at least? I know this is all holistic. I know it is. I'm not telling you you're not. I'm just saying, can we try to bring it back to this map?
Absolutely, Mr.
Yes, sir.
In fact, I was about to wrap up, but we vote my district, vote my district, vote my district, vote my district. But the point I'm simply making is simply this: we need to make certain that we have fair representation for all the citizens in the state of Louisiana. Do you believe that HB1 will accomplish that goal?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Jenkins. Mr. Pro Tem for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everybody's work on this. And my questions are more simple and basic. I'm just trying to get a sense of the decisions that were made and why they were made. And they may be stupid questions. These are not planned questions to anybody by any stretch of imagination. My curiosity is, it seems to me that there's more black people in Shreveport than in Monroe. Is that fair to say?
Yes, Shreveport is a larger urban area. Yes, sir.
And then there's more of a compact black population in the city of Shreveport than in Monroe.
I can't testify to that, Mr.
I don't have numbers. This is based off of my working knowledge of growing up in Louisiana. But yet, for some reason, y'all made the decision to make the second minority district somewhat based out of Monroe versus Shreveport. And why was that decision made? Why not build it out of one of the larger minority districts in North Louisiana instead of one of the smaller minority districts in Louisiana?
Thank you for that question, Representative McGee. And the simple answer is compactness. We tried. a bill was presented to this legislature, 2 bills actually, that included Caddo, the city of Shreveport. To Representative Jenkins' point, many of his constituents were upset that they weren't included in the minority district that we were creating. And so it would, to make the bill more compact, and which was a major principle for us, we chose District 5 because it would have split fewer parishes to get our population deviation closer to 0.
Okay. But Shreveport has a black mayor, right?
Yes, I think so.
I think Monroe doesn't.
I'm not aware.
Okay. And I think the majority of the council
they
of Shreveport
did. They did. Mayor Mayo was it? I know he's not the mayor anymore, but I think he may have been mayor for about 20 years or so. Yeah.
But not currently, I don't think. Huh?
No, not currently. No.
I can't comment. I don't live up there. I'm not. I don't know. I'm just my interpretation of it. Okay. Now we have other maps in Louisiana that we break up that I think maybe we can call them not political maps. We break up LDH into regions. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
We break up DOTD into regions. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Wildlife and fisheries.
Wildlife and fisheries. Do any of those maps have followed compared to the one y'all proposed? For example, does the Monroe region for wildlife and fisheries, does it go down into St. Landry Parish?
Representative McGee, in drawing this map and preparing, we've looked at political maps. We did not look at those maps that you're referencing.
Okay. It just seems to me that those maps are probably based off of communities of interest of some kind, because that's why they were probably geographically formed and for administrative, and these saying that, for wildlife and fisheries that, I don't know, Lafayette region compared to the Minden region probably have similar wildlife and fishery issues. And so we're going to group these people together so that the agents and the staffers who work there can deal with the same issues. That's what it seemed like to me.
I don't disagree with you, Representative McGee, but what I can say is that when courts look at issues dealing with redistricting, they don't look at those types of maps. They look at political maps.
I understand that. And I'm not trying to win a legal case right now. I'm trying to ask questions about the map.
And I would add to that answer, Rep. McGee, that's probably a factor. It's probably a factor, but I would think that those decisions are made when you talk about administrative agencies more from an operational standpoint, just like that of, say, a business or some sort of franchise where you have regions just based on pure geography, not so much that we're going to look at communities of interest per se. It's probably a factor, but I would think when you're talking about DOTD, wildlife and fisheries, LDH, that I would think the predominant factors there have to do just more with regionalization and geography from an operational standpoint. But it's probably a factor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And look, I don't remember a whole lot from law school. It's been some time, but I do remember one thing that my constitutional law professor taught me, which was John Devlin. And everybody knows John Devlin. He's not a conservative. But he always said the Supreme Court is right not because they're right because they're last. And that has stuck with me for 10 years, one of the few quotes that I remember from law school. And so I don't know what's going to happen in a legal case. I'm not going to be like everybody else and try to tell everybody what's going to happen. I think it's going to be played out and the decision will be made. And then once it's final, it's final. And then I think that's where we go for it. I do know that the Fifth Circuit did say that, and it really just said that the court's analysis is not entirely watertight, and it's feasible that the defendants may actually win. So, I don't know what's going to happen. So I think we're all here just speculating at this point. And I thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. For a question, Representative Gadberry. Before we get there, John Devlin was a really good constitutional law professor.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman. First of all, you indicated that you did not draw the maps. You did not. Neither one of you did. Do you know who did?
Yes, sir. The demographer's name is Tony Fairfax.
Yes, Anthony Fairbanks.
Yes.
I pulled that out of the 152-page document you've got in front of you.
That's correct.
Because I read portions of it this morning when I received a copy of it. In that same document on page 7, it says, it goes through what the judge, I guess, defines as the Equal Protection Clause, which forbids racial gerrymandering, intentionally assigning citizens to a district on the basis of race without sufficient justification. The Voting Rights Act bill pulls in the opposite direction, as you indicated earlier, and in fact often insists that the district be created precisely on race. So it's a tug of war.
Right.
Who wins is how you, and to me, who wins is considering all the other factors.
Correct.
So, being from District 5, Ouachita Parish, that's what I want to concentrate on now. In your bill, there's 387,046 people in 6 parishes along I-10 corridor. Okay? I got those off the numbers from your map, which is 50% of the total population of that district as drawn. 30% of those are just in East and West Baton Rouge Parish. So my question is, how is a person from Ouachita Parish going to be able to run for Congress when 50% of the people are in Baton Rouge that has nothing in common with the northern part of the state? North Louisiana loses again. If this map is passed as is, my opinion is there will be one congressman from North Louisiana and the other 5, whether they're black, white, yellow, green, or blue, I don't care, but 5 of them will be from South Louisiana. So that's one point I want to make. Do you have any, well, you didn't draw the map, so you don't know why they were.
What was, I was going to wait till you got to your question.
Yeah, my question is, why were the maps drawn that the majority of the population is along the I-20 or I-10 corridor, eliminating North Louisiana from having representation?
What I would like to do is, I was in my mind going to go to Congressional District 2 and make a similar, I guess, analysis on the reality right now that people from Baton Rouge don't feel like they can run in Congressional District 2 and be successful currently. And I would imagine that based on Congressional District 5, not my map, but the Speaker's map, the map that this body adopted, that people from East Feliciana, West Feliciana, St. Helena, Tangipahoa, Point Capee might have some challenges running in Congressional District 5 as it is. My point is that these are the challenges we face when trying to draw these maps, and not and giving those people, whatever part of the district you might be from, an opportunity to run and be competitive. So you raise a valid point, but these are challenges that exist in every congressional district.
And to Representative Duplessis' point, under the current configuration of District 5 as it is in the map now, there's many people in St. Landry and Alexandria who feel that if they run, they aren't successful.
Right. Also, I lost my map here. The other point I want to make was, or question, I guess, is never in the past 40 years that I've been able to ascertain has Ouachita Parish been split. It's always been whole. Now we come up with Ouachita Parish being split. In more particular, the map that was drawn cuts out West Monroe, or reaches up in and gets the city of West Monroe, typically. If you take a 7-mile radius from the city hall of West Monroe, you have people, I don't know if I said this before, the population of West Monroe is roughly 13,000. You have another 15 to 18,000 within a 7-mile radius of West Monroe that call themselves or convey themselves as I live in West Monroe when actually they live in Washita Parish. Not the city limits of West Monroe, but all those people go to West Monroe High School. There's one high school in that area. So the communities of interest, the community of interest has been dissected right there in that area. And my question, I guess, is couldn't we dissect something else? I mean, if you'd have stopped at the river,
Yes.
Washita River, you wouldn't have dissected West Monroe.
I want to speak to that again, and I know all these communities of interest that's what makes us what we are, right? The differences, the unique attributes, and those things that you know about your community that I would never know, right?
Right.
But I'm going back to some testimony that I heard earlier, and it may play out differently, if this map would have become successful. But I remember hearing earlier that they talked about how much they fought the breaking up of some of those coastal parishes, and now how it's just been such a great thing, and they want to keep it that way now. So I understand the hesitation, and I'm not suggesting that it should be necessarily welcomed. But I'm just saying for that community where they testified earlier, it turned out to work. And I think that we have a responsibility, we have an obligation under the law to come up with something that meets all the criteria and is compliant with the Voting Rights Act, and that's all we're trying to do. No one's intentionally trying to split up your
right.
community.
And I think it's still a possibility that can be done.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think this is the map it's being done in, because from District 5 standpoint.
I respect that.
Because I just think based on the population in District 5, it's all concentrated on that I-10 corridor, and it's going to neglect the total from Avoyles Parish north is going to be neglected with representation. So I guess that's my questions. He's not even listening. But I appreciate. I mean, I dug into these maps back in October, November, January, February myself. Drew them, trying to start out at a point, no preconceived notion. Let's see what happens. And I almost got to the point of 2 districts, but I just couldn't quite get there. Okay, so I didn't present that map. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gadberry. For question, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Let's see.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. I had to check the time. I have several different ways of asking you questions, or several different categories that I'd like to ask you questions. The first thing is, many of our colleagues have been talking about 1/3 of the population being black. But it's actually not correct. According to census numbers, which is everything that we're supposed to base our decisions on, the number or the percent of blacks, according to census numbers, is 31.17%. That's census numbers. If you multiply that times 6, the result is 1.8702. It is not 2. And that's why there is so much difficulty, I believe, in drawing 2 minority districts, because it's not 2. It's 1.8702.
Well, Representative Thomas, respectfully, the Middle District disagrees with you. The Middle District found that it can be done and it should be done.
The Middle District disagrees with the math?
The Middle District found, you said that it's hard and why it's so complicated and difficult to draw 2 minority districts. And what I'm saying is that the the Middle District disagreed with you and found that it can be done and should be done. That's the whole reason
That was
why
not
we're
the
here.
point. The point is, numbers are numbers. and they are finite, and they are not subject to being rounded. 31.17% is a census number. That's not something that somebody made up and pulled out of the air. If you multiply that times 6, the product is 1.8702. It is not 2.
Can you tell me what the white population of the state is?
I did not look that up.
Okay.
Because excuse me.
Okay.
Because what a lot of the conversation has been is 33% of 6 is 2. It is not 33%, according to census numbers. And that's what we're bound by, among other things, is census numbers.
Well, if I may respond to that, Representative Thomas.
Are you disagreeing that the number's 31.17%?
Well, I will say that
yes or
we
no?
know that there's an undercount. We know that.
No, not that. That is not something that we have to take into account.
I don't have the numbers in front of me at this moment. Okay, so if let's go with your number. Let's go with.
Well, it's not my numbers. Okay. It's census numbers.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, what I have right here is thank you, Representative Ivey. I have a total population, total black, is 33.13%.
That is not census numbers. I don't know where he got his numbers from. Well, that is not the census numbers.
Our numbers.
And remember, let's just let each other talk. Let's questions answered.
Okay.
Questions
all right.
answers, okay.
I'll go on to my next.
Well, I have.
I'll go on to my next area.
So we have 33%.
No, you have 31.17%.
So you're telling the staff.
Okay.
The numbers are
Now.
And Ms. Vice Chair and Representative Thomas, let's just respect each other. Let's ask and answer. Okay. All right. Representative Thomas, for your next question.
Okay. My next question centers around a statistical analysis that was done and presented by an expert who was recognized as an expert, and in sworn testimony, his last name is Blunt. In sworn testimony, in writing, he said that he was hired to analyze and determine whether a race-blind redistricting process following traditional district criteria would or would not be likely to produce a plan with 2 majority-minority districts, such as those submitted by Anthony Fairfax and William Cooper, the expert witnesses for the plaintiffs. To do so, he simulated a set of 10,000 possible Louisiana congressional district plans that adhere as closely as possible to traditional redistricting criteria. Are you familiar with this testimony? With this sworn testimony? His simulations did not take race or partisanship into account. The simulations allowed him to determine the number of minority districts which would be likely to emerge from a map drawing process that followed traditional criteria but did not draw districts predominantly on the basis of race. That's his sworn testimony. His result was, after 10,000 simulations, in none of the plans that emerged did black voting age population exceed 45.47%, with a second minority district not exceeding 42.24%. He concluded, therefore, that race would need to be a substantial consideration in drawing 2 black districts. I believe that you agreed with my colleague Representative Johnson that you cannot draw districts based on race because that is gerrymandering. And Representative?
Solely based on race.
Well, the numbers don't support that.
Well, we don't even agree on the numbers, first of all, because
wait, excuse me. I'm reading sworn testimony.
Representative Thomas, since you're reading, what did the court say about that witness? What did the court say about Dr. Blunt? If I remember correctly, he was discredited as non-reliable. Am I correct? What did the court have to say about Dr. Blunt?
I'm reading sworn testimony, and I'm asking the questions.
Please proceed. Let's talk about Dr. Blunt, though. You want to bring the testimony in here.
And I'm going to let y'all continue. And it's, members of the crowd, I'd please ask that we keep any kind of outbursts, anything under control, so that we can focus our attention on the questioner and the answer. And Mr. Evans, I'll let you continue that line of statement because I cut you off. Okay. Representative Thomas, on your next question.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Evans, what percent of the black voting age population makes it probable to elect a black?
As I've told this committee multiple times, Representative Thomas, there is no magic number. You take a lot of factors into consideration. You look at a number of previous races, how the minority choice candidate has been successful, has a minority choice candidate ran. Does those numbers match the racial makeup of the district? So there is no magic one number, and the court alluded to that.
Okay, I will move now to communities of interest. In sworn testimony, Mr. Hefner, the expert,
he has to run to the restroom, so I'll try my best to answer any questions that you have for Mr. Evans.
Mr. Hefner, who is also a sworn expert, testified in writing that communities of interest are based on political issues, culture, economics, occupation, religion, or local traditions. He also testified that communities of interest is one of 7 traditional redistricting criteria. I'd like for the map to be brought up. Can we have the map? Of Congressional District 1, please.
Under the bill we're discussing, Representative Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. So Congressional District 1 of this bill, HB 1.
It's okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. This is the congressional district that I live in. So I'm very familiar with Jefferson Parish. And I'd like to point out that this map has only a sliver of St. Tammany, which is unlike the current map, but it also winds around and goes all the way to Iberia Parish. Y'all see that? Okay. So in looking at, again, census data and in having a conversation with my colleagues, I found out that there's not a whole lot in common between Jefferson Parish, Iberia, St. Mary, and I'd like to point out some of those things. In terms of what is considered to be communities of interest. In terms of the economy, in Jefferson Parish, our economy is based, for the most part, and remember, my source of information is census data. Our economy is based on construction, retail trade, educational services, healthcare and professional, scientific, and technical services. The economy in Iberia Parish is based on their 2 sugar mills, sugar cane. They have 1,000 acres of crawfish ponds, lots of agriculture, no shopping malls, 1 Rouse's, 1 Chick-fil-A, 3 McDonald's, 1 Burger King, 2 Wendy's, no steakhouse, and 1 upscale restaurant that's about to close. In terms of culture, events and festivals, let me start with Iberia Parish this time. They have the Delcombe Shrimp Festival, Mardi Gras, but their Mardi Gras is 1 street parade and a couple of balls. They have the World Championship Gumbo Cook-Off, holidays, the Home and Garden Tour, the Delcombe Christmas Boat Parade, Lao New Year, the Home and Garden Tour, Sugarcane Festival, and it was described to me that they have boucheries versus wine tasting in Jefferson Parish. They have fado-dos, and we have concerts. In terms of Jefferson Parish, events and festivals, we have Mardi Gras. We have 12 crews with street parades, balls, etc. We have Family Gras, the Zurich Classic, Italian Heritage Festival, Jean Lafitte Seafood Festival, Uncle Sam Jam, International Tarpon Radio, Freedom Fest, Gretna Heritage Festival, the Bridge City Gumbo Festival, Fall Festivals and Halloween, Christmas in Lafreniere Park. I think just from some of these that I have told you about, and our populations are very different. The annual budget in Jefferson Parish is $581 million. In Iberia, their governmental budget is $60,919,000, etc. Iberia Parish has more in common with St. Martin Parish than with Jefferson Parish. And if you notice up there, St. Martin Parish is not in Congressional District 1. One other aspect in terms of communities of interest, the education level in Jefferson Parish, high school graduates, 86.4%. In Iberia, it's 81.9%. The bachelor's degree holders in Jefferson Parish is 27.6%. And in Iberia Parish, it's 15.3%. We are very different. I believe that the map that we passed already, Act 5, maintains traditional communities of interest. Is there any comment that you might have about those communities of interest?
I would just say that, look, I respect your opinion and everything you have to say, but we're here because a federal judge has ruled that the map is unconstitutional.
So no comment about communities of interest?
The judge has ruled that the map is unconstitutional.
Okay, so no comment about communities of interest. Okay, I get it. Hefner, that expert that I'm talking about here, he evaluated the 4 illustrative plans that were presented and concluded that all are based on the presumption that blacks share the same interests and issues because of their race. That was a conclusion that he made in his sworn testimony. I'd like to piggyback a little bit on something that Representative Johnson brought up. I attended all of the road shows, every single one of them. I sat there and I listened carefully. I agree with him that there was a group of people who did appear at all of the road shows. Not sure whether or not they were from Louisiana even, but they all said very much the same thing. But when we listened to the citizens, some of the citizens said that they would like to add a black district, but others said leave it the way it is, that they like their representation. So in terms of the public and not organized groups, possibly from out of state, they said they had some differing opinions, and I didn't keep a count of how many said we want this representation, how many said we want to keep it the way it is. I didn't keep a count of that. But I would say that there were differing opinions. Now, let me ask a question that I haven't heard anybody ask. What is the female population of our state, roughly?
I know it's the majority. I have to pull it up. I don't.
Probably somewhere around 52%. I don't know an exact number on that, which is unusual because usually I know exact numbers. In our legislature, in the House, we have 20% of the population are female. Do you think it's important, or would it be necessary to mandate that 52% of the legislature, of the House of Representatives, should be female?
I think it's important. The question about mandate, because I believe representation is important. But I think these are very two different comparisons when you talk about gender versus race. The Voting Rights Act deals with race, not gender.
I understand. But when I represent the citizens in my district, I don't necessarily pay attention to whether they are male, female, old, young, middle-aged, black, white, Republican, Democrat, no party. I represent the people who elected me to House District 80 without regard to their station, their race, their gender. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm finished.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. Next, we have Representative Desautel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think first I need to give a shout out to our colleague, Representative Boyer, who, it's my understanding, actually won that world famous gumbo cook-off in Liberia Parish. So I just had to start with that one. But I think I'd like to maybe comment on something Representative Jenkins said. He said this body did not work at all yesterday. And I'm going to have to disagree with him. I actually worked yesterday. I worked on these maps. I looked at these maps. I looked at the data, tried to understand, tried to prepare myself for this meeting. So to say we didn't work, I think is, not fair, because really we did work. And I'll tell you what else I did. I took a lot of phone calls. I took a lot of phone calls from constituents in my parish, because if you notice, this map affects my parish. So I called some mayors, I called police jury members, called just citizens that I really trust, And then I got a lot of calls from citizens that I really didn't know. And a lot of the comments I got was, hey, why is this happening? Why is this so fast? Can we come to Baton Rouge? You know, how does this work? Can we come to testify? Got all of this things happening that we have to deal with. And the census I got was that they didn't feel they had enough time to come express their opinions on this map. And I think the question for you is this the map that was filed during the redistricting session?
I did not file this map during the redistricting session. I can't speak to what anyone else filed during the redistricting session, except for I know there's some static.
Representative Bus, I don't know
Okay.
either. Yeah. Let me turn it off and on Representative Dedsell's mic.
Okay.
He's the culprit.
There were what I can say is
Representative Dedsell, why don't you bump to the right? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
There were similar iterations of this map that were offered as floor amendments during the redistricting session, but I did not file this exact map during the redistricting session.
We good. We good now. Superman. How about now?
Much better.
Yeah. I knew you could do it.
On the question of time, I did not come up with the timetable. I did not come up with that. And to go to your comment about Rep. Jenkins, I interpreted what he said not as though we didn't work individually, but we didn't work as a body, which is a true statement. We did not work as a body, and we did not work in a manner where instruments could move through the process. We weren't here. There were no committee meetings. So despite all the work that I know you did and the work that we all did in preparing for the day, we didn't work as a body to move the instrument forward or any instrument forward.
Do you think it's important that we did that work to prepare ourselves for this meeting?
That's always, even when we're not in session. But that's more of an individual choice as opposed to us as a body coming in and moving instruments forward.
Right. No, I understand. But
and in terms of the dates, these were dates that were given by the court. So I had no input or no say in that.
Yes, sir. So this is not the same map that was filed.
If I may, Representative Desatel, it is substantially similar to a map that was voted down in this committee during the redistricting session. Only thing that were changed were a few precincts were made whole to comply with the redistricting principles that were passed by this body, but all of the parish splits, compactness, all of those are the same. So the public has seen this map has been available online at least since early February.
So I'll have to disagree with you. You just said that you changed the map and some of these precincts have changed. Well, those people did not see that map. But so I guess the next question is, so we changed the map. So it's the remedial, and this is your words, remedial plan that the judge ordered us to come up with.
Yes.
Okay. So now I have a question for the chairman. So I read in the Advocate yesterday that the judge threatened Speaker Shake Snyder with contempt of court because he filed a legislative instrument. Did I read that right?
I don't know what was reported. I don't know. I don't know how you define threatened. I can't say that's true or not true. I don't know how you define threatened. So I don't know what was reported. So right. I'm not.
Okay, and that's fair enough. And I think the question is, you started out your presentation by saying the judge ordered us to adopt a remedial plan. House Bill 1 is the remedial plan
that I'm presenting. It's the remedial plan that I am presenting.
So I guess this is my question for the chairman. If the judge ordered us to come up with a remedial plan, she threatened Speaker Shake Snyder, I guess can hold him in contempt of court because he filed a legislative instrument. Does that mean if I don't vote for a map that has two black congressional districts that I could be held in contempt of court?
So first, I'm going to say I'm not your lawyer, which I was taught in first year law school. Before I give anyone advice, they said always say that. It is the chair's opinion that we are elected members of a body. our Louisiana constitutional duty is to represent your district in the best way you see fit. I'm not going to tell you what a judge can and can't do, but you acting in an ability to be able to represent your district and vote the way you normally do according to the rules of this House, I don't see how you can be held in contempt for doing just that. Let me mention something else. Again, not your lawyer, but you have to read orders very literally. Nowhere in the order does it say you cannot vote for a map that doesn't contain this. And so I am always very literal. Again, I'm no one's lawyer. I'm just the chair of a committee trying to manage this process, Representative Destel.
Thank you. I definitely appreciate it because I was getting a little worried. I've never been arrested. I've never been even suspended for school, so I didn't want to get arrested for contempt of court because I didn't vote for a specific plan. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Destel. Representative Newell.
Good afternoon, Representative Duplessis and Mr. Jarrett. I appreciate y'all being here. One quick thing I would like to say hello and welcome to Miss Kayla Cutno. She is a current law student at the Southern University Law Center here in Baton Rouge, and she was an intern at the law firm I work at 2 summers ago. Welcome, Miss Kayla, and I hope you learn a lot from today's committee exchange. Representative, keep wanting to call you senator. I wonder why the Lord is keep putting that on my mind. But if the maps that we have now, the old maps, are presented to the court, or if they're allowed to stay, would it be fair to say that certain people in this state would not have what we would consider fair representation?
I would say yes. I'd say that would be a fair statement.
Would that be in compliance with this court order that we've been talking about all morning?
It would not be in compliance.
Okay. And just to go back right quick, and I'm not asking you for an interpretation of what the judge said, but what did the judge say yesterday about the map that our speaker presented yesterday in court, not in the 152 pages that said it was wrong? What she said yesterday?
What did she say yesterday? Yesterday was a hearing on a motion for an extension.
Yes, it was.
So the question of the map was not the primary question.
It was
about whether or not there would be an extension. But again, to your question, what the order says is the court orders the Louisiana legislature to enact a remedial plan that includes a second majority black congressional district.
And I'm gonna answer my own question.
Okay.
Because I was there and I heard what she said. She said that the map did not comply with the order, even though I know the reason we were there was time.
That's correct.
So, given the history of this state, would it be fair to say that those who do not receive fair representation with the maps weren't fairly counted and won't fairly be represented?
I would agree with that.
So it's also fair to imply that if those persons do need fair maps, fail to receive them, their voting power and influence would be reduced.
Correct.
Do you know to what extent their voting powers and representation would be reduced?
Significantly.
And these are open. Y'all could tag team this if you like.
Okay.
Could it be opined from this body's current action? Again, just an opinion, not asking you for your a legal statement or just legal representation, just your opinion. If the current action, the minorities don't receive 1/3 of the representation, will they have less value in their votes? Will their votes have less value than others?
What I can say to your question, Representative Newell, is that what the court has said is that it is guaranteed that in the current map, which the Governor Edwards vetoed, the minority choice candidate would be defeated without question in 5 out of 6 congressional districts.
So essentially, the black voters in other parishes, their vote does count a little bit less or has less value than, say, mine. Thank you. Could it be inferred by this legislature's actions in 2022 to limit the voting power? Would it be similar, or would you opine that it's similar to the 3/5 compromise?
I never quite thought about it that way, but I would say yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say I would agree.
Our whole discussion is not about electing a black person to fill this congressional seat, is it?
Correct.
The purpose is to give black voters an opportunity to vote their candidate of choice. Am I correct in my understanding?
That's right.
Correct.
I would say, Rep, if Herschel Walker were running to be my congressman, I wouldn't vote for him.
Because that's not who you choose.
No, he doesn't represent my interests.
He doesn't represent your interest. Exactly.
Representative Noel, we have several examples of that in this state.
In this very body, we have
Senator Luno.
Senator Luno is exactly.
He defeated a black man.
Yes, he did. He defeated a black Republican in a 60% black district, but it gave those blacks, as I've been called today, the blacks, it gives them an opportunity to vote in their candidate of choice.
Right. Yes, race of the candidate does not matter. It's the interest they represent.
It's the interests that they represent, and do they represent the interests of the voter? Right. My colleague the other day told me that he was voted, and a white Republican voted in by crossover vote, meaning black Democrats voted him in office. One of my colleagues here in the House of Representatives. So that means we should open that up to give more of our residents that opportunity, more of our citizens in this state, the opportunity to vote in their candidate of choice, even if it is a crossover. And we might get a moderate Republican, just like we might just get a staunch Democrat in office. And again, I appreciate my colleagues who live in areas where they don't have to talk about race or don't have to see race. They don't have to see color. But that is not across the state. That the theme does not go across all of our state. And it's good that you are in that district, but our congressional districts are comprised of our House districts. And in Orleans Parish, overwhelmingly on the local level, we have black leaders, we have black female, black male leaders, Democrats in our district. Jefferson Parish, we have a mix of white and black Republican and Democratic elected officials. St. Tammany Parish, white Republicans. St. Bernard Parish, white Republicans. They have that opportunity to vote, but when we come together as District 2, we're the only district that has the opportunity to vote in a black Democrat to Congress. And we're just trying to give another portion of our state an opportunity to vote in a black or a Democratic candidate. We're not forcing them to vote for anyone. We're just opening up that opportunity. And being from New Orleans, I never understood how a person could open their mouths and say that their vote didn't matter. I never understood that, being from New Orleans. Because when I was born, we already had a black mayor. We had a black police chief. We had black people on the school board. There was a black person representing me in the Senate and in the House and the state level. So I never understood a person not believing that their vote mattered until I stepped foot in this building. And that is when my world came crashing down on me in my 40s to understand that. That was not something that I grew up as a child thinking. And I realized just how sheltered I had been. And I hope that we can, but listening to these conversations, it's not going to happen, that we can allow for all of our kids across this state to just believe that they have an opportunity to do something else. You can't be something if you don't see it. So many of our children were limited to just thinking that they could be teachers and doctors and lawyers because that's what they saw. But I want all kids across the state to believe that they can be contractors, state representatives, that they could be attorneys, that they can be anything that they want to be because they can see it and they can relate to it. I want little black girls to think, I can sit there, I can be a state rep, I can be whatever it is I put my mind to. But if we don't open the opportunities for someone to be able to just use their constitutional right of voting, we'll never get there. And it is disheartening. And I don't know if the judge knew what she was doing intentionally or if this was just God's divine plan that we're discussing a second congressional race, second congressional district on the eve of Juneteenth. The day that this nation is recognizing Juneteenth, when the blacks finally got or were told that they were free, finally told that they could go out and be on their own. They were no longer under the guise directions of master. They can be a whole man or woman. But still today, right now in 2022, on the eve of Juneteenth, we are discussing the value of the black vote and the value in counting the black people in this state. When George Floyd was killed, murdered, thank you. Yes, see, that's what it was. He was murdered. When that happened, I had some friends of mine, some white friends that are very dear to me, call me and say, what can we do? What can I do? What can we do to help this nation heal? What can we do to move this nation forward? What can we do to bring our communities together? They don't have the opportunity to do it. My personal friends don't have the opportunity to do it. But the representatives, the people who represent them in this body, what you can do is give us this second congressional district. That's what you can do for me. That is what can be done to give the people in this state an opportunity and let them know that they are heard. Let them know that the vote and their voice matters every day, not just on election day. Some of us count, and I'm speaking us collectively as a legislative body. Some of us count in the black people to know that our district is right. But when it comes time to walk those districts, the black neighborhood is not visited. The black churches are not visited. Because to some of us, they don't matter. And that is interesting and frustrating all at the same time. And my colleague said that Louisiana is going to lose. He said, I forgot what context she said Louisiana is going to lose with drawing this congressional map. But Louisiana lost in 2013 when pre-clearance was done away with. That is the day we lost. And we lost more than I could have ever imagined when that was deemed unconstitutional for certain jurisdictions to be covered by pre-clearance and have certain restrictions. That is the day Louisiana citizens lost. And thank you for bringing this map again. Thank you for sitting there for these past 3 hours, listening to this. Thank you, Jared, for being here, and I'm glad that y'all keep winning in court. And I hope y'all continue to keep winning in court, because this fight is not going to end until we all come together and realize that all of our citizens matter. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what your party looks like. But everyone needs to have the opportunity. And hopefully that by the time we come to redistricting next year, that the black people who vote in this state, the young people who are becoming of voting age, at the end of this next 10 years, they believe that their vote has value and that they can't say, my vote counts. Because right now, with the agenda that we're pushing, with the maps that we have, with the arguments that we're having right now over something that the court said to do, our young people will continue to say that their vote don't matter. And you know what they're going to do? Continue to leave this state and go somewhere where they do believe that they matter and where they have opportunities. And that's all we want to give to our citizens in Louisiana is opportunity. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you, Representative Newell. For a question, Representative Farnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm sitting here looking at District 3. I live on the very western side of this state, and I don't know, I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with Star Wars, but my newly formed district here kind of looks like Jabba the Hutt with a baseball cap on. And, it goes to the communities of interest. And we've always been a District 3 that takes the top, couple of parishes and spreads to the east and then joins with the Lafayette area, which goes along with Representative Thomas's testimony that we have a lot more in common with St. Mary, St. Martin Parish, Iberia Parish than Jefferson Parish does. Our culture is basically the same all the way across that region. We all enjoy the same things. We make our living off of oil and gas related issues. We have a ton of industry in our area. We have onshore and offshore drilling efforts, or at least we used to, and we have flatland farming and crawfish industries across that region. And our congressmen that we have today and have always had in that area have to focus on those issues. Well, now with being Beauregard, Allen, Evangeline, Rapides, and a region that's so far out of touch with what we deal with on the coastal areas, that now the congressman is going to be having to learn a whole new ball game. It just, I've received so many phone calls over the time and talking at groups that keep us in the Lafayette region. We have a joint chamber of commerce, if you will, that deals with the whole coastal area and the industries that it supports. And to be whacked off of part of that and put into a region where we really hadn't had anything to do with ever, other than tourism. We go back and forth to each other's areas and enjoy each other's areas. So that's the part that I have the most heartburn with. And then I sit here and listen to the testimony that all you want is a candidate of choice, not necessarily a black candidate. And I guess going along those lines, it's more of a belief of ideals and beliefs rather than being a black candidate. Would you agree with that?
Well, when you look at the totality, how you define a community of interest, race is a factor, but it's not the predominant factor.
Yeah.
So I would generally agree with your question if I'm understanding it properly.
So I guess all the testimony that both of y'all have given and some of the reps here have given is that you don't necessarily care if it's a black candidate or not. It's a candidate of choice that represents the ideals that you believe in and not the ones that somebody else believes in. So going down that same path, wouldn't it just be easier to say we want a Democrat or a Republican district? Because that's basically what you're saying, is you want the beliefs to be represented and not necessarily a skin color.
I think in today's party system that we have throughout this nation, that it would be hard for me to disagree with that. However, I'm not here to have a conversation about party. I do think that interests are often defined by what party someone may join or how they may vote.
Isn't that exactly what we're doing today? That's exactly what we're doing today, because if we had this conversation about party affiliation, it would be illegal, and Section 2 of the voting rights wouldn't cover it, would it?
No, I think probably much of the resistance that we're getting from for having two black districts has to do with party.
Yeah, and that's illegal, isn't it?
That's why the judge struck down the map.
Nothing in Section 2 of the voting rights covers the protection of a party affiliation or a belief system.
Well, when I look at the two-party system, I often wonder, and I mentioned that if Herschel Walker was running to be my congressman, I wouldn't vote for him.
I agree.
But I look at the parties, and I look at the lack of diversity of one of those parties, and I ask myself, why is that?
So at the end of the day, this whole discussion isn't about black or white. It's about party affiliation.
No, it's about interests.
It's about interest, which turns into a party affiliation.
If you want to give it that title, I'm saying it's about interest. So I'm just asking that you don't put words. I'm asking that you don't put words in my mouth.
I've been to all 10.
You're saying that's what you heard, but you didn't hear us say that one time.
I've been to all 10 of the redistricting meetings.
So did I, and I went to Lake Charles.
Yeah, I did too.
And I heard what the people there said.
I have
and
too.
They weren't paid organizers.
I've heard them every single day.
Members, question. Hey, Les and Royce, question and answers. We got to keep the core. Okay, guys.
So at the end of the day, this isn't about a black district. It's about a party affiliated district, and
it's about interests.
And it's exactly that.
And it's a party about what the court has ordered us to do.
Okay, thank you. Farnham, we are here because
we're good. Okay. Representative Jenkins, you're before, but I gave you a bite at the apple already. We got to get to some of these cards. Representative Lyons is going to be our last question for these two gentlemen. We're going to get to the cards. We're going to try to get rolling. Representative Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me go back right quick because I had to make a quick exit and come back. But I noticed that the testimony in Representative Duplessis, you and I talked several times because we were on a road show together. And you remember when we were in Lake Charles talking about the compelling testimony from the lady that was there as she spoke.
I remember distinctly.
Do you remember when we were in Monroe, we had a similar conversation of the ladies who came from the community of Monroe and talked about the redistricting. And some of them talked about having to make that drive from, I think it was Willsboro or some other area, they had to drive that far to get there. Remember those conversations?
Yep.
And you remember the conversations we had, the great turnout and work that we had in Covington, when we're in Covington. So the other day on the floor, I was speaking, I was alluding to conversations that I had with people who from around the state at a conference talked to me about the redistricting process and the things that happened with that. You remember that? What I didn't tell you is you didn't know that one of the gentlemen was from Rapides Parish. And he was talking particularly about the redistricting process, and he wanted to know exactly why were they not considered into that particular process. I didn't mention that fact. You didn't know that, did you?
No.
So, and also, what I want to, go back and I know you can attest to this, to asking you, but you saw the turnout of people we had here in this body when we had the sessions and we had the bills come for us from different parts of the state. Did you not see that?
I saw it.
And did you notice the different, as it referred to certain groups who were organizing to come and do certain things? You saw that as well, did you?
Yeah.
So it's safe to say that there was a mixture of people from the communities that were there, as well as people who were with particular advocacy groups promoting the whole process.
Right.
I just want to say that because you were there with me, so we know that particularly it wasn't any groups going around the state, individual person. As a matter of fact, I think the only person that I may have seen in most of the places might have been Jared. Might have been Jared. Is that right?
Yeah, I followed y'all the three of them, Representative
That's
Lyons.
correct. So I saw you there, but I'm saying that we got an overwhelming amount of community interest from people who we didn't know where I was from, didn't know other places were there, and most of them were people who were black people. Suffice to say, that were saying we're glad we have opportunity to come before us and give testimony. So I was sitting here going through some of the mail-in testimony, and I went back to try to look at some of the viewing of the spots that we talked about earlier. And there were people there, and it's on the record, that gave their name from where they were in the community. So the community had an opportunity to come to all these venues and give input about what they thought to happen with these particular congressional maps. And is that correct in my assessment of that?
That's correct.
Okay, and I want to put that on the record to make sure that it wasn't just a statement, it wasn't just an organized effort to do what's right, because people all over the community came to us who wasn't from my district, who wasn't from Jefferson Parish, other places, it wasn't from Orleans. You know, they came from all over the state to talk about things that was important to them. And be it known, some of them are not really affected by this map that you have here now because it didn't really affect the areas. Am I correct in that?
Right.
But they wanted to have representation that they could see. And so it happened when we talk about the numbers, and I stepped out as my colleague from Jefferson was speaking about the numbers and the value of them, is that it's impossible to put everybody in one place in this state based upon the map and the numbers.
Correct.
It's impossible to do that. So she was talking to you, Jared, about a gentleman, I think his name was Mr. Dr. Blunt, about something in testimony. Can you go back to that for me, please? Because I wanted to understand the value of what you were talking about. I had to step out.
Absolutely. So I'm reading directly from the court opinion here, Representative Lyons. The court considers Dr. Blunt to be well qualified by education and experience in the tendered field of expertise. However, Dr. Blunt has no experience, skill, training, or specialized knowledge in the simulation analysis methodology that he employed to reach his conclusions. He testified that he had never attempted a simulation analysis before this case and has never published on the topic, taught, or even taken a course on it. Dr. Blunt's simulation analysis is best described as novice. He testified that he downloaded publicly available code and wrote the instructions to execute the underlying algorithm. Several times, in response to questions about his analysis, Dr. Blunt admitted that he was limited in his ability to go under the hood of the code he was using to program in parameters and would account for certain redistricting criteria. Dr. Blunt conceded the importance of including all the relevant redistricting criteria variables into his simulations. However, he testified that he was only able to account for population equality, contiguity, compactness, and minimization of parish splits. Admittedly, his simulations were performed without regard to minimizing precinct splits, without regard to respecting communities of interest, without regard for incumbency protection, or even the criteria considered paramount by defendants' core retention. In short, the simulations ran by Dr. Blunt did not incorporate the traditional redistricting principles required by law. Accordingly, his opinions merit little weight.
So he said he had, I think it was 10,000 he ran. Is that correct?
Something like that.
So that was just based on numbers. He was a numbers guy. And so I want to make sure, because I'm like, we had a hard time drawing these maps. So how somebody came up with 10,000 simulations, it was kind of like being beyond me. But I wanted to make sure I get the value of what that meant going to that piece. And thank you very much for answering that, clearing that up for me. I really appreciate that. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Lyons. All right, gentlemen, we've had everybody who get an opportunity to ask y'all questions. I'm going to go to the cards. What I'm going to ask the committee is also, let's get through the cards. I'm going to ask the people that testify if you wouldn't mind hanging around just in case the members have questions for you after. I think that'd be the quickest way that we can get through. Everybody can get an opportunity to speak. So members, if you do have a question for these people who come up, these citizens, I'd ask that you just please hold off and we can try to call them up after. I'm going to start with the cards in support who wish to speak. First up, I have Cynthia Young. I'll also invite up Terry Landry Jr. from the SPLC Action Fund, and also Lady Carlson. I'll invite you three up to the table if you'd like to come. Yes, ma'am, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Young, and I am the president and founder of Right for Victory. Right for Victory, we are a nonprofit organization, and we work to address voter apathy and joblessness in communities of color. Our work focuses specifically in East and West Baton Rouge Parish. I'll be brief because I did give testimony at the road show. I participated in a couple of the road show meetings, but I just want to, I am in support of House Bill 1, and I just don't want us to lose focus of why we are here today. We are here today because the judge ordered that we pass a bill that supports a map that gives a second majority black district. So that's why we're here today. So I'm in support of that. I know I've been doing this work. We do get out the vote work. I've been doing this work for over 10 years, even before I started this organization 2 years ago. And I know when I'm out there speaking to the citizens, speaking to voters, I'm hearing the same thing. I've been hearing the same thing for the past 10 years since I've been doing this work, that I do not have a candidate that I want to vote for. There is not a candidate that I would like to vote for. And that's why a lot of people that we are talking to, they don't want to vote. It's not that, you know, yes, they say my vote don't matter, my vote don't count. But the reason they're not voting, based on my experiences out here in the community, talking to these voters, talking to these residents, is because there is not a candidate on the ballot that represents what they stand for, that represents their values, that represents what's important to them. So, you know, I will wrap it up. I'll be brief because I know other people are here to give testimony, but let's not lose sight why we are in this special session. We are in this special session because the judge ordered to pass a map that represents a majority black district, a second majority black district. So that's all I have for today. So I just hope that we do what's right. And I will end with one of my favorite quotes by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The time is always right to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Landry?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Terry Landry Jr. on behalf of the Southern Poverty Law Center Action Fund. I will also try to be brief, but I felt that it was important for me to speak here in front of you all today. I understand the tough job that you have, but this is really a simple matter. If you believe that African Americans should have equal and proportionate representation, you should absolutely vote in favor of this bill. If you believe that it's okay for African Americans to be underrepresented on the congressional level, then vote it down. And that's what it boils down to. Like Representative Newell mentioned earlier, today is the first day in our state's history where we celebrate Juneteenth. June 19th, 1865 is when the last of the enslaved people were told they were free. And here we are on June 17th, 2022, and African Americans are here still fighting for freedom and equality. Even if, Representative Thomas, you say the number is 30%, it's still underrepresented because we only get 16% of representation in Congress, which is unjust and unfair. And I disagree with that number. I think the accurate number is 33.1. And we should have 2 minority districts. Black people in this state love Louisiana just as much as anyone else. And sometimes we have to love it just a little bit harder because it doesn't always love us back. So today, I ask that you stand on the right side of history. You all are lawmakers, that you ask citizens of this state to comply with laws and court decisions every day. We sit in these committees and we've constantly heard that, hey, the circuit has struck that particular ruling down and we must comply with that ruling.
but yet we're arguing as to whether a judge's order, whether or not this body has to comply with it. So if this body does not comply with rulings and laws made by the judicial branch, why should the other citizens abide and comply with laws that you all make? So in conclusion, again, I ask for your favorable support of this legislation and have HB 1 reported favorably.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Ms. Carlson?
My name is Lady Carlson, and I grew up with my grandmother who taught me that your vote is your voice. And she also said, and this was in the 50s and the 60s, she also said that if blacks don't get the vote, that we'll never have a voice. It seems to me that this legislature is intent on continuing the tradition of disallowing a large number of residents the right to vote for the candidate of their choice. We've heard over and over and over again about how much we must comply with the Constitution. And that I'm here to say that if you respect the Constitution, then the right thing to do is to create a second black district. Your vote is your voice. There was a man named James Brown who had a song one time, and he said, "We as blacks are not asking you to give us a hand up. We're asking you to open the door, and we'll do for ourselves." I'm here to say, support this bill because it is the right thing to do. We want our voices heard just as much as any other group wants their voice heard. We can say that given the numbers, I don't know what, but if you want to follow the Constitution, then this bill should be voted out of here, and it should pass. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. Thank you to all three of you. Next up, we'll invite Representative Tammy Phelps. Is Representative Phelps still here? Yes, Representative Phelps, Mr. Chico Yancey, and also Devontae Lewis. All three of you, I'll invite y'all up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I was just a little disturbed by the testimony of how the bill began hearing. I think I came back to this session just looking for us to complete a map, and then today's committee hearing just to hear the map itself. And most of the questions started off with what was the reason for this precinct? What was the motivation for this, and why all of this? And it took me back to, we're here obviously for a court order of a passage of a map that was not in compliance. And all the things that were stated earlier, the motivation, none of those things were presented to us when we only had one map. Initially, when we came for the original redistricting session, I communicated with my constituents, and I'm agreeing with you every time, Mr. Chairman, that I have a voice to go back and talk to my constituents about, and the questions that I ask in all of my committees is that I'm accurate enough to go back and give that information and also validate my vote. But we were not given an explanation of why there was only one map that made it out of this committee time and time again in the first session. Not one time were we given, talked about who's the demographer. All of the questions that were asked today about this particular map, we were not given the opportunity or answers for that during the last session. And that leads to me to believe that's why we're here today with a map that's not in compliance. We do change the rules a lot. And I guess with all that being said, I'm asking that we not change the rules, and it should not matter just because we're trying to, what it appears, and I would like to go back to your comments, Representative Carter. It appears that this is not the map that the committee wants. It appears that the legislative body wants the courts to order it, and that's fine. But let's be respectful to the intent of those who did put in an effort to bring a map again, and all the ones that were voted down previously. All of the questions that were asked of communities of interest and why this and the splits of my parish and my district, y'all didn't say this. This was not said. Let me clarify. Let me clear this up. It was not stated when these maps were brought forth before, when they were all voted down. So we had ample time to vet all of the maps that were presented. But I was not able to go back home or prepare my constituents to say, hey, we only have an opportunity to vote on the speaker's map. Because when I came in over those years and over the year that we were preparing, yes, we had meetings with the committee. There wasn't a lot of questions because there was one direction that was given. We had to come and see a map of our district. The entire map of the state was not presented to us until the day before when the sessions began and when it was filed. So someone else other than the speaker's bill, there were a lot of bills put forth and where opportunities were given that did not even make it out of this committee. So when we talk about those things, we could have vetted all of this, what we're doing today, on those other maps that were presented. The motivation, what jumps off the page, I just wasn't ready to hear that, just a part of this body and the people that we all represent. Because at the end of the day, I don't really harp on that is what I vote my district. I keep my district in mind when I make votes for the state of Louisiana, because we're not an isolated district. And all of us have similarities and interests of populations of communities of interest in some way or the other, because we're all humans. We're all Louisianians. We didn't choose what color we are. We don't choose the color of our blood. I think it's all the same. But when will this body just begin to see, well, I can't say fairness because someone told me that only comes once a year. Equality or maybe equitable. We don't even meet the criteria of equity. Equality, we're still working on it. But I guess I'm urging this body to do what's right. And all the people, thank you. Someone mentioned, I think it was Rep. Lyons, about there were no advocate bodies from out of the state. And I was taking offense to that, too, with the comments from Rep. Thomas, because a lot of those young people were from the area that I do represent across the north and the south, the east and the west, where those organizations share the love of Louisiana and they're all conjoined together. That's why they were able to share that same message in their community, and people showed up from each community. So I took offense to someone being paid from out of state to come and talk about maps for Louisiana, because we're better than that. But thank you for your time. And again, I just hope, again, if we're not here to vote on the map, let's just say that. Let's not continue to waste our time. And it may not be in your interest of the map that you want, but let's just be honest. And if we have to continue to talk about the color of our skin and races, thank you, Ms. Representative Duplessis, for mentioning that. Seems for some reason it's an uncomfortable situation. I don't know if it should be at this point, but it is. And maybe that's where they mean when we have more conversations and understanding what's important to the representative House District 3, then I'm going to use Rep. Foreman for an example, and I learned what's most important in his district, and then maybe we can all see how that would be better advancement for the state of Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Phelps. Mr. Yancey?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a real honor to be here and, to have this conversation. But one thing that I've listened to and understood, that everybody's not comfortable with making a change. Going to the road shows, I went to them. I didn't go all of them, but I tuned in. And, even with Iberia Parish, when the guys was there talking about they like it, it's been 57 years that we've been had it this way. And I like it this way. 57 years, you don't want to change to allow other folks to have a piece of the pie? Is that what you're saying? I'm a former incarcerated person, and I got my voting rights back now. And guess what? I go to the polls, and I make sure that I vote. But, really, this is really civics that we took in the 8th grade now. When we understand how the governing body and how everything goes, but we're just come out of legislature session that you made new laws. And I have to follow those laws. You have to follow those laws. And if you break a law, you go before who? A judge. So now we got a judge telling Louisiana what you're doing is not right. And my God, as the red-blooded Americans, you're not going to agree with the judge. And when I listen to that Representative Thomas about all this and the numbers and everything, The judge said, do it, and that's what's got to be done. I know you don't like it. All the stuff that goes on, I don't like it. But at some point, we have to understand that we live in a democracy that when the federal judge tells the states what to do, then that's what you do. And it was, when I found it kind of funny when I read the statement from Judge Shelley Dick when she said, if you don't do it, I'll do it myself. How did we get ourselves into that? Are we really that divided? Are we really that divided with black and white? And the answer is yes, we are. Because everybody wants to keep their little part of the pie, and nobody else gets a pie, get a slice of the pie. We understand what packing and cracking and all these things with the road show. So now the Fed said that, in fact, the legislature tried to do this from the very beginning to give a 2-minority district, and everybody rejected it. Now, the federal judge said, by God, you're going to do it or either I'll do it. And then I read yesterday late on an email or something came out that, maybe we should just wait and let it go to the United States Supreme Court. You would rather fight than give us a piece of the pie. You're going to keep all the chicken on your plate. You just give us the gravy. I am saying today, you need to stand up, do what's right, make sure you follow the law. What did the federal judge say? Federal judge said, do it, it's not fair, and we already knew it wasn't fair from the beginning. Thank God that the judge said that. I respect everybody on this committee. I don't know everyone here, but I'm down here doing a session every day because I want to be a part of the community, to learn. And I've seen several of you representatives in different committees that you vote against stuff that may affect people like me or people that we're trying to help and get back into society. But this time, you have an opportunity to be counted and stand on the right side of history. Where will you stand on the side of history after this? You just remember, the history books will be written and your name will either be on the left or it be on the right. And sometimes when you do these things, in the Bible it says, you workers of iniquity. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and I pray that you do the right thing. Don't let it be about, this other stuff. Do the right thing in America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yancey. Devontae Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Devontae Lewis, the Louisiana Budget Project. And I'm not going to belabor the point because I think we know the vote, we know why we're here. This week, at the beginning of the week, I spent a lot of time in Memphis. And I was at the Civil Rights Museum just about 2 days ago. And just as you were entering the floor, I was walking through an exhibit. And I got right in front of a picture. And it was Bull Connor, who said, "Damn the law. We make our own law down here." And that's exactly what I saw in my ear, in my headphones, when you gavelled it in the House floor. Basically saying, we're not going to comply. We make our own law in Louisiana. And what we are here to do today is simply do what is fair and just and right. Representative Johnson, I heard you talk a lot about what offended you in Rapides Parish. And I'm going to tell you a story about what has offended me in my life. Is as I've studied and done everything right as everyone's told and got an education, I've realized there's not a single right as a black person I had that a court didn't have to give to me. A court had to free me from being a slave. A court had to free me and said, oh, you can be separate but equal, and then had to undo that. A court had to grant fair housing. A court had to desegregate schools. And now a court is having to say, you should be seen in redistricting because you are 1/3 of the population and you should be represented correctly. That's why we are upset, because nothing has been equal for us. Nothing has ever been right for us. It's always been, we're resisted until the court tells me I got to give it to you. I'll hold on to it as long as I got, because I don't have to give it to you until somebody else says it. That is the challenge we are faced with. When we think about this veto override, this governor's been governor 7.5 years. A lot of bills he's vetoed. A lot of bills most of this body didn't like that he vetoed. But there's only been one that was overturned. And that was one that specifically had to deal with race, because that's what the governor said when he vetoed this bill. We found the votes to override the governor, not on trans issues, not on gun rights, not on budgetary policy, but on giving black people in Louisiana a fair and just representation. That's when we decided to stand up to the governor and be an equal branch of government, as it was said on the House floor. And then after you did it, you cheered, you clapped, you laughed, you high-fived each other. I said right there. And I thought about that 139-year history I told you a few months ago. I thought about my great-great-grandmother who was a slave and got freed. I thought about my great-grandmother who grew up under Jim Crow, my grandmother who grew up in segregated Lake Charles, went to First Ward colored school. Thought about my mom, who I said was 5 years old before Calcasieu Parish desegregated itself. And in those cheers, I saw the same things they talked about. This is what we're here for, and we can be very clear about it. We don't have to do the same violence of the 60s to still be doing it. Coretta Scott King said something very empowering, that we need to talk about policy violence and how we use policy as violence. You may not have to sick a dog on me, or spray me with a water hose, or have the National Guard with a Confederate flag on their helmet beat me, because you can do it through policy. You can do it through policy. It doesn't take a white sheet, because it can be a white tie, a blue tie, a red tie. And so we have a choice today. I saw the speaker tweet about vote your conscience. And if your conscience doesn't allow you to see everyone equally and deserve fair representation, then that's your conscience. But if you believe in the tenets that we talk about we are brothers and sisters, we're all children under God, then your conscience should call you to do what is right and what is fair and what is just. And that is just to see us. Just to see us. That's what we're asking for. We're not telling you go pick a candidate. We're saying see us and value us the same way that you value every other community of interest, every other item. And so with that, Mr. Vice Chair, that is why I support HB1, and that's what I'm calling on you to do. Don't make the courts do it. Finally say to black Louisianians, we will, as a body, value you because we want to, not because a court demanded us to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Thank you. I have one more card. I have several more cards in favor, but only one that's present and would like to speak. Edgar Cage, Together Louisiana.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and committee. My name is Edgar Cage, and I'm with Together Louisiana. You know, as Yogi Bear said, it's deja vu all over again. We've been through this, we've heard everything, and it's kind of obvious to some of us in the public, after being a part of this process during the special redistricting session, the road shows, the court hearings, and now. It's very obvious how this thing is going to go, and as the speakers before me have so eloquently said, we need to change. This is not the right thing. We've heard from the census. We heard from the road shows. We heard from the redistricting session And now we're hearing from a federal judge what we have to do. But you know, in this process today as it started, we always want to ask for additional information, find a reason not to do something as opposed to doing something. We asked earlier, the committee asked earlier, how can you prove what information you have to justify that the second district, that those people of black people will have the opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice? Want to produce the racial polarizing voting analysis. You know, and I can tell you this, if it had been produced, you wouldn't have accepted it because it wouldn't say what you want to say. You've already come to a conclusion, which is wrong. But if you want to be that, then that's fine. And we never asked for this under any other bill or any other situation, only those ones that we could not, we didn't want to support. And also, you want to talk about communities of interest. How can you go back to your districts and say why you voted for a certain map that may be split a town or community or whatever your community of interest is? But the thing that I think the biggest question to ask is, how can you go back to your district and say you defied a federal judge in ordering you to do something? And you know, as Mr. Lewis said earlier about Bull Connor, it reminds me of the desegregation of the University of Alabama, where George Wallace stood in the door and said, segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. But the U.S. Attorney General came and he said, well, Mr. Wallace, Governor Wallace, we will integrate the University of Alabama today. And that did happen. So my point, because it was a federal court order that did this, my point is we're in the same position. We are in the same position. And I know many of you don't want to go back to your districts and say and have a record to show why you voted for a second majority district. But you know something, ladies and gentlemen? If you do nothing, which sounds like what you're going to do, not get it out, it's going to be on your record anyway. Because a judge has done the work that you should have done before. And as Representative Phelps said, it's almost a waste of time. I mean, we went through the redistricting, nothing happened. We here now this week, and Representative Thomas, I'm organization Together Louisiana, not Texas, not Arkansas, not New York, Louisiana. And I will be, tell you guys my age, I will be 73 years old in October. I live here. My license has always been here. My roots have been here. But I'm here fighting for the people in my community who don't have a voice, who haven't had a voice, and who don't have proper representation. And I don't know what your position is on Jim Crow, but this is a Jim Crow type bill we're discussing. We don't approve and move favorable on HB 1 and get that before the judge, then I know how you would have voted 50 years ago on Jim Crow. And it doesn't take a hood, it doesn't take a cap to see where you are. It's going to take your vote today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that your heart is touched by the pleas and the beggings of a substantial portion of the people of Louisiana, the 33% of the people who needs and feel representation, who have been left out in the past, that take a moment and pray and let God come in, let your Creator come in. And I think if you clear all the clutter out that may be there, God will speak to you. God will touch your heart. And God don't care if you're a D, an R, an I, a Q, or whatever else. You're a human being. And we're all here as human beings, as one race the human race. But we have to treat each other equally. And because we haven't, that's why a federal judge has to step in and make sure this happens, like everything else has happened in this state. Not necessarily out the goodness of people's heart, but because the federal government has protected and know that everyone should have representation and everyone should be treated as a full citizen, not only in this country, but in this state. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cage. Look, the chair, if you wouldn't mind, and I'm going to say this because before I got in the chair, Mr. Cage, the chair had asked that we try to limit questions, but Rep. Ivy, if you have a quick question, a very quick question for Mr. Cage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I've asked 0 questions so far, and this is going to be a brief-ish statement. First of all, I understand your passions and the motivations behind those passions, and can appreciate them. I got married kind of young, and I'm a very literal, logic kind of driven individual. My wife was more on the other end of the spectrum, on the emotional end. And it took me quite a while, about 5 years, before I understood that a lot of our disagreements and issues came because I was offended by the actual literal words that she used, and I didn't look at the spirit of what she was trying to communicate. And I believe that some of your comments, where I understand the spirit of what you were trying to communicate, some of the language that you use to communicate it can be offensive. And so I want to just take a pause. You know, this is obviously a very sensitive subject matter, and I recognize that some of my colleagues, this will have the absolute opposite intent. And so this is one of those things that I learned about communication. It's really important. And so I'm trying to appreciate testimony and all that from the perspective of the spirit of what people try to say, extending to them some grace in that the nature of this situation, the kind of the pressure of this specific environment. And so just want to declare that for your benefit, if you acknowledge, because how members vote on any bill, right? It's impossible to judge. And look, and I know my colleagues have voted against my bill so many times, but I can't impugn any specific intent because many of these issues are so complicated and multifaceted. And so I would not impugn that this specific vote on this specific bill. You also failed to acknowledge that there are other bills. I'm not going to be offended by that. That also could work.
I may have a card on your bill too, so you.
Okay. And so, but you said if we don't pass this bill, that's what you said. It means this. And so I'd like to give you the opportunity to maybe provide some clarification on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And my intent is never to offend anybody, but my intent also is to speak from my heart. To speak how I feel. Just
that
like,
gets me in trouble sometimes
I know,
too. So.
Just like I've heard other testimony today, I'm assuming that's from the heart and other questions, but is not to offend. But you know, we have to, as I see it, we have to call it as it is, and as I see it. And I'm not saying that you should, whether you vote on something or not, that's your prerogative, and that's between, as I said, you and your constituents, or either your maker or your God. That's on you and your heart, because you'll be the one, as been said earlier, who history will judge on how you vote, and your creator will judge on what's in your heart and why you voted that way. But I'll apologize if anything I said offended anyone. That wasn't my intent. But if it agitated you a little bit and made you want to think a little bit, then so be it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ivey. Thank you, sir. Also filling out a green card, willing to provide information if needed, Ashley Shelton from the Power Coalition, Travia Carey, Chandra Shea Foster, Michelle Charles, green card in support, not wishing to speak, Scott Tippett, Claire Stevenson from the Governor's Office, and Adam Eitman from the Governor's Office. Next, I'm going to go to the white cards for information. I'm assuming these were filled out because they're neutral, but Rick Allen from the City of Leesville. Mr. Allen? Yes, sir, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I am the mayor of the city of Leesville, also chairman of Fort Polk Progress. I serve on the Governor's Military Advisory Board and District D Vice President of the LMA. What all of that means is I'm really good at getting jobs that don't pay nothing. Thank you for providing me with an opportunity to address you today regarding Vernon Parish as a community of interest. During this time, I've been educated. I'm going to say, and as chairman of Fort Polk Progress, a nonprofit organization that solely dedicated on the healthy, robust relationship between a community and the largest Army base inside of Louisiana. And that relationship that we have between Fort Polk and the community and our congressional delegation is crucial to military funding across the state. Our Army community children go to school, in the current map would be split. Fort Polk from Leesville, and my city, Leesville, would actually be divided as well. I'm not here to be in support of any bill or any map. I just want to make sure that we understand what splitting Vernon Parish and splitting Fort Polk from Leesville would do to our community. So the kids that currently live on Fort Polk would go to school in a different congressional district. The city of, Vernon Parish sold an additional 47,000 acres to the federal government, which means that the federal government owns over 50% of our parish. In order for us to be able to do that, when we lost that tax revenue, the federal government agreed to furnish impact aid to help us help our education system educate the military students and all the other students in our parish. So having Fort Polk in one congressional district and our kids attend school in another congressional district could be problematic for Vernon Parish and our military kids. It's very well known that Fort Polk is the largest economic generator in Vernon Parish and also the largest employer in the state of Louisiana, second to only the state. The recent economic impact study showed that $1.4 billion is inserted into Louisiana's economy from Fort Polk alone. Over $9.6 billion in military federal funding into Louisiana's economy as a total. It includes all the bases across Louisiana. As you know, there's a current talk of a BRAC, which is a base realignment and closure, and the federal government is talking about that. And one of the ways that we're scored is by community relationship to our bases across the state. 40% of the people that are stationed at Fort Polk live off base. They live in our community. And so they would work in one congressional district and live in another. The parish, Vernon Parish, has the largest intergovernmental services agreement with Fort Polk in the world. The city of Leesville holds the largest intergovernmental service agreement in the world, saving the military operations in over $100 million over a 5-year period. And we're very proud of that. And that has to do with the relationship that we built with our military partners, and we were able to accomplish that thanks to our congressional delegation. I do not envy any of you sitting on this panel that has to make this decision, but I'll pledge this to you. I will pray for you. I will pray that you have peace about the decision you end up making. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Next up, I'm going to invite Mr. Frankie Hires up. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Hires.
Good afternoon. Frankie Hires from Jefferson Parish. I think this is the 8th trip for redistricting from as far as Jefferson Parish to Lake Charles, right? Covington. Been here a few times now for y'all.
Mr. Hires, if you could pull the mic a little bit closer. Just
Contrary to
won't
what
be able to hear
Mr.
you.
Duplessis had to say at the last meeting, I was not afforded the time to come here. Nobody afforded me that. I paid to come here, and I paid to go to every meeting. It cost me dearly. And at $4-something a gallon, it cost me a bit to get here. I was sure that nothing would come of all those meetings other than to see a supermajority protect and ensure and secure and, if anything, promote his majority further. So I'm not surprised to find us here in a special session. Adherence to the spirit and intent of our Constitution was so important to our founding fathers that one of the first acts of the first Congress in 1789 was to pass the verbiage for the oath of affirmation of office in compliance with Article 6 of our Constitution. Everyone here swore that oath, right? But if you don't comprehend the document, it gets a little perfunctory, doesn't it? Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states, according to their respective numbers. At the time of our first enumeration, Virginia was the largest state with 630,000 people, followed by Massachusetts at 475 and Pennsylvania at 432. Baton Rouge and Jefferson Parish both exceed the latter. We'd be the second and third largest states. Orleans Parish would be the fourth or fifth largest state of the Union. Certainly to be afforded the Republican form guaranteed under Article 4 that each of you swore to support and defend. But if you don't comprehend the document or what Republican form means, you might just, pay it lip service. So why are we here? It's history, right? That's what Mr. Duplessis said. It's the history of this nation that brought us here today. We abandoned some principles. At the first enumeration, Jefferson began with explaining what that what the Constitution says. The construct would reduce the distribution of power so that none of us could argue about how it got done. Because if we can argue about how we're going to do this, one of us is going to feel like they got the worst of it. And we don't have domestic tranquility. It's been 180 years. Next Saturday, June 25th, 1842, John Tyler signs, promotes an apportionment act that betrays the Constitution. That act did away with at-large voting and made it so that we have to have contiguous districts. And it's only because of that so we're here right now. On every question of its construction, let's bring ourselves back to when and adopt the spirit in which it was manifested. All right? In questions of power, then, let no more be heard about a confidence in man or woman, but bind them down for mischief by the chains of a constitution. But if you don't comprehend what those words say or mean, then you just wave to your friends. What are the chains of a constitution? Right? Everybody up here, nobody, Mr. Vernon Parish, nobody wants to see their parish split up. Jefferson Parish has 11 representatives, only 7 of them serve Jefferson Parish exclusively. There's no reason why the largest of parishes should ever suffer the virtual representation. The bill for apportioning, without explaining any principle at all, which would show its conformity to the Constitution, thereby forcing Mr. Jefferson to experiment, to find any principle by which it could have been formed. They allowed for 2 ratios to be applied. Oregon gets a ratio of 706,000 people per representative. Jefferson Parish's budget, $770 million. Check your numbers. Numbers matter. Some of this matters, but the principles matter more than who. All of you are term limited. This is your chance. Establish some principles for representation, right? establish some guide for future apportionment. That's what was done at the first enumeration. At that first enumeration, the law that ended up being passed, forgive me one second, reads as such. House of Representatives shall be composed of members elected agreeably to a ratio of 1 member for every 33,000 persons in each state, computed according to the rule prescribed by the Constitution. Translated to the parish, that would have meant that if we wanted to determine that we're going to have 51 members, that's putting the cart before the horse, by the way. Then each parish would have one. None would have more than one until they reach a certain ratio, and that would have been around 90,000. Terrebonne would have been with 1 representative. We wouldn't have had a second representative till Washita. Washita? I'm sorry if I Washita. I'm sorry. Forgive me for messing that one up. The interesting thing about Washita and North Louisiana, you don't have the population to support 2 representatives. You just don't. Look, black people aren't the minority of Louisiana. That's your census report. 15 parishes gain population. 15 parishes make up 3 million citizens of Louisiana. 15 parishes. The top 3 parishes are bigger than those first few states that form this union. There's no reason why those first 6 parishes shouldn't be the home of those representatives. Now, when you look at this map and you looked at the last 45 parishes are all losing the population, you're getting evacuated. That's the minority. Rural Louisiana is the minority. Black people aren't the minority. But if black people live in every parish, how are they not going to end up being disenfranchised? And we could play the games between 31 and 33. It doesn't matter. You got no principles upon which to guide for this, so you end up, as Jefferson put it, in a scramble, a vendu. It reduces us to a concoction. It reduces us to hot blood and a complete, utter loss of the thing if we're not careful. 180 years ago, next Saturday, this got put in motion. What you're facing today is a pendulum that's been going back from secession to abolition, Jim Crow, Reconstruction. We had the robber barons. We had suffrage, prohibition, its repeal. In the span of 1913 to 1922, we passed 5 amendments. You think you're doing something special? This is going to the court because y'all can't figure it out. You got to establish some principles. There's no principles applied. How is it that Oregon gets 1 representative for every 706,000, but we got to suffer to 776? Does anybody have any idea how many ratios are applied through the method of equal proportions? Anybody care? Remember that Constitution you swore to uphold and defend? It would have provided that we wouldn't be doing this right now. We could all be somewhere else, having a beer, lunch, doing anything. So, what are we going to do about it? How has to begin to matter more to you all than who? Maybe it's them, or how has to matter more than who. You're just a reflection of our neglect and opportunism. So the north and the west of Louisiana, I just was at the parish council meeting. It seems that North and West Louisiana, they have 2 districts for the Public Service Commission. Came up in one of our meetings, Public Service Commission maps. North and West Louisiana, you own the Public Service Commission. You only share 1 parish, is split between the 2 of you. Meanwhile, districts 1, 2, and 3. You want to talk about a concocted map? I got 2 public service commissioners serving both Orleans and Jefferson Parish. So I'm pretty sure District 2, where Baton Rouge lies, you get to make all the decisions when it comes to my energy bill. I don't think Jefferson Parish or Orleans got a shot. Secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our posterity. Anybody want to take a stab at liberty? What it means in that context? It ain't freedom. It ain't begging and pleading for rights or what's fair or equitable. Bind them down from mischief by the chains of a constitution. A lot of mischief. And I don't fault anybody for engaging in as much mischief as you can get away with. I don't fault sharks for being sharks. North Louisiana, hold on to that grip of that power as long as you possibly can. But when it comes crashing down, my God, will that weight punish you. You could reestablish some principles. Simply base 2 of the representatives out of Orleans and East Baton Rouge, and you got your 2 minority districts, don't you? I mean, don't you? What's a minority? What's a minority, right? It's not about minority, it's about black, or is it about party? Because I'm pretty sure both of your parties are losing. I'm getting ready to run for no party, and I think I'll win against any of y'all. The parties are being evacuated, so it's not about party. We don't care about party. What we care about is principles, and we lack for it at every level of government because we're too busy trying to keep track of y'all. If I wanted to figure out, if I want to be an educated voter and pay attention to these maps, I got to figure out how you drew these maps. Now I got to figure out who's running for president, who's running for Senate, both Senates. I got a House of Representatives, I got a governor, I got a state senator, I got a state rep, I got state council persons, mayor. What's Bessie? I ran out of fingers. How am I supposed to be an engaged, informed voter and do this responsibly when you tax me out of the possibility of it? You present no principles. You argue like sixth graders. It's like going into elementary school coming into these meetings. Bunch of sixth graders. Let's elevate the discourse. What do you say? Huh? Anybody want to talk about the principles of apportionment? What it means to actually have a principled representative body? Anyone? I thank you for your time. I don't hold much hope. I'm pretty sure this is going to a court. And that was an arbitrarily appointed court. Even the Supreme Court we settled for today, arbitrarily appointed by a House, arbitrarily seated. How's got to matter more than who.
Thank you, Mr. Hires. Next, members, we're going to go to the red cards in opposition wishing to speak. Jennifer Kerrigan. She waves. Okay. Patrick Miller. Mr. Miller. I'll also invite up if Representative Emerson is in the ante room. She's next. And then Representative Mark Wright, you're after her. You can wait until Representative Emerson comes up. Yes, sir.
I want to thank the committee for meeting today and an opportunity to speak. In May, I just graduated from Louisiana Tech University. I got my Bachelor's of Science in Economics, and I am now attending Louisiana State University studying to get my MBA. I originally am from Franklinton, which is in the 5th Congressional District as it is now, and I went to high school in Mandeville, Louisiana, and I've lived in Louisiana my entire life. When I was in North Louisiana, it's a completely different culture. It's a completely different set of people and area, which is what I was used to in Mandeville. And I came to really enjoy North Louisiana. I came to really enjoy Ruston, and I came to really realize the people of North Louisiana and how special they are, and how we don't advocate for them as much as we should. Many of the proposed maps would make Baton Rouge the population center of a new district. That would shift away from our current configuration and most likely divide representation for Monroe and Alexandria. In fact, under the maps proposed, the 5th District would have more residents from East Baton Rouge Parish than Ouachita and Rapides parishes combined. This is not only the place where the numbers drastically shift from north to south under their maps. The 5th District would have more residents in Lafayette Parish than Rapides. The voting population from Lafayette Parish would nearly be equal to the one in Ouachita as well. This is a shift away from the voices and constituents in North Louisiana and Monroe and West Monroe and Lincoln Parish and parishes surrounding the Mississippi Delta to southern Louisiana. The maps proposed would divide the cities of Monroe, Alexandria, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans. The only major population center in our state that the maps don't split up are Shreveport, Bossier, and Lake Charles. But it's not just major cities that this map would split up. The map also splits up Slidell from Covington, Pineville from Alexandria, Ville Platte from Amu, Breaux Bridge from St. Martinville, New Iberia from DeClambery, and Zachary from Central as well. This is very important because as one state and as a future, I plan to live my entire life in Louisiana. I've, studied in Louisiana my entire life, and I'm making a sacrifice in my career, most likely, to stay in this state because I love my home and I love the people who call Louisiana home. And I think that it's extremely important that we understand that everyone in the state needs a voice, but we also have to understand that we can't split our communities up. Being a resident of St. Tammany Parish myself, I do not want to see my parish split up. I do not want to see my parish torn apart. We need representation in North Louisiana. We need representation around this state. And I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Representative Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I'll be very brief. I know everybody's had a long day here, and appreciate all the debate back and forth. Today, obviously, you know, I'm one of your colleagues, but I'm here as the representative from District 39, as well as a resident of Karen Crow and Lafayette Parish. Specifically this map, and I really just want to focus on my home area here, because it splits Lafayette Parish apart. And yesterday, our Mayor President, Josh Guillory, spoke in the Senate committee on I think the exact same map. I know it was amended a little bit, but basically the exact same map. And I don't think he's able to be here today, so I did just want to kind of reiterate some of the things that he was saying about splitting apart our parish. It's Lafayette Parish has long time been the anchor for this congressional district. Of course, you all know the very well-defined area and region of Acadiana. Lafayette, again, has been the heart of Acadiana. Our morning show is called Good Morning Acadiana, and it's located in Lafayette. So I think separating our parish is a very difficult thing. I think that's a very well-defined community of interest. And this example might be a little bit silly to some of y'all, but it was really apparent to me because last night I was eating at Prejean's restaurant, which is located in Karen Crow in my hometown, where I live, where my family lives. And a lot of you probably know Prejean's restaurant off of I-49. And it's owned by a guy named Boudreaux. His last name is Boudreaux. And so when I think about Boudreaux, who owns Prejean's, being in the same congressional district as the great people of Morehouse Parish, while I love them and I love the people of Tensas and Madison and Ouachita and everybody else, I don't think it's the same community of interest as Mr. Boudreaux from Prejean's. So that's really all I wanted to point out here. Splitting apart Lafayette Parish, again, it's a parish that's been in that district as a whole for a very long time. The parish that I live in, that I grew up in, and the town and community that I live in and grew up in. And I think it's very important to keep that community of interest together.
Thank you, Representative Emerson. Thank both of you for your testimony. I'll invite Representative Mark Wright and Representative Owens up. Whenever you're ready, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm here today to represent District 77, Covington, St. Tammany Parish, the North Shore. Contrary to what has been said in the media by judges and elected representatives, I actually think this is not enough time to take a look at something like that. That's why I decided to forsake my day and come here and wait and be able to testify. Normally we have a lot of people that come here from St. Tammany Parish to, sort of voice opinions and all. But as you saw, Mr. Miller, and Ms. Kerrigan are the only two that are here. I think a lot of people have no clue what's going on. And so even waiting one day, I think, is not enough. That's for other people to decide. I wanted to be on this committee long time ago, did a lot of lobbying. I envy you all. So I'm not here to tell you what the map should look like. I'm just here to tell you that putting St. Tammany Parish in a district anchored by East Baton Rouge does not work. First off, St. Tammany, particularly West St. Tammany, where I represent, I'd argue that half the families commute across the causeway to work in Metairie and New Orleans. When Hurricane Katrina hit, a vast majority of people moved to our area, right? We share the lake. We're part of Metro New Orleans. There's no doubt about that. And that goes for the North Shore, for that matter. In fact, the term North Shore is basically the North Shore Lake Pontchartrain because we share that common basis. Heck, I grew up in Metairie and moved right over it, and I feel like that's just one same community, right? Whereas if we go with this map, St. Tammany would be sort of second to East Baton Rouge and the Baton Rouge metro area. In fact, with this map, quite frankly, I think the Baton Rouge metro area, particularly the media market, benefits the most because I think you're going to have 4 districts anchored in Baton Rouge. So everybody's going to be advertising when they run their campaign in Baton Rouge. And that's a bit of a joke, but it's just true. It's all based in Baton Rouge. I'm not sure that's healthy, quite frankly. So I'm here to tell you, just as a representative, about some of those facts, about this community of interest fact that we talked about. St. Tammany has been in the 1st congressional district, I think, about 50 years. And that's a good bit of tradition. Obviously, we like our Congressman, Minority Leader Scalise. You can't always control who represents you. I get that. But that interest, that common interest, everything from, as I mentioned, that community of people commuting, living, working, it's also related to some incredibly serious issues. I mean, we built the Great Wall over there near St. Bernard, New Orleans East for flood protection. Well, a part of that actually causes flooding in Mandeville. A lot of people don't realize that, but we get a lot of flooding in Lake Pontchartrain because the water comes through goes through Lake Pontchartrain and comes in, and we got to deal with that issue. And I think people on the South Shore understand that, and they want to help out. And it's good to have the same congressmen and congressional staff from that area. So I'm just here to say, I'll close up. I'm here to say I don't know what the map should look like or what the bill should look like. That's your job, and I don't envy you on that. I am waiting to see what I have to vote on. I'm just saying if I get this bill, I have to vote against it. There's just no doubt in my mind if I'm going to represent my area that I would not be able to support this. I'm fairly confident, and I'm not here to speak for the delegation. I'm fairly confident St. Tammany delegation and perhaps the whole North Shore would agree too. Thanks.
Representative Vogt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'm going to keep this very brief because I know everybody's been here a long time today. I come here today as a resident of Slidell and the representative for District 76, which encompasses the majority of the Slidell area, and is the area that's actually going to be split up by this map. St. Tammany really is a very homogenous community. We, on the east side and the west side, we all have, a lot of similar interests, and we share a lot of the same interests with Jefferson Parish as well. A lot of our people from St. Tammany actually are people who originally lived in Jefferson, have moved over across the lake, and they still, a lot of people still send their kids there for school. We commute there for jobs. They have businesses they own in Jefferson, and then vice versa too. Like we travel across St. Tammany to go to work, and a lot of people live in Slidell and have a business over in Mandeville or Covington or some of the other areas in town. So it's to split these up at this time. There's too much common interest there on both sides of the lake for us to do this at this point. I just don't see how that's going to benefit us. And our parish has almost doubled in size in the past 20 years. And like I said, this is a lot of these people have migrated over. So that being said, we've worked the past 3 years. This is one of the real reasons why I'm testifying today with the congressional delegation, especially with Congressman Scalise, CPRA, the St. Tammany Levy Board, the Corps, and we're working on basically $4 billion. That's billion with a B of levy and water projects that are coming down in the next couple of years. So. We don't want to jeopardize that at this point. If these maps change and we split up St. Tammany, all of a sudden we're a part of East Baton Rouge Parish, then all of a sudden that it's, we get into the weeds with all that. And we really don't want to put that in jeopardy. We want to continue on our path going forward. And as the bill is written right now, I just ask you don't support it as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Wright, we do have a question for you. If you wouldn't mind hanging out, we're going to get through all of them, and we might have a member who wants to call you up and ask you a question. Next up, President would like to speak. Chris Canaletto. I apologize. Yeah, please, sir. And then Deborah Randolph as well. Okay. In Miss Susie Labrie, ma'am, you can come up as well. Yes, sir. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. I'd like to thank y'all. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your time and your family's time. I truly understand what you're going through because I am the councilman from District 8, St. Tammany Parish. The ones that suffer the most are our families because we're here doing these things, and like y'all, we're doing reapportionment also. I'm here about the map. Everything else, that's y'all's game. It is a tough game. The map is to me it's detrimental to St. Tammany Parish. We truly really are more of a coastal parish, whether we like to believe it or not, especially down. The fact of the matter is this: when a lot of the money came out for the projects for the wetlands and restoring the coast, we got a boat dock and a launch and a landing and a bayou 40 miles from the Gulf. Not much help. But the fact of the matter is this: when you leave the L&N at the coast of St. Tammany, You hit no land until you get to the Gulf of Mexico. It used to be all marsh. It's all gone. We desperately need your help. And that's why I think we should definitely be realigned with the coastal. It's like our representatives are talking, and I feel it's just detrimental to say Tammany. And thank you for your time and your service, all of y'all. I know you don't get a lot of love and appreciation, and you get a lot of ridicule, and I feel your pain, and wish y'all nothing but good luck.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Library?
Yes, I have a friend named Bert Calley who couldn't make it today, and he asked me to read his testimony, and also want to add mine. First of all, I'm Susie Labrie representing myself. I do think this is more of an urban versus rural situation covered under the race. So anyway, I'm going to get on to Bert's letter, and this is exactly what he has said. So this is his testimony here. I had it set up. He was sending this letter to the Senate Governmental Affairs Committee 2, and he's in District 29, Senate District 2. I believe that's across the river to Senator Price's district. And I believe Barry Ivy is the representative over there. I don't know. Be it known that I had observed most of yesterday's committee meeting via the internet. I want to convey my thoughts and concerns on a subject that I listened to. I listened to both sides of the debate, and I have been in a position to employ both blacks and whites, as well as have been employed by both blacks and whites. I have served both publicly as a school bus driver. I worked alongside both in my military service and in the private sector holding the same job title. I have friends and acquaintances likewise. What I know and convey, but what is law or jurisdiction doing as a judge or court have on dictating to a legislative body on how this is expanding back and forth. Let's see. I have to skip. By what law or jurisdiction does a judge or court have on dictating to a legislative body on how, what, and time frame to make laws? It seems to me that this major overstep of separation of powers. I feel the amendment proposed in House Bill 1 may appease both sides, but in the long run will cause greater confusion, as stated by a senator on the panel. That was also apparent yesterday in the short term. It was all because of trying to push something through to avoid being in contempt of court. Imagine that, a whole state and all its citizens being in contempt of court, simply because they're trying to be fair and doing what is best in their state and citizens at will to be a lasting decision for decades in less than 6 days. I heard many times that House Bill 1 is not solely about race, but I didn't hear from those who proclaim that of what other things were except the statistics on voter tendencies that were tied to a race. I did hear some argument about economics and the potential divisions on matters that affect both all blacks and whites at various industries and as neighbors and co-workers. My concern is being as both black and whites live in areas of agricultural, fishing, rural, and other economic areas, as well as of cultural cohesions. Quartering up areas like these with no economic considerations is harmful to the state and all of its citizens. No one will have true representation based on what really matters. The growth of both individuals and their surrounding community, the internet, is of a larger or more wealthy will cancel out the lesser within the given district instead of that district being represented, as it should be based on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I feel like constructing a district boundary based on race is the complete reverse of what the 14th Constitutional Amendment was all about. No one group be discriminated or given special privileges based on the pigment of their skin. To do otherwise, I believe that we are reverting back to the ways of decades and centuries ago and driving a wedge that took years of protest, legislation, litigation, blood, and lives to remove. To illustrate my concerns further, imagine if we were to go far as to have black states and white states. Unbelievable this sounds, but we are laying a footstone to what one day could come to reality by passing House Bill 1. Would you be able to say this can happen from a district but not from a state? I'm requesting that House Bill 1 not pass. Bert Calais. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Labrie. I always say
Yes, sir.
Labrie. I apologize, Ms. Labrie. Thank you very much.
Both is correct.
Okay.
You've been doing good with that one.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you, too, and appreciate you having us to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Also filling out a red card in opposition, not wishing to speak, Julie Sandifer, Dale Clary, and Janine Gotro. Members, that clears all the cards. I'll invite Mr. Vice Chair back up to the table. Or actually, Representative Thomas, did you want Representative Wright to come back? You okay? Okay. And for that matter, members, was there anybody that you wanted to invite up to ask an additional question? Representative Ivey, did you? No? Okay, absolutely. And I'm going to put Representative Ivey on. He has a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take up an amendment before closing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, now's the proper time. We're going to go ahead and take up Amendment Set 1. Do you want to have Ms. Smith read it in, or are you comfortable?
That'd be
explaining
great.
it? Okay, Ms. Smith. You good?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Amendment Set 16. It is available online, and it adds a Section 6 at the end of the bill providing for applicability of the bill.
All right, Representative Ivey, on your amendment.
Sure. There was a lot of debate yesterday, and in the end, there was some amendments that were offered. One of the amendments, and specifically, I think by Senator Foyle, provided some effectiveness language. Obviously, we understand where the current state of the lawsuit is, and it is, still with the ruling of the lower court, where the injunction is still in order, which has necessitated this special session where we are supposed to produce a map with a second black majority minority district by June 20th. And so understanding that there is a lot of litigation still pending, and only God knows how it's going to end. And so to be fair to kind of both sides' perspectives, I thought this was a reasonable amendment in that we don't know the timing of those decisions, whether or not a map that we end up producing and passing will be the one used in the upcoming fall congressional election, or imposed upon us potentially by the federal judge if we do not enact a map. Depending on the timing of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal, that may or may not come. That relief for the defendants may or may not come. If it does not, then we're left with either a map we pick or the one that the judge picks. In either way, I believe it would be fair that whoever ultimately prevails, whichever side, and this will be probably appealed all the way to the Supreme Court, but whatever the final judgment is on the case, if it is in favor of the defense, then Act 5 of the 2022 first extraordinary session will become law again, where we will not have to come back into session and try to repass another map. So if the plaintiffs prevail, well, then the map that we pass, or the one maybe imposed upon us, will be the map that we're stuck with.
Mr. Vice Chair, since you're a member of the committee, you can obviously question Mr. Ivey if you have any.
I had an opportunity to talk to him prior to his amendment being offered, and I'm not going to object.
Representative Thomas, you have a question on the amendment? Hold on, let me add you. All right. Both you and Representative Ivey are on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ivey, is this amendment identical word for word from what Senator Foyle submitted yesterday and that committee passed?
I actually asked staff that question, and it's my understanding that it is not identical language, but the effectual nature of the language is identical. The effect of what will happen is the same. The Senate drafts things differently than we do, and so we showed certainly deference to staff. I actually was able to preview a version of this. I will be adding this amendment to my own legislation as well that I want to be bringing. So I've had the conversation. I believe personally the language looks good and will accomplish exactly what the my intended statement is.
So do you know what the exact differences are?
I haven't compared. We can ask staff to maybe provide some clarification on that.
I would like that clarification,
Okay,
please.
let's put Ms. Smith on.
Oh, just one moment, I need to locate. There we go. Should I just read them out?
Yeah, why don't you just point them out? You can point line by line the differences if it's easier.
So I believe that the amendment, the Senate amendment that has been referred to as Senate Amendment 15, in that amendment, it provides that the plan adopted by the act would lose any effectiveness whatsoever if any court so empowered reverses, vacates, or stays the decision, the relevant decision of the court before us. In any such case, Act 5 of the 2022 session will become again effective. The language before the committee right now that we worked on in amendment number 16 provides a similar mechanism that if a final unappealable judgment by a federal court in the relevant cases does not declare the congressional plan enacted by Act 5 to be in violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, the following shall occur. The provisions of this act shall cease to be effective, so that would mean that this bill would cease to be effective. RS 18-1276 as enacted by Act Number 5 and the provisions of Act Number 5 that are repealed by this bill would be reenacted, and the provisions of this section shall not reduce the term of a representative of the U.S. Congress.
Ms. Smith, what's the substantive effect of the differences? Maybe
They're
you
the
could just
same.
summarize.
As
It's
far
basically
as,
the same.
As far as staff is.
So nothing substantive.
No, according to
Okay. So in staff's opinion, it has the same effect. In addition, it also answers the question of what happens to the people who are elected in the meantime.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For a question on the amendment, Representative Carter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. From what I understand, the amendment, what it would do is that if a court did not stay the election, i.e. the Supreme Court of the United States, did not stay the election that is scheduled for qualifying in July and the election in November, if it's not stayed and of course the candidates are elected pursuant to whatever map we pass out of the session or whatever map the judge imposed, and then if the Supreme Court did not issue that stay and these people were elected, and then the Supreme Court, when the case is ultimately tried in both the district court and the Fifth Circuit and then the Supreme Court, and ultimately the Supreme Court would say, well, the map that we passed during the last session, the reapportionment session, is okay. It doesn't violate Section 2. Then this map, whatever map that the judge come up with, or this map, I guess, would no longer be having the effect, and we go back to the map we passed in a special session, and those people that got elected during the process, they will continue to hold office, and they will not limit their term. So they got elected in November. If there's no stay, then they will serve for 2 years. But then the map will revert back to the speaker map that we passed on the February reapportionment session. Is that right?
Is that a question for Representative Ivey?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
Yes, no one, whoever was, if this map or any one of the maps we pass, if we add this language to all of them, passes, and there's no timely judicial intervention in favor of the defense, then a map, one of the ones we select, if we pass it, will be the law up until a final judgment. If that final judgment is in favor of the defense, it will revert back to Act 5. If it's not, then the map we pass will be maintained as the law of the land. And anyone elected under these conditions would remain in office until re-election. Yes.
Well, my problem with this is that it would take away from the legislature the opportunity to come back and do another map. either.
Well, nothing would take away from our opportunity. We always have that opportunity. However, what I think would be more prudent is to put us in a position where we don't have to come back. And now it depends on who prevails, right? In this case, if the plaintiffs do not prevail, it may be more favorable to try to have to come back. But what's going to be different on that second go round?
If the Fifth Circuit or the United States Supreme Court feel that the defendants have a legitimate argument that ought to be considered, they would issue a stay. They're going to issue that stay long before July qualifying time. The Supreme Court would issue a stay, would have a hearing, and would either vacate whatever the judge in the lower court done, and then what we passed to take effect.
I recognize
this
that.
Amendment is not what I'm saying. The amendment is not necessary.
I think you just made my point that it is necessary, because if the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals stays the lower court's injunction, what would happen is if we pass this map without this language, this becomes the law of the land. Period. And the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling is irrelevant, because this becomes the law of the land. Without language to qualify the effectiveness or nature of a bill that we pass this session, then it's the law of the land. And so this is language to provide that and delineate between the different potential outcomes.
The Fifth Circuit already said. The Fifth Circuit has already said that they didn't think the defendant would prevail. They already said that. Now,
it was an administrative stay, and they did not rule in favor of the defense because they didn't.
Well, let me. If the Fifth Circuit thought there was a chance that the defendant might prevail, they would have continued to stay and had a hearing, more detailed, and waited and ordered the trial court to stay. They didn't do that. Now, I don't know of an application. I'm sure application being made to the United States Supreme Court. And if the United States Supreme Court feels when they receive these documents, and I'm sure it would be pretty quickly, they could issue a stay. So if they felt that the defendant might prevail, the Supreme Court could issue a stay. So we don't need this. If they issue a stay, then we go on as we are now. We won't have the House Bill 1. If we pass House Bill 1, House Bill 1 would be stayed because of the Supreme Court stay. And they would decide which one would go.
You can't stay enacted legislation. If we enact legislation, this special session, it cannot be stayed by the Supreme Court. We have produced and created a new map with effective dates on that map. And if we're going to comply with the lower court's order, then the enacted map that we create will have to have an effective date for the upcoming fall election. And so I'd like to remind you, Representative Carter, that the author of the bill has not objected to this motion, and I believe that we all recognize it's a long shot getting anything out of here. I would imagine that it would be a lot more of a challenge to get any legislation out of here without such language.
So we would go 2 years, and then we would re-implement the statute that we said we passed on a
only if the final judgment the court finds in favor of the defense.
And we couldn't in 2 years pass another bill if we wanted.
We still can. You can come back and we can author legislation. It's always in order.
That's right.
We don't need a special session for it.
That's right. We don't. Or we can pass a real portion bill anytime we want it.
Exactly.
If we didn't, if the Supreme Court said that what we did was incorrect, then we can pass a bill. We can have a special session, or we can have a regular session and pass a bill. We got 2 years. Because these people are going to be in office for 2 years, so we don't need this amendment. This amendment
logic says that if we don't, we have to have language that delineates the effectiveness. Even if we don't say we revert back to the current map, we have to have language that would qualify that if the defense prevails, right? Why would we pass a map that adds a second majority-minority district? Okay, and I've authored a map myself, and so I think everybody understands how I feel on the situation. But why, in deference to both sides, the plaintiff and the defense, if someone prevails and final judgment is rendered in favor of the defense. Why should, if we try our best to comply with the lower court's order to pass a map this special session with a second majority minority district, why would we feel it's fair to impose that map for another 10 years if the defense prevails?
Not 10 years, 2 years.
Well, I'm sorry.
2 years.
Well, you're saying the effect. So, is this map, Representative Plessis, is this map only effective for 2 years? It's not. You have no expiration date on this map. No. Okay. Therefore, if we pass your legislation as it's currently drafted, this becomes the law of the land until the next redistricting cycle.
Until we're required.
Until we redistrict.
All right. Representative Carter and Representative Ivy, y'all finish your thoughts on this.
I'm done. Thank you.
Representative Carter, any final thoughts?
Yeah, my point is, all I'm trying to point out is, if this map is, if it was passed, but if it was to pass, and if the Supreme Court had a problem with it, or if the Supreme Court, for whatever reasons, maybe not even the map, said that the defendant should win for whatever reason, that means the old map was okay, then these people elected is only elected for 2 years. And so we can come back and do another map, the same map or another map. This prevent us from doing anything because the map would automatically take effect. And my concern is that the legislature can change the map within 2 years. You don't have to wait 10 years to change a map if the court says it's something is wrong with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you made your point.
And
2 years to change the map. 2 years.
Okay, y'all both have made your points on that issue. We're going to move on. Representative Pro Tem McGee's got a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear, though. I've heard it said a lot of times, and Representative Carter just said it, that the Fifth Circuit made some sort of intention about what it plans to do in the merits of the case, and the Fifth Circuit was extremely clear on its intentions on the merit case and said, that said, neither the plaintiff's arguments nor the district court's analysis is entirely watertight, meaning they're not. I read that as we don't really care for both arguments completely, and it's feasible that the merits panel, conducting a less rushed examination of the record in light of differently framed arguments, may well side with the defendants. So I don't know where we're getting this. We keep saying this out loud that the Fifth Circuit has announced an intention to support the plaintiff's position, but they've clearly said that the defendants may win in the Fifth Circuit. So I just want to be clear on the record that it's still up in the air in the Fifth Circuit, in contradiction to what Representative Carter just said.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I think I'm going to let Representative Jenkins go next. I think we've gotten a lot of arguments out on this. Representative Jenkins on the amendment. Representative Jenkins. Representative Carter, hey, let's. I will recognize you again if you would like to. Just please wait until you recognize Representative Jenkins.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see a big problem with the amendment. It's not in any way adverse to the district court's ruling. I just want to be sure that it's not adverse in any kind of way, is it, to the district court's ruling?
I personally don't interpret it that way.
Okay, and Rep. Duplessis, you okay with this amendment?
Look, I'm fine with it for purposes of trying. Look, we're under a tight timeline. Right. We're under a very tight timeline. I personally don't really see the point of it. Mm-hmm. However, I'm not going to object to it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Jenkins. Okay, finally, Representative Ivy is going to offer up Amendment Set 16. Is there any objection? See, okay, there is an objection. We will vote on this. A vote yes is to adopt Amendment Set 16. A vote no is to not. And so, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Chairman Stefanski?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Chairman Duplessis?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Boyer? Representative Wilford Carter? No. Representative Desatel? Yes. Representative Farnham? Representative Gadberry? Yes. Representative Horton? Yes. Representative Ivy? Yes. Representative Jenkins? Yes. Representative Mike Johnson? Yes. Representative Lacombe? Yes. Representative Lyons? Yes. Representative McGee? Yes. Representative Newell? No. Representative Thomas? Yes. Representative White? 12 yeas, 2 nays.
12 yeas, 2 nays, and the amendment is adopted. Okay, Representative Ivey, another question on the bill. Representative Ivey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the appropriate time, I would like to move the bill as amended, and this is going to be my final closing remarks before Vice Chair Duplessis closes. I'd like for everyone to take a moment and reflect on like why we're here and what the purpose is at the committee level. And as a noob legislator a few years ago, we take the job so seriously sometimes. I think we fail to put in proper context what the committee role is in the legislative process. And as I appreciate what that context is for us today, as it pertains to attempting to comply with the lower federal court, we have to decide, in committee to kill or not to kill. I don't think that's really the issue, though, that we should be considering. I don't think there's anything so offensive before us that it warrants such punitive action to prevent us from having a floor debate on the issue. I think it's imperative we have a floor debate. I believe one of the failures of our efforts in the special session was that we did not have a floor debate on the issue. I think that, and I shared through the process, I supported many maps that I would not vote for on the floor. And I've already told Representative Plessis and Senator Fields, I can't support their maps on final passage because of some of the issues that I have with them. That said, I have worked to produce maps that I could support. And that's why I have some alternatives. But I do believe that under every circumstance, I would have voted for the speaker's map to get to the floor. I would have voted. I'm going to support your map getting to the floor, mine, and any other map to get to the floor for debate. There is no chance that a map is just going to accidentally slip through a crack. We understand the challenge that we're up against, and to not allow the institution, not this, because we're just a part of the body on the floor. I believe this committee owes the institution, owes our colleagues on the House floor who cannot participate in this line of questioning and offering, statements on all the people who come and present testimony. I believe we owe it to them to have an opportunity to debate the issue on the floor. Again, I've already stated I can't support it on final passage in its current posture. However, I do ask that we move as amended, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Ivey. But some housekeeping before, lost in my desire to end the debate on the amendment, Mr. Hurd had filled out a white card, and I do want to give him an opportunity. I don't want to, if you'd like to make some comments, it might be moot at this point, I understand that, but if you'd like to give some comments, I'd invite you up next to Mr. Plessis. It's a white card, Representative Plessis. I don't think you need to leave.
I think with the comment from staff in reading it, it did not mention how it would deal with a stay as it was fleshed out.
Well, please, if you're gonna, come to the mic, sir. If you do want to give, so.
My name's Paul Hurd. I'm from Washita Parish. We're somewhere near Little Rock, in case you're wondering. No, the question I had was the amendment. I'm in support of the concept of the amendment. I just wanted to make clear that one version that I saw yesterday only would go into effect if it was ultimately determined on the merits that the old district was proper. All right. This amendment that will deal with this problem in having this in limbo right now needs to deal with if it's either held on the merits to be the old existing plan is held on the merits to be legal, or if the stay that prevents it from going forward is lifted so that there's no federal impediment. And I think, though I wasn't sure about the initial reading, I think ultimately the explanation in the record in this committee makes it clear that the committee intends, or that language, to be sufficient, that should the stay against its use be lifted and it would therefore be enacted law that was not otherwise stayed in the federal system, that the old district would prevail and this district would not. And that was my concern in the speed at which we were moving.
Oh, certainly I understand. But staff is indicating yes to your explanation.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Also, members, on HB1, we received 12 emails in opposition, which will be in the record. Vice Chair Duplessis, to close.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee. I think we've been at this now since 10 a.m., and I just want to let the committee know just how much I respect each and every one of you. We all come to this process with different life experiences, different perspectives, and certainly different goals in terms of our futures and thinking about consequential votes like this and what they may mean. This has been a particularly difficult day for me, certainly because this bill was scheduled, but not so much because of the bill, because I think everybody kind of came to the table knowing where they were going to be. So I think we went through a whole year, quite honestly, of work with everybody knowing where they were going to be. Road shows, testimony, bills introduced, debates. I don't know if it changed a single mind. I don't know if it changed a single heart. But this day was particularly difficult for me because at this very moment, I was scheduled to be at an event, giving a keynote address in my district for an event that I've been looking forward to for many years now. I was going to be giving a keynote address at the basically the grand reopening of AP Turo Civil Rights Park, which is in the heart of my district in the 7th Ward. And the event began at 2 p.m. And, I think about that, and I think about the irony that I'm here today presenting this bill, because I think about Alexander Pierre Turo and who he was, for those of you all who don't know him or don't know of his life. There's a monument that was placed to him in 1997, and I would assume that anybody who has a monument after them has done something with their life that someone else considers significant. He was a native New Orleanian who attended Howard Law School and graduated in 1925. I'm also a graduate of Howard Law School. And I learned and studied about his life and the contributions that he made to this state, to this nation. Before you had a Jared Evans representing the Legal Defense Fund, you had Alexander Pierre Turo, who was local counsel for NAACP for pretty much all civil rights cases throughout the South. So when Thurgood Marshall came to take on cases to fight segregation, it was AP Turo who was the local counsel who led on those cases. There were only 4 black lawyers in the state of Louisiana when AP Turo came home in the 30s to be an attorney in this state. He filed 13 lawsuits against LSU. He filed lawsuits for equal pay so that black teachers could make the same as their white teachers. He filed countless voter rights lawsuits. I just encourage all of y'all to look him up one day. Right now, they're celebrating the refurbishment of his monument because it was vandalized over the years, and the park was in disrepair. And I really want to be there today. And I can't be there today, but I think about the fact that when AP Turo ran for Congress, he was, I can't remember if it was in the 40s or the 50s. I think about the fights that he fought and the fact that at that time we had no representation. We didn't even have Congressional District 2, but he still ran. And believe it or not, he ran as a Republican. Things were a little different then. But so many things are still the same. And, fast forward, we're in 2022. And each of us, the moment we became representatives, we all put our hands up and we swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. But a constitutional decision has been made. And with all of the debate that we've had today, all of the discussion, all of the perspectives. Representative Thomas and I talking about whether it's 31% or 33%. We're under a court order right now. There's not a whole lot of room for interpretation as far as I'm concerned, or at least as far as the judge is concerned. Whether it's 31%, whether it's 33%, what we do know is that it's 57% for whites in the state, but they make up 83% of Congress. Is that fair? Is that just? Whether it's 31% or 33%? We got some real work to do in this state. Like I said at the beginning, I think that everybody came here with their mind made up on what they were going to do. And I don't think anyone said it better than Mr. Lewis earlier when he really pointed out the fact that any progress we've made in this state has always been ordered by a court. And we have an opportunity to do something different. We have an opportunity for our children to say, we didn't have to be forced to do it. We have to be forced to do the right thing because we know what the right thing is. So I don't think there's a whole lot more I can say that hasn't already been said. I ask that you, do what you have to do. The motion has been made to report the bill favorably as amended. I think what I've presented with HB1 complies with what we've been ordered to do. And as a lawyer, as an officer of the court, I'm going to do what I'm told to do by a court. I'm not going to tell a federal district court to say, well, let's just wait and see what the appellate court says. We don't get to pick and choose when we want to follow the law. We talk about law and order all day in this building. We can't pick and choose when we want to follow the law. And right now the law says 2 black districts, whether we like it or not. Whether it makes our community look a little different, maybe we could use some of that in Louisiana. Because what I can tell you is that one thing I took away from this road show for certain is that despite the fact that we didn't lose anybody in Congress, we are losing young people. And this vote today and this process is going to send a message. Are we going to be a state of the past, or are we going to be a state of the future? And anybody coming up here talking about we need to keep things the way that they are, and we don't need to change nothing, that means you like things the way that they are. You like being last in everything good and first in everything bad. With that, I ask for your favorable passage.
All right, members, Representative Ivy has moved that we report House Bill 1 as amended. Is there any objection? There is an objection. Members, a vote yes is to report as amended. A vote no means the bill remains in committee. With that said, Ms. Amersbach will call the roll.
Chairman Stefanski?
No.
No. Vice Chairman Duplessis?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Boyer? Representative Wilford Carter? Yes, Representative Desitel? No. Representative Farnham? No. Representative Gadberry? No. Representative Horton? No. Representative Ivy? Yes, Representative Jenkins? Yes, Representative Mike Johnson? No. Representative Lacombe? Yes, Representative Lyons? Yes, Representative McGee? No. Representative Newell? Yes, Representative Thomas? No. Representative White? 7 yeas, 8 nays.
7 yeas, 8 nays, and the bill remains in committee. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
And so we are going to start with HB 4 by Representative Ivy. Whenever you're ready, Representative. John, why don't you cue up his initial map?
And before I get going, I'd like to because before anybody gets too confused, I do have two amendment sets for two different maps for this. They're for illustrative purposes, so don't feel you're going to have to decide to vote on that or not. So they're for illustrative purposes. I just need one more minute.
No. It's that. Why don't we're going to wait on Mr. Harrington's going to queue it up. Whenever that map's up, we'll pop it up just so everybody can get a look at it and the public can. Additionally, housekeeping members on HB3, again, I'll formally make a motion to defer that. Is there any objection to deferring HB3? Seeing no objection, HB3 is deferred. There were two emails. Two emails on both 3 and 4. They're in your folders, members. They're not for or against, so I guess they're white emails. And then one in opposition. So those two would be considered white cards.
For which bill was there an opposition?
No, there is an opposition on HB 3.
3, but not 4, correct?
3, but not 4.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
So that's a little indicator there.
Whenever you're ready, Representative Bobby.
All right, just literally one more second. Closing windows.
Let's let him. Is it a point of order? Let's let him present the bill before you.
Yep.
It's a point of order. Representative Thomas for point of order.
I just want to know if that's the map that we're going to be discussing. Is that the one with his amendments?
This is HB4, the map that is up right now.
With his amendments or not?
Well, I'm going to defer to the author whether or not he wants to adopt those amendments. But for the purposes of what the discussion where he's going to start, this is the map.
Okay, so that's with the original.
That's the original on
thanks.
HB4. Yes, Representative. Thank you.
All right. And just to provide clarification, Representative Thomas, I have no intentions of moving the amendments. Those are for illustrative purposes only. This is the map. Yes, ma'am. Am I ready, Mr. Pro Tem, whenever?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members. I know it's been a long day. I'd say I'm going to try to be brief, and I will, but it's a lot of ground to cover, so I will begin. I want to start by reminding everyone what my votes were on HB1, which became Act 5 in the first special session of this year. I voted and supported HB1. I voted to overturn the veto. And to provide clarity, in case there's anyone who may misunderstand why I supported that, and also I am bringing these maps, I'd like to provide some clarification. I am aware of how that map was produced. And while accusations, and of course that's what the courts will decide, have been made as far as different biases or whatever. The fact is, the map is the status quo. That's what the map is. The speaker, the chairman, malapportionment is the first and preeminent responsibility of redistricting. And the standards that the federal government requires upon us for malapportionment is much more difficult than what we have to do with every other map. And if you haven't had to try to draw one where you're getting numbers like literally into the teens, it's tremendously different than when you're given the grace of a plus or minus 2.5 or 5%. The difference is night and day. And so I'm not opposed to a second majority minority district, but up until I had to make efforts in preparation of this special session, I had not seen a map that I could support. Obviously, one of the major issues I have with the maps that were before that, Representative Pless's map and Senator Phil's map, is how it dramatically alters multiple current congressional district makeups. These are substantive moves. When you relegate Congressional District 6 to the Florida parishes, you wholly disrupt the constituency and the issues, the economics, and these other factors that play a critical role to all of Louisiana in our representation in Congress. And so while I'm not opposed to a second majority minority district, I believe it is incumbent upon myself to ensure that that we do it in the most practicable, responsible, and least disruptive manner possible. And that is the approach that I took when trying to draw this map. So what is the issue before us today? It is to specifically and solely exclusively to attempt to pass a congressional map that adds a second majority minority district by June 20th. That is the court's order. Why are we here? It's because Act 5 of the 2022 first special session was challenged in federal court on the basis of violating Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The court found in favor of the plaintiff and ordered an injunction and has required that the legislature draw a map that adds a second black majority minority district by June 20th. I personally didn't appreciate that qualifying language, because we can still comply with Voting Rights Act when there is when groups of minorities vote in blocks enough to provide for that opportunity district, which is what this is about. And so it really made the challenge of creating a second majority minority district more difficult. And so that said, the defendants have appealed the defendants have appealed the ruling and the injunction to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals issued an administrative stay on the lower court's injunction, then days later vacated that stay. And so we're still waiting for appeal. Where we are right now is still having to address the court order to draw a second black majority minority district in just days. Absent timely judicial intervention in favor of the defense, a congressional map with a second black minority majority district will be implemented for the upcoming congressional election in the fall. It will be through one of the two following processes: the legislative process or the judicial process. Now, I asked staff earlier about has the legislature ever failed to adhere to a court order to dealing with the Voting Rights Act. Of course, we've had much opportunity to do that, and this is what I was told. So PAR has this came from PAR's website. It's an important bit of history. In 1971, the question of was legal for redistricting came down on Louisiana very hard, and PAR was their step in. So it talks about the 60s Voting Rights Act, and then says later when the Louisiana legislature drew its new maps after the 1970 census, it continued the same pattern. The one person, one vote principle was not the Louisiana way. So in 1971, U.S. District Judge E. Gordon West ordered a new set of maps. The legislature went back to the drawing board, and the U.S. Justice Department rejected the gerrymandered plan. It was getting to be mid-year when the election scheduled for the fall, so that left Judge West in a difficult place. He was about to let all state senators and representatives run at large statewide. That's what he was about to do. When the judge had lunch one day with the then president at the time, Ed Steimel, was there, and Ed Steimel was there to offer to help. Be careful what you ask for. Steimel or Parr became the special master for that 1971 redistricting session. It was a landmark event. It brought a new approach to redistricting backed by the force of federal law, and Parr was given only 30 days to pull it off. It conducted hearings and consulted with legislators. So this was the 1970s. I was born in 1979, so I'm a child of the 70s, I guess, but 79. And so I've drawn numerous maps. I've gone through that process. I have drawn many of these maps on my laptop while sitting in the bed at 3 a.m. And so my point is, the technology that we have, the advantage that we have today, the fact that we've especially us and in the committee level, have discussed these issues, debated these issues. We have tremendous familiarity, and we are obviously have been put up against a very difficult timeline. That said, in 1971, in a day where technology didn't exist to any level, PAR was able to facilitate within 30 days. The map process, the printing, the production of all that is just, it was cut and paste, literally. And so I believe we have tremendous advantage. We've got technology. We're going to be able to discuss these things. We get information timely. So while it is extremely difficult to comply with this task, I believe that it's absolutely possible. And so I'm going to get off of that, but that's the only instance where the legislature failed to do it, and then PAR stepped in. So the question before us is, are we going to give it our best effort to try? I stated 2 days ago on the floor, I recognize the probability of failure is far greater than the probability of success. But I believe we owe it to ourselves as a representative in this institution, and we owe it to our constituents to try. And that's what I hope I'm doing today. I respect everyone's decision. I'm not going to be upset one way or another. Vote your heart, and it'll be what it'll be. But one way or another, absent judicial intervention, there will be a second majority-minority map brought for this upcoming fall election, again, without timely judicial intervention. So.
All right, we have a question for Representative.
Wait, I'm not done. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I can't pause that long, Representative.
I know. Look, I've got a lot of notes here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I want to point this out as well. Sometimes, especially serving on committee, I know all of you can testify to this personally. Sometimes you're up in the testimony, you're hearing it, and someone makes a very compelling case on an issue you really don't necessarily were expecting to agree with. And you're like, wow, that's interesting. I mean, I kind of agree with that. And then the other side comes and they offer some points, and you're like, wow, that kind of sounds like it's right too. And so just because you have people who may vote the same way on the same issue does not mean necessarily that we are doing it all for the same reasons. I've got 4 children, and when an event happens at the house, when they were little, what happened? Oh my God, you're going to get 4 completely different perspectives, and that's what we're here to do, is offer our perspectives and assimilate that and try to make the best decision we can. But I will say that there is a lot of testimony from some of my colleagues and advocates for a second majority-minority district that I absolutely disagree with and take issue on. And I'm not here today, and I did not question point for point on what those issues were, but I will tell you that I can wholeheartedly support the plans that I produced, okay, and still and not be in full agreement with all of the perspective and testimony and impassioned presentations that we've seen. That's not what my support of the right, what I believe is the right thing to do at this time means. And so I didn't want to go without qualifying some of the statements that have been made I just fully disagree with. And so this map, my approach, I'm finding it, sorry. Yep, no. So what was my approach, right? Racial gerrymandering, it came, this is a long day, so I'm trying to, cover some of the ground that was already covered. That way to kind of preemptively address it on my bill. Racial gerrymandering, right? And we've had the great discussions about what is, what isn't, and the fact is we've been ordered by court to produce that. So the map that this map started from was the current congressional map. My approach was to be as least disruptive as possible. In my initial effort, it was just to simply try to bring about more competitive districts. So when I was working on this in February, March, my goal, I didn't believe it was actually possible to get a map in a position that I could support that actually achieved a second majority-minority district. And so my effort was just to try to get something more competitive. Well, I kind of left it in that current posture, and then we were required to, be here for this session, and so I picked it back up. And the efforts after that were to actually be able to get to that second majority-minority district. And so racial gerrymandering. I'd like to pull up. This is Cooper v. Harris. It was decided by the United States Supreme Court on May 22nd, 2017. The issues are very similar, but they provide great clarification on racial gerrymandering in maps drawn by the state. Okay, I'm just going to read you some of the language, and hopefully this puts to rest some of the concerns that were mentioned earlier in the HB1. So, this is in the opinion. The Constitution entrusts states with the job of designing congressional districts, but it also imposes an important constraint. A state may not use race as the predominant factor in drawing district lines unless it has a compelling reason. In this case, a 3-judge district court ruled that North Carolina officials violated that bar when they created 2 districts whose voting age population were majority black. Applying a differential standard of review to the factual findings underlying that decision, we affirm. Now, it says the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment limits racial gerrymandering in legislative districting plans. It prevents a state, in the absence of, quote, sufficient justification, end quote, from, quote, separating its citizens into different voting districts on the basis of race, end quote. When a voter sues the state officials for drawing such race-based lines, our decisions call for a 2-step analysis. First, the plaintiff must prove that race was the predominant factor motivating the legislature's decision to place a significant number of voters within or without a particular district. And that was Miller v. Johnson. That entails demonstrating that the legislature, quote, subordinated, end quote, other factors like compactness, respect for political subdivisions, partisan advantage, what have you, to, quote, racial considerations, end quote. Second, if racial considerations predominated over others, the design of the district must withstand strict scrutiny. The burden thus shifts to the state to prove that its race-based sorting of voters serves a, quote, compelling interest, end quote, and is, quote, narrowly tailored, end quote, to that end. This court has long assumed that one compelling interest is complying with operative provisions of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, as amended. We're here today as a result of compliance with the Voting Rights Act, at least as it has been ruled up thus to this point. That is as it says on the second provision under strict scrutiny, that it's a compelling interest. The compelling interest is a federal court order. That's the compelling interest. And so, obviously, and I won't read other Supreme Court opinions on this, but one of them basically says that of course we see race when we redistrict, just like we see economic factors and we see all these other communities of interest. We see all of them, right? And the question becomes down whether or not it is the predominant factor. And of course, the only provisions where it's not or it is acceptable is when it meets those 2 tests, and the second one being the state has a compelling interest. And I believe we are here and that we achieve that. And so, members, you can see the map. They put it up there. You get your own copies. But that's what I believe this map accomplishes. With regard to compactness, with regard to all these other things, I've authored 2 other maps. Now, neither one of them provide or meet that standard for a second majority-minority district. But if you look at them, those maps score off the charts, particularly I think it's, I'll tell you, it's on the amendment set. Yeah, amendment set 13. When we were in committee, there was a young man who I met on the road show and had multiple engagements with, Mr. James Henry. He produced multiple maps, and map 3, which he produced, is what the Amendment 13 is. It has the highest scoring for compactness, for everything else. It even comply with, at least on Dave's Redistricting's, algorithms. It had 100% for minority voting. Now, the problem is, we didn't produce anything that may meet other standards, on whatever algorithms that might be out there that, redistricting people use, but we're required now to a much higher standard to get to that second majority minority. But that map, if you look at it on Amendment 13, it's a beautiful map. It really makes a lot of sense, and we would never be able to pass it in this institution. And look, every one of you know it. Why? Because it's so disruptive to where we are now. That's the challenge, but it's a perfect map. And so, as you look at some of the fingers and things like that go off there, obviously we know why those are there. But if you just ignore those few deviations and you look at the map as a whole, I believe what you'll find is it makes sense. It makes sense under the conditions that we're required to consider this map in. And I try to not be injurious to any current congressional district. An example, I'm going to use Garrett Graves as an example, and I've not spoken to Garrett about any of the maps or any congressman about any of the maps this whole time. But I will say, someone like Congressman Graves has spent a lot of time on issues that deal with the coast. And he is a tremendous asset to all of Louisiana, not just the coastal area near his district, but to all of Louisiana's coastal parishes. He is probably one of the strongest champions we got. We're really sleeves rolled up working on these issues. And to relegate him to the Florida parishes, or I say him, relegate District 6 to the Florida parishes, I believe would do a tremendous disservice to our state. And by being too disruptive, members or incumbents who have tenure and experience in addressing the issues that affect their constituencies will no longer be able to serve or represent those issues because their new district may be so different that those issues don't affect their new constituency. And so we lose the time, the experience, and the tenure, and it does a disservice to all of us, no matter where we live in the state or what our racial makeup is, or really the other communities of interest. So that's why I brought this map, and I asked for your consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Was that a pause, or are you ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Are you familiar with the Fifth Circuit's ruling in the prior attempts to get a second district in Louisiana?
What decade was that? In the 90s?
No, that was in the 90s. Yes,
when we had 7 congressmen.
90s and the 20s. Yeah.
When we had 7.
No. Since we had 6. No, actually there was a map that was drawn. They call it the slash from Shreveport to Baton Rouge. Remember
I'm familiar.
That map?
Well, I mean, I was probably only 10 or 12, but yeah.
Okay, but that was the slash, and then there was the Z with splashes.
Correct.
And that was presented, and the Fifth Circuit turned both of those down. The Fifth Circuit said neither one, and it passed the legislature, by the way. Both of these maps passed the legislature.
Sure.
And it created a second black district, okay? Mm-hmm. But this map here is far more gerrymandered than the slash or the Z and the dash. I mean, I'm just looking at this map. While gerrymandering the United States Supreme Court has pretty much stepped away from gerrymandering in some cases, in recent statements by the Supreme Court rulings. Mm-hmm. But we know the Fifth Circuit has a problem with real gerrymandered districts.
The 1990 Fifth Circuit is still the same one.
No. This is 2000. This happened
20 years ago.
The slash and the dash happened. Slash and the dash happened as in the past 15, 20 years. Mm-hmm. But anyway, this map got so many tentacles to it.
Yeah, but it does comply with the court order, does it not? I mean, you don't think I'm not?
Well,
it's a rhetorical
it
question.
does create another minority district.
It does.
It does create another district, but my concern, that's just me speaking now. My concern is that the map ought to be reasonably compacted. Because one of the when you look at the jurisprudence upon this issue, it's not just the judge got to look at whether or not it complied when it's talking about Section 2, and what we said out to ourselves when we passed the law that set forth the criteria we're going to reapportion maps. Compacted was one of them, and this map is not at all compacted. So, do you think the Fifth Circuit if we vote this map, is going to approve this map, but all these tentacles are coming out of it?
Okay, well, I don't believe the Fifth Circuit, absent some lawsuit, has anything to say about this map that I'm trying to
pass the legislature
move to help comply with the federal court's current ruling.
Well, it doesn't do any good for the 33% of black people in the state of Louisiana to have a map that complies in one way and violates the law in another way. And I think this map would have a problem. I mean, that's just me speaking. I don't know what other people would.
Well, you've been known to be wrong before, so that's okay.
I've been known to be wrong before, but not often. And as to the law, and I look very closely at Fifth Circuit's rulings and district court rulings. I don't know if this map will survive the district court because of all the tentacles, and it's probably splits up more. How many parishes this map splits up? Communities of interest.
You're making I feel that some of what you're stating is actually supporting some of my colleagues who oppose Representative Duplessis's map.
Yeah, well, except I think Duplessis had a map that was compacted, and this map is not compacted.
I'm not going to argue whether or not his is more compact or not, because it clearly is. However, in the totality of circumstances, which I will tell you after reading multiple Supreme Court opinions, is extremely critical. You can't take one statement out of any opinion and use that as the guiding light for an entire map. It is the totality of circumstances, which I won't get into.
And I agree with you. I agree on that. Right.
And so, if you look at the current map, and I'm just going to hold it up there. When I say current map, this is the map the current Congress people are under, right? I basically took from there, and it goes from literally in the northeast corner, and from East Carroll all the way, including Rapides and Washington Parish. It's a sprawling district right now because the District 5, which becomes the second majority minority district. So if you look at District 5, what you find out that District 5 becomes a lot more compact than it currently is, than the map that has been in effect for a decade. And it actually gets more compact, and because we tie in the some Baton Rouge population where you have a lot more population density. And so from a compactness perspective, so if you think about it, I'm making the second majority minority, black majority minority district more compact at the expense of other districts. And so from my perspective, your perspective should be more favorable to that, in that it provides a real opportunity for that district.
Well, my concern is getting the.
Are you going to be voting a no on my bill?
I might very well, because getting a map out with another majority district does not guarantee it complies with other elements of the law.
Well, what's being challenged right now is still debatable in the courts, and it's being argued in court whether or not we have complied or not. And so I don't want to have the debate on that when I mean it will meet the standard that the federal judge has imposed upon us to produce a second. Now, look, I've acted in absolute good faith. I believe this map will pass those scrutiny. I sincerely do. This is not a pig in a poke. I haven't tried to produce something where opposition to this and opponents of a second majority minority district could use to exploit. I've not done it. I think all of y'all know me. I don't operate like that. I do absolutely believe that this map is a very reasonable and
But I think the map's too
possible map.
gerrymandered. That's all I got to say. I think it's too gerrymandered.
It's been racially gerrymandered.
Yeah,
It has been.
It doesn't have. You don't have to achieve a second minority majority district by such gerrymandering, as be shown by HB1, but it didn't pass, like you said.
And I understand
So you're
that.
doing this. I know your effort is to try to achieve what the federal court told us to achieve, but we may achieve that objective, but creating another problem. And I think we are creating another problem with this map. And that's the only way.
No matter what map passes, if your favorite map passes, there will be a lawsuit. It will be challenged. You know this, and then it'll be up to both sides to argue that before the courts. So we're not trying to prevent lawsuits or challenges. We know they're going to exist, no matter what. The difference is I don't know about, and again, I understand strategy and advocates for the second black majority minority district, okay, strategically may favor the map that you had or someone imposed by the court. I don't know if a map imposed by the court can be challenged by the court. I don't know. And so, but for myself, I'm trying to pass a map. We already discussed maps that don't even add a second majority minority district, the ones I pass out in my amendment sets. They don't even achieve that, and they look beautiful. They really make a lot of sense, and they have a snowball chance of hell in passing in this legislature because we have to balance this all with politics as well. And so I am trying to appeal broadly to my colleagues who many do not believe we need to or should be doing this, right? Who may have a deference to simply make the court do it and hopefully win in court. I'm trying to present an option for them that they can sincerely and objectively scrutinize to determine if this map makes sense for them.
I just say this, and I close. Sometimes you can appear to be doing what the court ordered you to do, but in a way that would end up being defeating to the cause. If this map passes this legislature, I think it's a very good chance that we will be real back with the amendment that we're going to put on this map, same amendment we put on the other bill. We'll be in a real good chance of being back here with the old map, because I don't know if this map would pass the muster of what I've seen come out of the Fifth Circuit.
Yeah, and I don't know if
That's all I'm saying. I've seen every map
would do.
I've seen every map come out of the Fourth Circuit in the past 25 years. I've read every map that come out of it, and this map here would not pass the muster of the old Fifth Circuit. Maybe it passed the new Fifth Circuit. I have no idea, but it doesn't look like a map that the Fifth Circuit would approve. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate your perspective. If you ignore the fingers, right, that come off of the Fifth District, which is the racial, components, then it still looks like a good map. We're being required to, and it is acceptable. I have to believe that the court, when they have, in the case that I read, when they identified the acceptance of racial-based, districting, with the caveats that it have where it be basically necessary, then I have to believe that when a map would fall out of maybe some more ideal, shape or whatever, that when the shape that kind of falls out of that is based on trying to comply with a federal order, it would be that's a meaningful element, and that it would be okay. So anyway, I'm happy to answer any more questions.
Well, you lost your question, person, so we're going to go to the next one, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Representative Ivy, I'm very glad that you acknowledged that this is racially gerrymandered, because I had many of the same questions about the fingers and the compactness and so forth. So I'll move on to my next issue. And that is, what percent do you believe it requires in black voting age population to make it probable to elect a black?
Well, it's not about the probability to elect a black candidate. The Voting Rights Act isn't about a specific race. It's about minority populations, and different states have different, different minorities are their predominant minorities. Like in Florida, the predominant minority group is Hispanic.
Okay,
And so,
you're leaving the point, and I really, in the interest of time, I really would like to focus you.
Okay.
And so my question stands: what percent is it to make it an opportunity to elect a black? I'll use that word instead of probable.
It's not to elect a black; it's to elect a candidate.
No,
of the
that's
minority's
not.
choice.
That's not the ruling.
No,
we are supposed to draw. Well,
I'm being very, very detailed in my language. You said elect a black candidate. It's to. I know your intention was to elect where a black minority district can elect a candidate of their choice.
Yes, that's fine. If you want to phrase it that way, that's fine. Okay, so my question is, what percent does it require of black voting age population?
As I appreciate the ruling or the order, specifically when they caveated that it must be a black majority minority district, to constitute a quote black majority minority district, I believe that standard is clearly a 50% plus one population of.
Did you read that in the order?
It's what it said. It's kind of self-evident.
Okay. Let me see if I can rephrase that.
Pages, ma'am. It's been the standard on numerous other cases.
I thought the standard was 55%, and that there is jurisprudence to support that.
Again, there's so much out there. You may have absolutely read something like that. I have read other documents, NCSL and others, that lead me to conclude otherwise.
Okay, because in my analysis of House Bill 4, I came up with a black voting age population in Congressional District 2, as you have drawn it, 50.201%.
Correct.
And Congressional District 5 is 50.176%. Do you agree with those numbers?
I mean, whatever's in the file, and those are, I mean, I didn't look them all, but those sound about right. 50 point something % is what it.
I am really hard pressed to see how that would work to elect a candidate of their choice.
It's not to elect; it's to provide the opportunity to
Okay,
elect.
well, all right. I will use your words.
Yes.
To provide the opportunity to elect a candidate of black people's choice.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
And just for further clarification on that, the requirement of the Voting Rights Act doesn't provide that minorities get to elect a candidate of their choice. It is only about opportunity. And so as I appreciate the order by the federal judge for our case specifically, black majority minority district is what was ordered. Now, whether or not there's jurisprudence on what constitutes a quote opportunity district, if that threshold may be 55, maybe that's the case. But it's my appreciation on what the order is. It's to have a quote black majority minority district, and that's by population, black voting age population.
Okay, I'm sorry I gave up my mic, but I would like to ask it. Do you think that there might be, if this map were to be approved, do you think it's likely that we could end up with 6 white congresspeople?
I do not. Because if you look at District 2, which is the current majority minority district, what you'll find is that the other minorities and also whites in that district do not. They vote enough in block to not prevent minorities in that district from being able to elect a candidate of their choice. And so that's obviously if you're from a political spectrum, New Orleans, which is really at the core of District 2, is a far more liberal or progressive population of individuals compared to other parts of the state. And as a result, there's a lot more alignment between white and black and other races who live and reside in New Orleans.
Okay, so what you're saying is there's a lot of crossover vote
in that district, which
I totally agree. Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker Pro Tem.
You're welcome, Representative Desatel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, Rep. Ivy. And I know you spent many hours drawing this map. You probably know the question that I'm about to ask you because I've been very consistent throughout this whole process on the questions I asked, and I normally ask questions concerning my district and my home parish. So I don't know if the staff could bring up Avoyles Parish and somehow we could look at Avoyles. Can you zoom in just a little bit more? I'm just trying to, I live on the blue line, right up north, a little bit north, somewhere right there. I'm just trying to figure out which congressional district.
What precinct is it? I'm trying to zoom in myself.
Let's see.
I didn't see different colors. Stuff. Which one?
So,
which precinct?
I'm looking at it. This is.
Use one of the current ones you can read as a reference. 2-4, 2-4-8.
Yeah, 2-2C. So I'm actually.
Okay. You're actually in the congressional district 4.
4. Okay. Oh. So can
Are you running for Congress?
I'm thinking about it after looking at your map. So that's going to. I mean, I may support this map now.
Yeah. Well, so if you're looking for a new level of insanity, look, the Congress is for you.
So I guess the point I'm trying to make, if you want to zoom out just a little bit, it looks like you got my parish pretty split up in some different communities. So I'm just curious what was the logic and
Sure. Zoom out. Yep, zoom back out. Okay. So were you here for my when I read the Supreme Court ruling concerning racial gerrymandering?
I did, but I'll be honest with you, I kind of zoned out a little bit.
People do that when I'm speaking sometimes. It's okay. I'm used to it. I'm not offended. But no, so first of all, I went on the road show. I've been a part of all the committee hearings that y'all have, all the testimony. If you haven't attempted to draw a map, particularly a congressional map, the smaller the district, the easier it is, and also the less you care about some other region of the state. But when you're dealing with a map that has 6 districts and you're having to address what the current makeup is of those districts, what the current lines are, as part of the political necessity, you can't ignore that because too much change too soon for a lot of people first of all, change is usually responded to with reservation, but specifically dramatic change is going to be met with a lot of heavy objection. And so my efforts were to make the slightest manipulations to the current districts in order to achieve compliance with this. And so I don't know the area on 99% of the state, right? And look, I'm absolutely willing, if you have more insight, any member here, anyone during this process, if someone has more insight, we're trying to flip a few things around, or even like if you say, hey Barry, look, if you can make my parish whole in this district, right, and maybe swap out with, figure if you can get it somewhere else, look, I'm willing to at least try. That's all I can do is try, and I'm asking for the opportunity. So if there's any specific elements that you are aware of where communities of interest would be better represented by either together or maybe making that split different, I'm happy to make as much accommodation as I can. And getting to the small precinct things here there is much easier than, well, we can't bust up any of my 3 parishes. I mean, that gets a little more difficult.
Right, I understand. And I only represent one parish, so I'm very hypersensitive of that parish and how it looks. Yep. So I think, so if we're going to
maybe start changing this map. I mean, how much time do we have to be able to work these little details
first of all,
out?
I'm not trying to change the map, and I would say that again. I give it my best effort. Can't do that in committee. Number one, and number two, we all are aware that if we fail to move a bill out of committee today, and the Senate does the same, well, then it's time to sine die. And so there's no threat that we're going to pass a map, right? Without significant scrutiny by everyone. And so the reality is that, this committee has in its hands right now. Again, I don't know if the Senate's ruled or not on. It's like watching the game. What's going on in the other chamber. But if our committee decides to not to do it, then it's okay. I mean, I'm not going to be mad. Look, the court will do it. Whether or not it's significant will depend on when appellate court may or may not rule in favor of the defense.
And look, I agree with you, and I agree with all of this. But one thing I need to make very clear is, I think we have a lot of people here talking about numbers and percentages and all those things. I kind of look past that. I'm looking at people, and I'm looking at communities, and I'm looking at the people who voted for me and put me in office. So it's not about numbers for me. It's about people. So these lines are very, very important to me. Okay, they're way more important than any number. So, and I think if we're going to get a map right, and we're going to make, if we have a different map we need to make, we're going to take some time. It's going to take some time to create a map that, affects different, that every community is, I guess, communities of interest or.
I will, first of all, absolutely respect what you're saying and your concern over your district and how it's the reason why I can't support HB1 because of what it does to the 6th congressional district. It's so much of a substantive change on representation. I would suggest that for the people who are in District 4, the type and nature and quality of the representation that they will receive is in line with the representation that they are currently receiving. The issues are at large very similar, okay, between current District 4 and current District 5. If you look at the population in the new District 5, what you'll find is there's a larger element of black minorities in that population. And I don't believe, again, currently they're being represented by someone from a political perspective that I think they would determine whether they like Julia or not, or think she's doing a great job or not, but may not be the candidate of their choice. And so for that population in your parish specifically, to be able to be in that quote majority minority opportunity population, I believe they would not be opposed to that. Specifically again, I don't know all the details in there, but again, broadly speaking, with that population likely being significant amounts of majority minority representation. Here's the other thing. I believe it would be very difficult for a candidate of the black minority's choice in that district to get elected. It would be extremely competitive. When you look at the Days Redistricting tool, okay, which gives these different partisan leans and stuff like that, and an analysis, and I don't even fool with that because I don't care. But it's when I'm done, I look at it. It leaves that one blank. It doesn't lean left or right from a political perspective. And at the end of the day, I think what anybody would want and desire, all of us would like to, have the opportunity to elect a candidate of our choice. Which one of us would not really desire to be able to do that? Being in the majority of the current congressional district, I can have some empathy for people who feel disenfranchised because they know they'll never be able to elect a candidate of their choice. It's just not politically going to happen. And so I can empathize with people who feel like that and understand why, like which of us, again, in urban areas we have a lot more local races of more significance. But if you're in rural Louisiana and you're a minority and your politics is far left, what's the point of voting? Right? Why would they even, right? Why would they, right? Unless they had some distinct, significant civic understanding of their civic responsibility, I think most people would just give up. And so this only affords them the opportunity to engage maybe in a different way they haven't before.
And I appreciate that. I'm not going to belabor the point, but just one last point is I think when you talk about rural Louisiana, and look, I have no scientific data to back this up, but
I do. So.
You'll have more. But what I'm about to tell you is I don't think you're going to see that far left rural person, in my opinion.
And you probably don't. They're more middle of the road.
It's more middle of the road. So I mean,
the community of interest being rural and country.
I think that's the community of interest.
Absolutely.
That's my point.
I agree.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you,
Representative Johnson.
Representative Ivy, looking at your map, of course, it splits Rapides also, but it looks like it splits off. Also, see, I've looked at these maps so much, I'm starting to see various animals, like I'm looking at clouds. But the one that has the
do
dragons,
realize that the next words that come out of your mouth are probably going to label this throughout the rest of history. So be careful, please, what you choose.
As long as he doesn't talk about it, I'm fine.
I don't know what, and I was just
Well, we got
talking to
slashes
Representative
and Zs
Lacombe. Yeah, but this kind of has a flash kind of thing to it. Did you look to see if it were possible to keep Rapides Parish whole? Because I know that most of what you've taken out is mostly rural for District 5.
Right. I can tell you that I can't tell you how many hours I've spent looking at redistricting maps and playing with maps. And so I feel I have a level of familiarity from a strategic point of view on what's achievable. Right. And I can say that, I mean, look at the number. It's 50 point something black voting age population. Right. And so one of two things have to occur, and this is a push-pull dynamic. And if you look at the data on the chart I gave you, I'll show you in a minute. But if we lose that population, we'll dip below the 50%.
Okay.
And to make it up somewhere else will only cause more of that extension and more and really compactness starts to suffer significantly, because where are you going to get that population? You can't get it from Baton Rouge. It's all gone. You're not going to get it in Livingston Parish because it doesn't exist. And so where can you get it? And here's a distinct difference between this map and HB3. HB3. HB3 was based off of Senator Fields' SB9 in the first special session. It never got completed because it still had some reasonable malapportionment with it. However, after I completed this map, I began to look at all the other maps that I might see and try to compare. When I saw his, I was like, well, that's a pretty reasonable looking map. Now, politically, one of the major issues, and which is the reason I did not select that map to bring instead of this one, was that it split Lafayette Parish. And so these are the trade-offs you have to make in this process. There's no perfect map.
So you didn't split Lafayette. You didn't have any problem splitting Rapides, but you didn't want to split Lafayette.
Well, Lafayette being
relatives in Lafayette?
No, being in the heart of Acadiana, I didn't feel
we're in the heart of Sinlaw.
And
I understand.
Yeah.
What is this? Just a gratuitous thing for us to put up in our?
So I want to.
I want to just.
No. I'm gonna.
Quick answer. Does this have anything to do with your map?
What it does.
Yes or no, Council?
Yes, it demonstrates the challenge. And if you look at the data, members, on the challenge, in testimony, the gentleman, I forget his name, but the one who likes to sing when he testifies, raps on.
Mr. Heyer.
Yes, Mr. Heyer. He made a very, very good point. The community of interest, and I wrote it down. Sorry.
I may be
but what he said was, rural Louisiana is a community of interest. Now, if you look at this map that you have before you, I want to point out a couple elements. And these numbers are kind of shocking. And unless you do the analysis, It's just not possible to understand the actual difficulty of drawing these maps under any circumstances. So, you'll see on the sidebar in the legend there 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Right.
If you start at 9, okay, you've got East Baton Rouge Parish and Jefferson Parish. Those two parishes are the largest populated parishes, and the population between them is between 8.2 and 9.8%. I'm sorry, excuse me, 9.5 to 9.8% of the state's population is in two parishes each. So 9.5. So that's like 20. It's 19.3% in two parishes. And then if you take it to the next level, and at 8.2%, you have Orleans Parish. So add that. So that's what the purple is, and then you see Orleans in the dark green. So you've got three parishes that combined are 27.5% of the state's population. Mm-hmm. In three parishes that are relatively close to each other. And then if you go further and to the next tier, you've got three parishes between 5.1 and 5.7%. And that's represented by number 5 in the purple, which are St. Tammany and Lafayette and Caddo. Those are the three. And then, so look at the distribution of population. And then if you go the next step further, at 4.7%, you have Livingston. Wait, I'm sorry. 4.7 is red. That's Cameron, right? Or Calcasieu. Which one is that? Calcasieu Parish. And then next you have one at 4.7. That's Livingston. I'm sorry, 2 at the 3.1 to 3.4. It's Livingston and Ouachita. And then it gets interesting. So if you get down to the 2% or less, just add up the number 2s, the blue, the orange, and the green. And that represents, so again, between 0.1% to 2.9% represents 45% of the state. How many parishes is that? That's 55 parishes. Excuse me. 55 parishes represent between 0.1 to 1.8%. I got different data here. So 55 parishes, that's just, it's kind of mind-boggling. And this map kind of begins to show you how that population is spread out. And so rural Louisiana is what's making it difficult to draw maps in general, but also particularly when we're trying to add a second majority minority district, because without urban population, you're never going to get there. Because where minority populations live, if you look at the distribution throughout the state, they're kind of in rural Louisiana, kind of scattered about. And so every time you have to add a precinct to get to the a minority precinct, you're going to actually go upside down, because that one that's adjacent maybe have a lot more white population, and so it's extremely difficult to do.
Okay, your two amendments, which I find those intriguing, 13 and 15. You don't have any intention of doing anything with those, do you?
Not today. If everybody wants to, look at those, and look, if you want to really upset the apple cart, okay, look. But look, neither one of those comply with this court order. But I wanted to bring them out.
Oh, what do you mean they don't comply? Neither
one of them create a majority minority district.
Okay, I thought you had figured out a way to do that. And that's what I was going to ask you. If that,
unless people have a lot more babies, I can't do that. But and the point of that,
we've only got till Monday. So
I know.
I don't think
the point of the point of that map.
Try.
Yeah, the point of that. I'm sure people are out there trying right now. Okay, but the point of the map was to show that we can have maps that are genuinely more ideal, more compact, score off the charts, and genuinely represent communities of interest at more significant numbers than any other map that we've genuinely entertained. And those maps would never pass this institution.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, Representative Jenkins.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you intend to run both of your bills today, or just this one?
No, only doing forward deferred.
And Representative Jenkins already deferred HB 3.
Oh, I was out of the room.
Yes,
okay, all right.
In deference to the day and all that, and again, I believe that between the two maps, I believe that if I'm trying to get more consensus among my colleagues on the right who really don't even believe we should be here and do this today. I believe that more consensus may be found with this map than with the other, because when you break up Acadiana and bring the 5th down to Acadiana as in Lafayette, I believe you start losing more members.
Yeah, you had better voting age population for blacks in your other map.
Yeah, but and again, I recognize that, but the requirement, I believe this one absolutely complies. And members, I want to point something else out, and of course, there's not a lot of people here at the moment, and they may probably listen on the other side. So, what are the different eventualities, right? As the litigation goes through the process, we can choose to do nothing, and Judge Dix will absolutely impose a map. Whether it's this one, the one, HB1, or some other version, something's going to get imposed. Now, maybe the defendants will be able to get an appeal or stay on the injunction in time. Maybe they won't. Ultimately, a stay on the injunction still doesn't deal with this issue or doesn't conclude the matter. And so I don't believe that it'd be unlikely that we'll get a complete ruling on the issue again, and then that gets appealed anyway. No matter who wins, it's going to get appealed all the way. And so, two scenarios. If you favor the defendant's argument, this map is not a bad map. Here's why. It complies with the federal court order today, but if the defense prevails in final judgment, then to revert back to the current map would be less significant of an event for those who may have been elected to Congress under this map. Instead of example juxtaposing it with Representative Duplessis's bill, if let's just assume that map was passed under the conditions, if whoever prevails in the end, it'll revert back or not. And so let's say Congressman Graves wins in that district that is drawn. For 2 years, he's has a completely different constituency, largely that he's serving. And so, if the defense prevails, then we have to go back to Act 5 from that map. It's tossing a massive amounts of swinging in the geography of the different districts. This map has the minimal impact on that shift.
Well,
and that's why I believe it may be more favorable as far as my colleagues are concerned.
I understand. I mean, I just simply commend you for having the political courage to try to do a map with 2 black districts.
Is this a political job? I didn't know.
Yeah, it's very, very political. Very political. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have a death.
Thank you. I know your button is pushed, Representative Carter, but I'm sticking to my one bite at the apple. I'm going to let you come back again and finish your line of question, but I want to get to the cards, okay? First card, Amber Thomas. I think it's Thomas. Yes, ma'am. President in support would like to speak. Also, Devontae Lewis with Louisiana Budget Project in support would not wish to speak. Whenever you're ready, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman, the committee. My name is Amber Thomas. And first, I would like to start off with, in 2021, a black man was endorsed by the Republican Party to run for Congressional District 2. During this campaign, it was said by Republican leadership that this candidate was hostile to the interest of the party, a black conservative man. And those recorded words by that particular leader will forever be burned in my mind. In Louisiana, as of June 1st, 2022, you have 21,780 registered black Republicans. Of other party registered Republicans, you have 199,304. Since we have thousands of black Republican and other party voters who may believe in conservative values just like many black people do, why are we limiting the push to run more black Republican candidates since this is where we are in present day Louisiana? You cannot stunt growth of population decline and population growth. Sooner or later, we will have to accept that Louisiana is changing. While the party is only getting out, why is the party not getting out into the urban community and actually canvassing? Why did we not have an effective push during the census of 2020? So, what you're telling me and other black Republican and conservative voters is that as a party, we would rather have black people there for photo ops and not to actually run for elected positions. With having over 100,000 registered independents and black Republicans, this is the message that we're sending to other minorities who will benefit from actually having a second congressional district, where that would not stop Republicans winning, but it would definitely show what party wants it more. So instead of having all of these galas and brunches and conventions as a party, we will do no work if we were to have a second minority district. Just nothing. Are we really going to say we're not equipped as a party? Then we should just really say that and end this today. Is our Republican leadership that bad that they will never be able to campaign in a second majority minority district? Then just say that. Let us be honest that maybe our party is so old that we're not equipped to actually face a changing America. Any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I believe
Yes.
there is Representative Carter.
Yes.
No, I got a
Oh,
question. No,
I'm sorry. Did you?
I got a question of the author.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Any questions?
I don't see any others.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of more green cards, and then we'll get to the red card. We have Edgar Cage with Together Louisiana is, although I do not wish to speak, I am present in support. And Lady Carlson from Together Louisiana, although I do not wish to speak, I am present and in support. I believe that's all the green cards. And we have Mary. I've heard it 3 different ways today. I thought I knew that it was Labrie. I'm going to try that again. Susie Labrie, who is, although I do not wish to speak, I'm present and in opposition. And I don't have any other cards. I do have Representative Carter, who's now gone. There you go. You have the. Oh, here. Let me turn it.
All right, we're going to invite Representative Ivy back up to the table so we can close out. And Representative Ivy, Representative Carter has a question for you.
Representative Ivy, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ivy, I think this bill sort of gives us an opportunity to define what is a majority district. It seems that you think 50%, anything over 50% is a minority district.
That's not what I think.
Okay, I'm just, the bill does.
What I think is, so a majority minority district is a district, okay, where minorities that, the significant minorities in that minority class have the opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice.
Right.
That said, that's not what the court ordered us.
Right.
And so we're not able to take into account other minority groups or white population that may vote in a political alignment with black minorities.
I understand.
We're required to create a black majority minority district. We've got a 50% plus, over 50% black voting age population. I believe that absolutely creates a district that is majority.
Okay,
black
when these
minority.
districts are, when these courts hear arguments, expert witnesses on these districts as to what is a majority minority district, they take into account very different studies.
But that's only when you're trying to combine multiple minority groups or use white population as a part of that majority. This map only exclusively uses the black voting age population in its majority calculation.
But when the judge says creating a minority, when you create this district is 51.3%. In my opinion, it does not meet the criteria that the judge has set, because it's not a minority district. Okay, really, when you look at all the studies and all the different tests you take to determine the likelihood or probability of a majority selecting a person of their choice, would not be one of the districts, in my opinion. This district is not two majority districts. That's the way I look at it. And I'm just saying, just because it's 50% or 51%, that doesn't make it. It probably take at least 53% to have a majority district. 53, 54%. Not Representative Carter, I think he got about 60% presently in this district, registered voters, I think, or 59, something like that. But he would go to 54%. I think 53 point something percent in your plan. That would probably be a majority district. But the other district 5, that's an opportunity district. That's really not a majority minority district.
Could you tell me what was the standard that you said?
It was based on studies. It's not the House Bill 1.
50 what?
I say about 53, 54%.
Okay, so
54%.
HB1 only has 51.4%, and so that map is not a.
I don't think it's a minority district. It's not just the over 50% thing. It's based on studies and tests and formulas and all kind of different ways to determine voting patterns. And to have an opportunity to create a district, elect a person your choice. So it's not just based on.
Shouldn't have made us do this in 6 days.
I think we should have done it in the first place in February. I don't think the judge should have made us do anything. I think we should have done it's the right thing to do. And when you talk about a minority district, you're not talking about 51%, because the way you got
it's not majority minority. To be clear. This is a black majority minority district in the sense that the judge required that, and the fact that there is no analysis that needs to be done to determine that black people make up over 50% of the voting age population in this.
Okay, you have to read the entire 152-page opinion to understand what I'm going to tell you, and to understand what the judge is talking about. And when she say a minority, a black minority district, you got to read the whole 152 pages. You can't read the beginning and the ending and say you got a 51% district and it's a black minority district. It's not. So all I'm saying is, for the record, all I'm saying is, as I read the judge's decision, the whole 152 pages of it, and as I look at your map, it does not create two majority districts. It does not. It creates a possible majority district and an opportunity district. And so then it's gerrymandered so bad. So those things combined, I can't vote for it. And I don't want to be. I don't get the impression that I'm against. I'm not against having. Of course, I support having two minority districts, but this is not one of them. This is sort of like a pig in a poke. This is like
You used my language. I said it wasn't a pig in a poke.
it's like saying you got something but you really don't have it, and you're setting it up for failure. And if you're going to have a real majority district, you're going to have close to 54%, and because that's based on studies and experts. That's not based on just something come out.
You made
the
that
sky.
point, Representative
All right,
Clark. You
then.
made that
All right.
point. Yes,
That's
sir.
all I say.
All right, Representative Ivey, I'm going to let you close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I appreciate your time and attention on this matter. I believe, and again, our constituents, we owe it to them to at least try. And again, I will respect any and all of your decisions and how you have to process the information yourself, in your own belief system. This morning I was thinking about what I was going to say, and I was reminded of a meeting that we had at LSU last term, about, it was probably, I guess, 18 or so. And it was with LSU students, and Steve Carter kind of, coordinated that. And one of the questions that I was asking the small group of students was, would I support a second majority minority district? Now, I'm gonna be honest, this was before redistricting, and it was even on my radar, and I understood what it meant, but I had no bearings on the significance or complications and difficulty of doing that. And what I said was this: I'm gonna let the data drive my decision. I don't want to force anything that doesn't have some resemblance of, making sense. And so, again, absent during the regular session, a bill that I felt I could support, I was and still am confident in my votes for HB 1, which is Act 5, and the veto override. I have done exhaustive research on jurisprudence on this issue. The fact is that it is so detailed, and we never know what a Supreme Court justice ultimately may rule on, what little details. And I'm not going to pretend to have a clue of that I can do that. I could make strong arguments on both sides. I can make strong arguments on both sides. But I do know how the map was drawn. I do put a lot of faith and credibility in our speaker, in his process that he used to draw the map. Now, while it may not have made any efforts whatsoever to improve competitiveness for minorities, the fact is his map was the status quo. And our number one objective for redistricting is to fix malapportionment. And he did that. It was a check in a box. There was no malintent in that process whatsoever. Now, here's a reality, and this is rhetorical. What actual involvement have any one of us had in the construction of any map that we've passed, right? Very little. With the exception of maybe a few members, trying to maybe flip a few precincts and things like that. Largely, the die was cast on most of the bills from the beginning. I know Representative Thomas worked with certain members to try to address some things, and we're able to come up, with some amendments and stuff. But it's just very few members have actively engaged at any level on any specific map, particularly the congressional map. And so, with that said, I try to show great deference to the individuals who've put in the work and not question every little decision and every little thing. And so with this, members, what I'm asking is that we keep alive the opportunity. There's a lot of time between here and the floor. That's tongue in cheek, but there's time. And so there's some things that can be addressed. There maybe they can't, and maybe ultimately you can't support it. And I can appreciate that. But I do believe that what happened in the redistricting session, and I'm not going to fault anybody or impugn any nefarious intent on the decisions. But the fact is, we didn't get any instruments that would improve majority-minority representation out on the congressional map. And so no debate was had on the floor to allow the opportunity for all of us, not just me, but every elected official, regardless of the side of the issue you're on, to have the opportunity to debate that issue on the floor. This instrument, as did HB 1 and 2, provide that opportunity if we move this. And that's all I'm asking. You may have your mind made up, and I can respect and appreciate it, but I do believe it's imperative that we get an instrument to the House floor so that it can be fully debated, not only to attempt to comply with the federal court order, but to also do everything we can, because if we fail, and the probability is great, the federal judge is going to impose a map. And so and to conclude, since everybody's here and Representative Carter doesn't like my map, I recognize why he doesn't like it. It's not as favorable as the other map, but one of the primary objectives, and I told you in my approach, was to be as least disruptive geographically to the current congressional districts. If the defendants are prevail, in the end, if we have to use this map because the appellate courts don't intervene in time in their defendant's favor, the political shift from a map like HB1 could be dramatically impactful to our constituencies as a whole. So, like I said, if Garrett Graves has to go from where he is now to the Florida parishes and then back to where he is now, that is significant, and it affects the people in those districts. And so I believe this is the least painful shifting for everybody under the current status quo, and it absolutely complies with the federal requirement. Thank you.
Okay, members, that's just closed. That ends the debate. We've read the cards, emails. Did I read the emails? I read the emails already. Representative.
And at the appropriate time, I'd like to move
favorable.
Favorable.
Representative Ivy is going to move that we report House bill favorable. Is there an objection? There is an objection. A vote yes is to move the bill to the floor favorable. A vote no means the bill remains in committee. Ms. Amersbach will call the roll.
Chairman Stefanski?
No.
No. Vice Chairman Duplessis?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Boyer? Representative Wilford Carter?
No.
No. Representative Desautel? No. Representative Farnham? No. Representative Gadberry? No. Representative Horton? No. Representative Ivy?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Jenkins? Yes. Representative Mike Johnson? No. Representative Lacombe? Yes. Representative Lyons? Yes. Representative McGee? No. Representative Newell? Yes. Representative Thomas? No. Representative White? 6 yeas, 9 nays.
6 yeas, 9 nays, and the bill stays in committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members for your time and attention.